Hey everyone, part 7 is here. If you want to see the next part, make sure to like and leave a comment. It really helps the video reach more people. Thank you for your support and enjoy watching.
Mu Wanqing was genuinely stunned at this moment. She simply couldn't imagine. If the god of the War Department had come, it would mean that Yi Shaoqing had arrived. Wu Yong and the others were all followers of Yi Shaoqing. What mistake could they have made for Yi Shaoqing to become furious and deal with them? Or could it be, Yi Shaoqing was not the god of the War Department? If he wasn't, then who was the god of the War Department? Mu Wanqing felt her mind was completely blank, unable to comprehend what had happened within just a few hours. At this moment, Mu Wanqing's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yi Shaoqing. Mu Wanqing hesitated but picked up the phone. In an instant, Yi Shaoqing began scolding her harshly. "Where are you? Hurry up and get back here. Do you also want to end up like Wu Yong and that bunch of useless trash?" Yi Shaoqing's tone was full of rage. Originally, he had returned to Shengjing to discuss matters related to the War Department with his grandfather. Unexpectedly, he received the shocking news that Wu Yong and others had been detained. That in itself wasn't the worst part. The most critical issue was that Wu Yong and his group of fools had offended the god of the War Department. This sent a chill down Yi Shaoqing's spine. Although he had never met the god of the War Department, he had heard of this person's reputation, legendary, mysterious, and immensely powerful. Yi Shaoqing had long suspected that the god of the War Department might have close ties to the Dragon Protection Pavilion. Such an entity was absolutely untouchable. Thus, Yi Shaoqing was now utterly furious. When Mu Wanqing heard Yi Shaoqing's words, she became even more confused. Could it really have been Yi Shaoqing's anger that caused all this? She wanted to ask, but she was also a bit scared. "Yi Shao. Mu Wanqing had just started to speak when Yi Shaoqing interrupted her. "Shut up. Don't piss me off. I'm in a foul mood. Do you also want to end up like Wu Yong and the others? Get back here immediately." Yi Shaoqing roared in fury before hanging up the phone. Mu Wanqing trembled all over, terrified. It seemed the old saying was true. Serving a king is like accompanying a tiger. Though Yi Shaoqing wasn't a monarch, as the young master of a great family, his temper was unpredictable. "Wanqing, whose call was that?" Zhao Lan asked curiously. It was young Master Ye's. Apparently, the Wu family master and the others offended young Master Yi for some unknown reason and were dealt with directly. Mu Wanqing replied with lingering fear. Initially, she had her doubts. But Yi Shaoqing's phone call solidified her belief that Yi Shaoqing was indeed the god of the War Department. Otherwise, how could Yi Shaoqing have gotten the news so quickly? And even threatened her? What? Wu Yong and the others are Yi Shaoqing's people, aren't they? How could this happen? Mu Bo gasped. "Dad, at Yi Shaoqing's level, he has too many subordinates. People like us are like ants to him. Why would he care about anyone's life or death?" Mu Wanqing sighed. A faint desire rose in her heart. She had to gain a higher position, to take control of her own destiny. Yi Shaoqing's plans to enter the War Department had been disrupted by this sudden incident. His subordinates offending the god of the War Department forced him to postpone his ambitions. However, his return to the Yi family wasn't entirely fruitless. He reported the plan to acquire the Mingzhu branch group, earning the family's support. The Yi family even provided a large number of carefully selected employees, preparing for a major operation in Zhangzhou. Nonetheless, Yi Shaoqing was still very angry. He had initially hoped to use the War Department competition to strengthen his status and conveniently deal with Yi Chen and Mu Qingsno. Unexpectedly, his plans were ruined by a few fools. "Young Master Yi." Mu Wanqing hurried back. With Wu Yong and the others out of the picture, Yi Shaoqing would certainly need people by his side. This was her opportunity to gain his trust. She didn't dare to delay for a moment. "Wanqing, I've brought nearly 100 billion in funds this time, along with top-tier employees from the Yi family. I plan to establish a major corporation in Jiangzhou, specifically targeting the Mingzhu group. Until we acquire their branch, I want you to take charge," Yi Shaoqing said sharply, his eyes piercing. "What?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing felt like a pie had fallen straight from the sky. She would lead the establishment of a corporation? And with an initial investment in the billions? As expected of the young master of the Yi family. Such grand gestures were beyond imagination. Mu Wanqing had always envied her sister, Mu Qingsno. She believed her own abilities were no less impressive, she simply hadn't had the same luck. Now, the opportunity had come. Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will not disappoint your trust. From now on, I will do exactly as you command. Mu Wanqing quickly pledged her loyalty. Good. Although I haven't acquired the Mingzhu branch group yet, Mu Qingsno won't be able to hold out for long. Once my groundwork is laid, I'll deal with her comprehensively. Yi Shaoqing said coldly. As the young master of the Yi family, Yi Shaoqing possessed a formidable background. Though he had previously been carefree, once he got serious, someone was bound to suffer. Mu Wanqing believed this without a doubt. Young Master Yi, while Mu Qingsno may not be much, she is quite shrewd. I suspect that the recent setbacks in our plans were influenced by Lu Miaoing behind the scenes. Directly targeting Mu Qingsno might not be the easiest approach to dealing with the Mingzhu group, Mu Wanqing suggested, even before officially taking her new role as the corporation's president. Yi Shaoqing glanced at Mu Wanqing and asked, "Oh? What do you propose? If not from Mu Qingsno, where should we start?" Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing said directly. "Explain in detail." Yi Shaoqing asked, trying to stay patient. "We all know Yi Chen is close to Mu Qingsno. I suspect Mu Qingsno has given him many benefits through her position. If we start by dealing with Yi Chen, we can throw Mu Qingsno into chaos. Then we can strike while she's vulnerable. Moreover, Yi Chen is already a target for the Yi family, so this would kill two birds with one stone." Mu Wanqing explained. Yi Chen? To be honest, in Yi Shaoqing's eyes, Yi Chen was only still alive because the Yi family hadn't yet reached a point where they needed him to bleed. So they had never resorted to extreme measures against him. However, given Yi Shaoqing's current situation, things weren't looking good for him either. Although he was the Yi family's young master, there was still internal competition. To secure the position of future family head, he had to achieve significant results. Yi Shaoqing didn't just represent himself. The forces backing him were like a bulldozer at full throttle. Any obstacles in the way would be completely flattened. Fine, let's proceed with your idea for now. In the meantime, start building the framework for the corporation. As for Yi Chen, don't worry, his days are numbered. Yi Shaoqing said darkly. As Yi Shaoqing and Mu Wanqing were discussing how to bring down the Mingzhu group, Yi Chen found himself facing a minor yet troublesome situation. A woman had come looking for him. Chang Xiu. She blocked Yi Chen right at the door of his hotel room, glaring at him with her big eyes. Yi Chen looked at Chang Xiu and asked, "What do you want? Who upset you?" "Who else? It's you, you big jerk." Chang Xiu replied. "Hey, we haven't seen each other for a few days, right? How could I have upset you?" Yi Chen said with a shrug. Chang Xiu stared at Yi Chen, clearly annoyed. "Yi Chen, don't forget, you're my future brother-in-law. You and my sister are engaged. Sure, you were married to Mu Wanqing before, but that's over since you're divorced. Now you're hanging around Mu Qingsno? What does that mean?" Chang Xiu said. There's no way things will work out between me and your sister. I'll find time to go to your family and annul the engagement. As for who I spend time with, I don't think I need your permission, Yi Chen said with a bitter smile. That's not okay. Even if you're not with my sister, you can't be with another woman. Chang Xiu said stubbornly. Why not? Yi Chen asked, exasperated. Chang Xiu, stop being unreasonable. Seeing Yi Chen getting angry, tears welled up in Chang Xiu's eyes. She clenched her fists and fixed her big eyes on him. After a moment, she slowly stepped back, looking pitiful and vulnerable. Chang Xiu was still young. Wearing a tracksuit with two small braids, she exuded the purity unique to a student. She grabbed Yi Chen's hand. Brother Yi Chen, can you not be with anyone else? If you need a woman, how about me? I'll give myself to you. What do you think? Chang Xiu said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. It had to be said that, despite her young age, Chang Xiu already showed hints of captivating beauty. But Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. What was this little girl up to? Yi Chen pushed Chang Xiu away. Xiu, what exactly are you trying to do? Yi Chen asked with a frown. I'm just a little girl, what could I do? Actually, there's something I haven't told you. I like you. Chang Xiu said shyly. Yi Chen almost spat out blood. She liked him? Was that even possible? Even if it were, Chen would never agree. First, he was engaged to Chang Xiu's sister. Even though that engagement was doomed, Chen had no intention of having any thoughts about Chang Xiu. Moreover, the relationship between Chen and the Chang family had already reached a freezing point. There was no way Chen would get involved with anyone from that family. Enough! Stop messing around, or I'll get mad. Chen glared at her, pretending to be furious. Before Chang Xiu could say more, he picked her up and tossed her out of the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Chang Xiu didn't linger. She slowly got up from the floor. The pitiful look she had moments before was gone, replaced by frustration and annoyance. In truth, Chang Xiu had come to test him. After interacting with Chen several times, she had keenly noticed that he wasn't the useless person she had initially thought. It seemed like he was hiding something. Since he was engaged to her sister, she wanted to figure out Chen's true nature. But she had hit a wall. Humph, Chen, I don't believe you can keep hiding like this forever. Damn it, my plan failed. Chen, are you even a man? Chang Xiu glanced at her outfit and felt puzzled. Could it be that Chen didn't like the pure look? Fuming, Chang Xiu left and headed straight to a luxury clothing store. She refused to believe Chen could escape her grasp. Though Chang Xiu appeared to be a simple, naive student, those who truly knew her understood she was even more scheming than her sister. As the eldest daughter of the Chang family, Chang Xiu naturally shopped only at the most luxurious malls. However, to test Chen, she had deliberately dressed in the simplest, most modest clothing, creating the image of a pure and innocent student. This modest appearance starkly contrasted with the opulent surroundings. As Chang Xiu entered an upscale boutique, a plump, wealthy woman walked in, holding onto a young man. The woman, clearly in her 40s or 50s, was adorned with gold and jewels, exuding wealth. The young man beside her was obviously a kept lover. Women like her despised beautiful, pure-looking poor students the most. Immediately, the wealthy woman sneered. Well, where did this little girl come from? This isn't a place for you. If you want to buy clothes here, you'd better find yourself a sugar daddy. Chang Xiu's face turned cold. While she pretended to be innocent and weak in front of Chen, she wasn't one to be bullied outside. Her eyes flashed with a hint of malice, but she didn't respond to the woman. Instead, she pointed to the most expensive dress in the store. Assistant, bring that one down for me to try on. The sales assistant gave her a disdainful look, clearly thinking the same as the wealthy woman. Chang Xiu didn't belong there. The dress she pointed to cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan, something an ordinary person couldn't afford. Sorry, this dress isn't available for fitting. Miss, you must have come to the wrong place. These clothes aren't for you. There's a flea market 500 meters to the right where you can find something affordable. Here, even a stain would cost more than you can pay, the assistant said contemptuously. The wealthy woman laughed. These days, even poor people want to try on expensive clothes. Such ridiculous vanity. Chang Xiu, already in a bad mood, grew angrier at their arrogance. But she quickly came up with an idea. Without saying a word, she took out her phone and sent a short message to Chen. Brother Chen, I've been attacked. Come save me. I'm at. She smirked as she sent the message. Taking advantage of this situation, she could test Chen further. After sending the text, Chang Xiu's expression turned sly. She walked up to the expensive dress and, without hesitation, tore it apart. Rip! The 1,000,000 yuan dress was destroyed in an instant. The assistant's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Before she could react, Chang Xiu picked up a stick from nearby and smashed it over the wealthy woman's head. You filthy hag! Did you eat crap to have such a foul mouth? Mind your own business. The entire room fell silent. No one had expected the seemingly gentle and weak Chang Xiu to be so ruthless. The wealthy woman was left with blood streaming down her face from the blow by Chang Xiu. The young man she was with was utterly stunned. He couldn't have imagined that this seemingly delicate and gentle beauty could be so ruthless. The wealthy woman struggled to her feet, her face filled with rage as she glared at Chang Xiu. You dare to hit me? Do you even know who I am? She snarled, her eyes filled with venom. She had never been treated like this in her life and was furious beyond measure. The store clerk, finally snapping out of her shock, started yelling at Chang Xiu. This is a luxury store. Our boss isn't someone you can mess with. The dress you just ruined costs 1,000,000. Now you're in big trouble. Chang Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile, completely unfazed. The wealthy woman couldn't swallow her humiliation. She glared at the young man beside her. What are you standing there for? I spend tens of thousands on you every month, and it's all wasted? Don't you see I've been hit? Why aren't you helping me? She bellowed in rage. The young man's face turned red from the scolding. He took a step forward, but Chang Xiu immediately raised the stick as if ready to strike again. The young man instantly retreated several steps, clearly terrified. There was no denying it, Chang Xiu's gaze was truly intimidating. In reality, this wasn't entirely the young man's fault. Despite her delicate appearance, Chang Xiu was a skilled martial artist. After all, her elder sister, Chang Xiu, was a peerless talent and the top-ranked expert on the Qianlong list. How could Chang Xiu, as her younger sister, be any less capable? Just a single look from her was enough to scare people off. The wealthy woman, seeing this, nearly spat blood from anger. She kicked the young man hard in frustration. Useless. Absolutely useless. I've wasted my money on you. The wealthy woman cursed and then took out her phone, glaring venomously at Chang Xiu. You brat, do you think you're so special? I'll show you today what it means to mess with the wrong person. She stepped aside and began sobbing dramatically into the phone. The young man, now at a loss, glanced at Chang Xiu. Whether it was because he was drawn to her beauty or because he resented the wealthy woman's insults, he lowered his voice and said, "Little girl, you'd better run. You don't know who you've offended. Her brother's a big shot in Zhangzhou. If you don't leave now, you won't get the chance later." The store clerk, overhearing this, snorted disdainfully. You're such an ingrate. Do you think she can get away? I've already notified our manager. Do you know what happens to people who cause trouble in our store? The clerk sneered at Chang Xiu. Oh? I'd love to hear what happens, Chang Xiu replied innocently, though her eyes gleamed mischievously. If you're lucky, they'll just break your legs. If you're not, you might lose your life, the clerk said smugly. Some people who work in high-end luxury stores come into contact with wealthy clients and begin to see themselves as part of the upper class. But to Chang Xiu, people like this clerk were nothing more than ants, not worth her attention. At that moment, the wealthy woman, having finished her call, returned with a sinister glare. You're bold, staying here instead of running. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? With newfound confidence, the wealthy woman's tone grew even colder. Run? Why would I run? What can a useless, fat old hag like you possibly do to me? Chang Xiu replied with a mocking smile. The wealthy woman's face trembled with anger. She hated being called fat more than anything. Seeing how defiant Chang Xiu was, she trembled with fury. Fine. Very well. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll consider myself born from you, she hissed through gritted teeth. Oh, I don't think I could give birth to a fat pig like you, Chang Xiu retorted with a sneer. Just then, a group of men in black stormed into the mall. Leading them was a scar-faced man. The moment the wealthy woman saw him, her face lit up with excitement. Who dares bully my dear sister in Jiangzhou? The scar-faced man bellowed before he even reached them. Brother Dao, it's that little tramp who hit me. Look at my head, she smashed it open. You have to avenge me, the wealthy woman wailed dramatically. Brother Dao scanned Chang Xiu and couldn't help but brighten at the sight of her beauty. Little girl, so you're the one who did this? You must have a death wish. Brother Dao said with a sly grin. Oh, I'm scared, of course. But my boyfriend will be here any moment, and when he arrives, you'll all be dead, Chang Xiu said calmly. Hearing this, Brother Dao burst into laughter. In Zhangzhou, there weren't many people who dared to oppose him. Oh, you have a boyfriend? Well, starting today, you'll be single. Because I've taken a liking to you. I'm taking you with me, and we're going to have some fun. Without further ado, Brother Dao waved his hand. What are you all standing around for? Grab her. I'm going to enjoy myself today. His men immediately sprang into action. Chang Xiu frowned. She had expected more posturing from Brother Dao, not such direct aggression. While she wasn't afraid, she had been waiting for Yi Chen to arrive. If she handled the situation herself, how could she test him? Just as the thugs were about to pounce, Chang Xiu caught sight of Yi Chen in the distance. Her expression shifted from calm to one of pitiful vulnerability. As the lead thug raised his hand to strike, Chang Xiu took a step forward, deliberately falling backward before he could touch her. She landed right in Yi Chen's path, tears streaming down her face. When their eyes met, Chang Xiu scrambled to her feet, crying like a delicate flower. Brother Yi Chen, they're bullying me. I'm so scared. Then, turning to Brother Dao and his men, she shouted, This is my boyfriend. If you mess with me, he won't let you off. Her performance left the wealthy woman and the clerk stunned. Was she auditioning for an Oscar? Earlier, she had beaten the wealthy woman until her head bled, showing no signs of weakness. Brother Dao glanced at Yi Chen with disdain. "You're her boyfriend?" he asked. "No," Yi Chen replied flatly. Hearing this, Brother Dao grinned smugly, assuming Yi Chen was too scared to admit it. "A coward, huh? Get lost!" Brother Dao barked. Yi Chen frowned. He had stated the truth, he wasn't Chang Xiu's boyfriend, but that didn't mean anyone could talk to him like this. Looking at Brother Dao, Yi Chen's tone turned icy. "Who do you think you are, talking to me?" "What?" Brother Dao was utterly shocked by Yi Chen's words. This area was surrounded by his men, yet this young man dared to speak to him like that. It was simply courting death. "Kid, do you even know who I am? Are you looking to die?" Brother Dao roared in anger, but before he could finish his sentence, "Get lost!" Yi Chen's voice was chilling to the extreme as he raised his hand and slapped Brother Dao across the face. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed loudly. Brother Dao was sent sprawling to the ground with just one slap. This scene. Everyone around was dumbfounded, especially the wealthy woman and the store clerk. They had thought Chang Xiu was already domineering enough, but Yi Chen was even more so. He dared to hit Brother Dao. Brother Dao was left dizzy from the slap. It took him a moment to get up from the ground. "You bastard! You dare hit me? You're finished! I swear I won't let you leave here alive today." Enraged, Brother Dao roared and threw a punch at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at Brother Dao coldly. This kind of person was utterly insignificant in Yi Chen's eyes. As Brother Dao charged at him, Yi Chen casually delivered another slap. Slap! This time, Yi Chen used a bit more force. Blood immediately began dripping from Brother Dao's face, and his whole face swelled up as if it had been smashed with a steel plate. Brother Dao was on the verge of tears. His men were completely stunned by the sight. Furious, Brother Dao shouted at them, "What the hell are you idiots standing around for? Didn't you see me get hit? Get him! Kill him! I'll take full responsibility." His men snapped out of their daze. He dared hit Brother Dao. "Let's kill him! Everyone, attack!" The group of thugs charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't hold back, knocking them down one by one. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. At this moment, even the most clueless person could see that Yi Chen wasn't someone to mess with. Yi Chen walked slowly over to Brother Dao and stomped on his chest. "How about now? Do you still want to continue?" Yi Chen's voice was icy. No. Sir, I was wrong. Let's talk this out, no need for violence." Brother Dao instantly caved. This left Chang Xiu a little displeased. Pathetic. A bunch of pathetic weaklings. With their skills, it was impossible to push Yi Chen to reveal his true strength. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Chen grabbed her hand and led her out. Wherever they passed, no one dared to stop them. Chang Xiu, being dragged along by Yi Chen, put on a pitiful expression and said, "Brother Yi Chen, thank goodness you came in time. Those people were so scary. If it weren't for you, I might have been in danger." Hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. He let go of her hand and looked at her sharply. "Chang Xiu, stop playing tricks in front of me. Don't play with fire." Yi Chen's tone was calm but carried a hint of warning. "I'm not playing tricks. I was just scared," Chang Xiu pouted, looking aggrieved. "Enough. A few thugs are nothing to someone like you, the eldest daughter of the Chang family. Even if you're not as gifted in martial arts as your sister Chang Shaoqing, you're still a grandmaster. Are you seriously afraid of a few street punks? Ridiculous." Yi Chen exposed her act without hesitation. Chang Xiu's face stiffened. She thought she had hidden her abilities well. Aside from her parents and sister, no one else knew about her martial arts talent, not even Yi Chen, or so she believed. But Yi Chen's words struck right at the truth, making her heart skip a beat. "Yi Chen." Chang Xiu wanted to say something, but Yi Chen cut her off. "Enough. I have other things to do. Stop pestering me." With that, Yi Chen walked away without looking back. Chang Xiu stared at his retreating figure for a long time. Eventually, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Yi Chen, I figured you out. You're definitely not as simple as you seem. Maybe even the Chang family has underestimated you. Perhaps you really are worthy of being my brother-in-law." Chang Xiu scratched her head. It seemed she needed to find another opportunity to test Yi Chen more thoroughly. Meanwhile, Chen had no idea that his warning had no effect on Chang Xiu. He planned to visit the Mingzhu branch group. As he walked a few steps, he suddenly saw Mu Wanqing stepping out of a nearby building. Chen frowned slightly. It had only been a few days, but Mu Wanqing's entourage had grown significantly. Dressed in a black business suit, she was flanked by 2 beautiful assistants and surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, clearing the way for her. Her imposing presence made passers-by instinctively step back. Clearly, Mu Wanqing also noticed Chen. She adjusted her sunglasses and walked straight up to him. President Mu, such a grand entrance. Do you really need dozens of bodyguards to go out? You must think you're quite important now, Chen said with a faint smile. Mu Wanqing lifted her chin and sneered, Chen, I know you're jealous. But someone like you can no longer hope to reach my level. Who would want to reach your level? Chen shrugged dismissively. Ha! Chen, you just don't get it, do you? I'm now the trusted assistant of Yi Shaoqing, the young master of the Yi family. I'm assembling a corporation on his behalf, and I'm the president, managing assets worth billions. That's a realm you'll never touch in your lifetime. Mu Wanqing looked down at Chen with pride. Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at her. Do you even know Yi Shaoqing's true intentions? Chen's voice turned cold. What intentions? Mu Wanqing asked. Yi Shaoqing wants the Mingzhu branch group, something your younger sister worked so hard to build. And now, you're teaming up with an outsider to take it away from her? Chen's words made Mu Wanqing's face change instantly. She let out a cold snort and said, Chen, you don't understand. This is business, not personal matters. It's all about ability. Hearing her response, Chen felt it was laughable. Mu Wanqing always managed to find excuses for her selfishness and shamelessness. Still, Chen's words had clearly struck a nerve, making her feel awkward. She cast a disdainful glance at Chen. There's no need for you to say more. I know you envy and resent me, but I don't care. Chen, you're no longer worthy of being compared to me. With that, Mu Wanqing arrogantly turned and walked away. Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew Yi Shaoqing well enough to understand that Mu Wanqing's rise was solely due to the absence of people like Wu Yong, whom Chen had dealt with. Yi Shaoqing had no choice but to promote Mu Wanqing. But someone like Yi Shaoqing could never truly trust others. One key reason he had promoted Mu Wanqing was her relationship with Mu Qingsno. He needed that connection to use her against the Mingzhu branch group. The ironic part was that Mu Wanqing actually believed her rise was due to her own abilities. Chen didn't say anything more and simply turned and left. Mu Wanqing watched his departing figure, a trace of arrogance appearing on her face. She couldn't help but sigh. Yes, her status now was something Chen could never hope to reach. In the past, she hadn't understood, but now, sitting in a high position and controlling billions in funds, she finally realized. Chen was no longer worth her attention. After all, they now belonged to completely different worlds. Chang Xiu returned to school fuming. She had originally intended to test Chen, but not only did he see through her plan, he also warned her off. This made the usually spoiled young lady pout so hard her lips seemed to reach the sky. The moment she returned to school, a handsome young man approached her. Xiu, where did you go? I've been looking for you everywhere. You seem upset, what happened? He asked, grinning obsequiously. I'm fine. Chang Xiu snapped, too annoyed to entertain him. How about I take you out for some good food? They say good food can cheer you up, the young man suggested persistently. Chang Xiu's mood soured even further. Food, all you know is food. I'm so irritated I could die, and you think I'm in the mood to eat? She snapped. Who dared to upset you? I'll beat them up, the young man declared angrily. It's none of your business, and stop following me. Chang Xiu retorted, throwing out the words before storming off. The young man's face darkened as his brows furrowed. His name was Lin Haoyu. Not only was he considered the most handsome guy at school, but he also hailed from the influential Lin family. After learning that Chang Xiu was from the prestigious Chang family in Xinjiang, he had turned down countless admirers to become her loyal follower. In the past, Chang Xiu had treated him kindly. But today, her attitude bruised his pride. After all, he was the young master of the Lin family in Jiangzhou. While he couldn't compare to the elites of Xinjiang, there weren't many in Jiangzhou who would dare look down on him. And yet, despite months of effort as her loyal admirer, he hadn't even been able to hold her hand. Just as Lin Haoyu was about to confront her, he noticed Chang Xiu leave the dormitory shortly after returning. She had changed from her sporty, innocent outfit into a blue pleated skirt, looking alluring and sophisticated. She quickly left the school grounds. Taking a deep breath, Lin Haoyu climbed into his Ferrari and followed her. Soon, Chang Xiu arrived at the Mingzhu branch group. She had made up her mind. Using ordinary methods to test Yi Chen was pointless. It was better to employ the art of seduction. Glancing at her reflection, she felt satisfied. Yi Chen might not like innocent girls, but this seductive look should catch his attention. As she reached the entrance of the Mingzhu branch group, she saw Yi Chen walking out with Mu Qingsno, the two of them laughing and chatting. Seeing this, Chang Xiu's expression darkened. She immediately rushed over but didn't show any anger. Instead, she forced a shy smile and wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's. "Brother-in-law, don't I look pretty today?" Chang Xiu asked coquettishly. Yi Chen frowned. This Chang Xiu was truly a persistent annoyance. Before he could say anything, Mu Qingsno angrily pushed Chang Xiu's arm off Yi Chen. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Mu Qingsno demanded, visibly upset. Chang Xiu wasn't one to back down. "What am I doing? I'm talking to my brother-in-law. What's it to you? Shouldn't I be asking who you are? Are you trying to seduce my brother-in-law? What are you, a mistress?" Mu Qingsno's face flushed red with embarrassment. Although she and Yi Chen hadn't explicitly expressed their feelings for each other, there was an unspoken connection between them. Mu Qingsno wasn't sure how Yi Chen felt about her, but she couldn't deny her own feelings for him. She had buried her feelings deep inside, restrained by their respective roles. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Qingsno regained her composure. She clung to Yi Chen's other arm and declared, "He's clearly my brother-in-law." Chang Xiu was furious. "Nonsense! He divorced your sister ages ago. How is he still your brother-in-law?" Mu Qingsno countered, "Even a former brother-in-law is still a brother-in-law. Besides, Yi Chen never actually married your sister. Isn't it shameless of you to cling to him like this?" The two went back and forth, nearly coming to blows. Yi Chen was utterly exasperated, his scalp tingling. A former sister-in-law and a so-called future sister-in-law arguing like this. He'd rather face 100 God Realm experts in battle than endure these two women bickering. Their argument was as noisy as 500 ducks squawking at once. While the two were locked in their heated exchange, Lin Haoyu, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't contain his anger any longer. Though he couldn't hear what the two women were saying, their actions were clear. Each clung to one of Yi Chen's arms, and from afar, it looked like they were fighting over him. Lin Haoyu was livid. After spending months as a loyal admirer, enduring Chang Xiu's hot and cold treatment, he had chalked her behavior up to the whims of a spoiled heiress. But now he realized that while she was a goddess in front of him, she became so submissive in front of another man. Furious, Lin Haoyu stormed over. "Chang Xiu! What is the meaning of this? I, Lin Haoyu, have pursued you for months, and you've barely given me the time of day. Yet here you are, fighting over some pretty boy with another woman in public. Do you really think so little of me?" His rage was directed at both Chang Xiu and Yi Chen. Caught off guard by Lin Haoyu's sudden appearance, Chang Xiu frowned. She had avoided confronting him directly because they were classmates, but if Lin Haoyu insisted on stirring trouble, she had no choice. "Get lost, Lin Haoyu. Who do you think you are? Let me make it clear, I don't like you, and you don't deserve me. Understand?" Chang Xiu snapped. At any other time, Lin Haoyu might have turned and left. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Chang family, and he knew he wasn't good enough for her. But today, the situation was different. How could he accept being compared to Yi Chen? Was he, the young master of the Lin family, really inferior to some pretty boy? Unable to confront Chang Xiu, Lin Haoyu turned his anger toward Yi Chen. "Hey, you! I'm Lin Haoyu, the young master of the Lin family in Jiangzhou. My family controls assets worth billions, with businesses all over Jiangzhou. One word from me, and half the city will bow to my orders. I'm telling you right now, get away from Xiu and leave Jiangzhou immediately, or face the consequences." Lin Haoyu was furious. He was a petty man by nature, and the women who had been with him before were always left in terrible situations. Even when he no longer wanted them, he would forbid them from being with anyone else, just to satisfy his twisted sense of possession. Now, he had lowered himself to pursue Chang Xiu, but this was the result. Filled with rage, Lin Haoyu naturally directed his hatred toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't want to argue with someone like Lin Haoyu. He shook off the hands of his two sisters-in-law and tried to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Haoyu mistook this for fear. He stepped forward and blocked Yi Chen's path. Trying to escape, are you? Let me tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today, you're going to regret it. Believe it or not, with one word, I can. Before Lin Haoyu could finish. Slap. Fearing Yi Chen's anger, Chang Xiu immediately slapped Lin Haoyu across the face. She did this partly to stop Lin Haoyu from pestering her and partly to prevent Yi Chen from losing his temper and killing Lin Haoyu. Lin Haoyu was stunned. He couldn't believe that Chang Xiu had slapped him. How could life be so cruel? Not only did he watch his goddess cling to another man, but now, to defend that man, she had hit him. Rage. Uncontrollable rage. Lin Haoyu, that's enough. Don't push it. Get lost now, or don't blame me for being rude. Chang Xiu warned, her brows furrowing. Lin Haoyu trembled with anger, his body shaking uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with fury and resentment. You slapped me? You dare slap me, Chang Xiu? Do you think I, Lin Haoyu, am so easily bullied? Fine. Today, I'll show you that in Jiangzhou, no one dares look down on me. His eyes hardened, and he raised his hand, intending to hit her. Chang Xiu was unafraid. She stepped forward, put her hands on her hips, and taunted, What? You want to hit me? Go ahead. My face is right here, let's see if you dare. Lin Haoyu froze. He truly didn't dare to hit Chang Xiu. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Chang family. If he really hit her, the consequences would be disastrous. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Haoyu turned his attention to Yi Chen. He couldn't hit Chang Xiu, but this guy? He'd have to take the fall. Fine. I don't hit women, but men who cross me? I don't hold back. With that, Lin Haoyu leaped past Chang Xiu and threw a punch at Yi Chen. Lin Haoyu was somewhat skilled in martial arts, and his sudden attack was fast and forceful. In his mind, this punch would leave Yi Chen half dead. This wasn't just arrogance. Lin Haoyu had trained in martial arts from a young age and was now an inner-strength fighter. At school, he was undefeated, so he saw Yi Chen as nothing. Die, brat! Lin Haoyu roared. But to his surprise, neither of the two girls showed any concern for Yi Chen's safety. This puzzled him. Didn't they care about Yi Chen? He couldn't understand, but Yi Chen soon gave him the answer. Yi Chen looked at Lin Haoyu with cold, disdainful eyes, not even bothering to dodge. As Lin Haoyu's fist neared his face, Yi Chen raised his hand. Slap! The sound echoed loudly as Lin Haoyu felt an overwhelming force hit him. He was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. As Lin Haoyu struggled to get up, Yi Chen stepped forward and stomped on his chest. Young master of the Lin family? Impressive, huh? I didn't even want to deal with you. Remember, don't appear in front of me again, or next time, I won't go easy on you. Got it? Yi Chen said coldly. You dare hit me, Lin Haoyu muttered in disbelief. Yi Chen didn't let him finish. He pressed his foot down harder. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed as Lin Haoyu's arm was shattered. Ah! Lin Haoyu screamed in agony. I asked if you understood. Yi Chen's icy voice came again. Sweat poured down Lin Haoyu's forehead as he finally caved under the pain and fear. I understand. Please, let me go. Lin Haoyu begged. Yi Chen gave him a contemptuous glance. Trash. With that, he turned and walked away. Mu Qingsu and Chang Xiu quickly followed. Chang Xiu stared at Yi Chen's back, increasingly convinced that he wasn't ordinary. If she stayed close to him, she was sure to uncover his secrets. Besides, with Yi Chen and Mu Qingsu growing closer, she felt the need to keep an eye on things. After all, Yi Chen was still, at least nominally, the future son-in-law of the Chang family. Watching the three leave, Lin Haoyu clutched his broken arm, his eyes filled with hatred. Yi Chen, you broke my arm. I'll make you pay with your life. Fueled by pain and humiliation, Lin Haoyu lost all sense of reason. His only thought was revenge. Brother-in-law, I want dumplings. Brother-in-law, I want new clothes. He's my brother-in-law. Bullshit. He's my brother-in-law. You shameless woman. Flirting with your ex-brother-in-law, aren't you afraid of being scolded for being improper? Along the way, Mu Qingsu and Chang Xiu bickered incessantly. Neither was willing to back down. Even holding Yi Chen's arms had to be fair, one girl on each side. Yi Chen, caught in the middle, could only sigh helplessly. Passers-by stared, many men looking on with envy and jealousy. After all, having two stunning beauties clinging to him was a dream come true for most. If those bystanders knew Yi Chen wanted nothing more than to escape, they'd probably jump at the chance to trade places with him. In the end, Yi Chen accompanied the two girls to eat dumplings and shop for clothes before they were finally satisfied. As they left the mall, Chang Xiu suddenly asked, "Brother-in-law, you beat up Lin Haoyu earlier. Do you think he'll come for revenge?" Yi Chen chuckled. "He will." Chang Xiu was startled. "How can you be so sure?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "Because they're already here." Chang Xiu and Mu Qingsno turned to look. Sure enough, a group of burly men dressed in black was approaching quickly, with Lin Haoyu leading the charge, his broken arm wrapped in a sling. They stopped in front of Yi Chen, who remained calm and indifferent, as if the group didn't exist. "It seems my earlier warning fell on deaf ears," Yi Chen said coldly. Lin Haoyu was not the type to back down easily. He had always been petty and vengeful. In the past, even if someone insulted him verbally, he would find ways to get revenge, let alone after being beaten by Yi Chen. Hearing Yi Chen's arrogant words, a sinister expression crossed Lin Haoyu's face. Squinting his eyes, he smirked coldly. This time, he hadn't just brought a dozen skilled bodyguards from his family. More importantly, he had called in a truly formidable figure, his trump card. "Kid, you're too cocky. Do you really think I'd come here unprepared?" Lin Haoyu sneered. Yi Chen frowned. He had assumed that teaching Lin Haoyu a small lesson would make him back off, but it seemed Lin Haoyu didn't value his life. "What do you want?" Yi Chen asked indifferently. "Ha ha ha. What do I want? Let me tell you, no one has ever dared to hit me before. You're the first, so I want you dead," Lin Haoyu declared, his tone icy. "Is that so?" Yi Chen stepped forward. Lin Haoyu, knowing Yi Chen's strength, instinctively took several steps back. "You think I'm scared of you? Guys, get him. Kill this bastard," Lin Haoyu shouted angrily. The dozen bodyguards immediately charged at Yi Chen. Lin Haoyu laughed smugly. "Let's see how strong you really are, kid," he sneered, convinced that Yi Chen was doomed. But the next moment, Lin Haoyu's expression changed drastically. The bodyguards he had brought, who he believed to be highly skilled, were no match for Yi Chen. Yi Chen's icy gaze swept over them, and with just a few swift movements, he took down all a dozen bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The atmosphere grew tense. The onlookers, who had noticed the commotion, were stunned by Yi Chen's skill. "Wow, this guy's amazing. Isn't that Lin Haoyu, the young master of the Lin family? This is the first time I've seen him humiliated like this. Where did this guy even come from? I'm so jealous he's got two beautiful women with him. It's probably a fight over women." Ignoring the murmurs around him, Yi Chen walked up to Lin Haoyu. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it," Yi Chen said coldly. "And no. Lin Haoyu stammered. "Go to hell." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, a glint of killing intent flashing in them. At that moment, an authoritative voice interrupted. "Stop." A man, dressed in designer clothes and exuding an air of nobility, walked over slowly. Seeing him, Lin Haoyu, who had been trembling in fear moments ago, regained his confidence. This man was his trump card, Ji Xian, the eldest young master of the Ji family. Not only was Ji Xian's family immensely powerful, but he was also a highly skilled martial artist. A true prodigy. The Lin family had long been a subordinate of the Ji family, and Lin Haoyu was one of Ji Xian's lackeys. After being beaten by Yi Chen, Lin Haoyu had immediately sought out Ji Xian for help. Yi Chen frowned as he glanced at Ji Xian. "And who are you?" he asked indifferently. Ji Xian didn't bother to respond, but Lin Haoyu jumped in gleefully. "Ha ha ha. Do you know who he is? Just hearing his name will scare you to death. He's Ji Xian, the eldest young master of the Ji family." Lin Haoyu laughed triumphantly. "Ji Xian?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "Interesting. So he's from the Ji family. Judging by Ji Xian's demeanor, he must not have been back to the Ji family recently, or he would have met Yi Chen already." The crowd gasped at the mention of Ji Xian's name. "Oh my god. That's Ji Xian, the eldest young master of the Ji family. He's a martial prodigy from Jiangzhou, a true genius. This guy is done for. No one in Jiangzhou dares to provoke Ji Xian, let alone the entire Ji family. If Ji Xian gets involved, someone might actually die." The murmurs emboldened Lin Haoyu further. "See that, kid? Now you know fear, huh? You really thought you could mess with me, Lin Haoyu? My backing is the entire Ji family. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees and apologize. I want to see you grovel." Lin Haoyu sneered arrogantly. Yi Chen ignored Lin Haoyu and glanced at Ji Xian. So, you're here to stand up for him? Yi Chen asked calmly. That's right. Lin Haoyu is one of my men. Hitting him is disrespecting me, Ji Xian said, his tone haughty. Disrespect? And who do you think you are? Do you believe I can't make a single call that will have you begging for mercy? Yi Chen's voice turned icy. Ha ha ha. Ji Xian and Lin Haoyu burst into laughter. Yi Chen, unfazed, took out his phone and made a call. The call connected quickly, and a respectful voice came through. Young Master Yi. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Your grandson is standing in front of me, threatening to kill me. I'm giving you 10 minutes. If he's not gone by then, you can start planning his funeral. With that, Yi Chen hung up. Bluffing again? Yi Chen, you're really good at putting on a show. Lin Haoyu sneered. What did you just call him? Ji Xian asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Yi Chen. He's called Yi Chen, Lin Haoyu replied. Ji Xian seemed to realize something. He glanced at Yi Chen again, his expression still cold. Yi Chen. I've heard of you. Even Yi Shaoqing once called me to plead on your behalf. You have connections to the Yi family, don't you? No wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you something, this is Chang Xiu. Even if Yi Shaoqing were here, he'd have to give me some respect. As for you? The Yi family can't protect you here. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Lin Haoyu felt even more emboldened. Did you hear that, Yi Chen? No matter what your background is, it's useless in front of Ji Xian. You'd better get on your knees and apologize, or you'll die without a burial. Lin Haoyu shouted. The tension reached a boiling point. Chang Xiu, however, looked thrilled. Earlier, she had sent small fry to test Yi Chen, but they had failed miserably. But now, Ji Xian, a true martial prodigy, had entered the scene. Finally, someone strong enough to gauge Yi Chen's true abilities. Ji Xian, growing impatient with Yi Chen's calm demeanor, asked coldly, Are you really not going to show me any respect? I already said, in front of me, you have no respect to speak of, Yi Chen replied with a shrug. Fine. Then you're dead. I'll deal with you myself. Ji Xian roared and leaped at Ji Chen. But just as the situation was about to escalate, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. Stop! The crowd turned to see the source of the voice, and the scene that unfolded left everyone utterly shocked. Suddenly, nearly 50 luxury cars, each worth millions, pulled up in front of the crowd. From the cars emerged a group of men in black, exuding a chilling killing intent. Leading them was Ji Fengyun, the head of the Ji family, accompanied by the core figures who held the true power within the family. A large group of people hurriedly approached. Seeing this, Ji Xian frowned, feeling puzzled. Why were all his family members here? And why did they seem so aggressive? He hadn't informed his family that he was back, let alone that he had gotten into a conflict. He couldn't figure it out. As for the call Yi Chen had just made, Ji Xian didn't give it a second thought. What kind of person was Yi Chen? Even with the power of the Yi family, not to mention Yi Chen himself, it was impossible for a single call to summon the entire core of the Ji family. Ji Xiao, they must have heard that someone was bullying you and came to support you. After all, in Jiangzhou, anyone who disrespects you disrespects the entire Ji family. Lin Haoyu, far from being afraid, was excited. With just Ji Xian, they could have easily dealt with Yi Chen. Now that the entire Ji family's leadership had arrived, dealing with Yi Chen would be effortless. Hearing this, Ji Xian nodded. That made sense. Soon, Ji Fengyun and the Ji family arrived in front of them. The onlookers gasped in shock, their faces filled with schadenfreude as they looked at Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen was surely doomed. Ji Xian laughed and spoke up. Grandfather, how did you know I was back? How did you find out about my conflict? Why did you bring so many elders to support me? Grandfather, I've grown up, I can handle things like this on my own. It's just a small fry, I can crush him with a single hand. Ji Xian chuckled as he spoke. However, Ji Fengyun's face showed no trace of excitement at seeing his grandson. Instead, his expression was icy cold. Hearing Ji Xian's words, his face darkened even further. Before Ji Xian could finish speaking. Slap! Ji Fengyun raised his hand and slapped Ji Xian hard across the face. Ji Xian stumbled in pain, staring at his grandfather in disbelief. As the eldest young master of the Ji family, Ji Xian had been pampered since childhood, especially by Ji Fengyun, who had never so much as scolded him. But now, this slap landed without any restraint, instantly swelling Ji Xian's face. Grandfather! Why did you hit me? You've got the wrong person. Ji Xian shouted, completely bewildered. Ji Fengyun shot Ji Xian a cold glare and kicked him aside. Then, trembling slightly, he turned to Yi Chen, knelt down with a thud, and said, Master Yi, I beg for your forgiveness. Ji Fengyun, along with the Ji family, is here to apologize and awaits your judgment. As Ji Fengyun knelt, the rest of the Ji family followed suit, kneeling and bowing deeply to Yi Chen. The sight was shocking. It was enough to terrify anyone. These were the most powerful figures in the Ji family, yet they were kneeling before a young man. What on earth was going on? Lin Haoyu and Ji Xian were utterly stunned, their hair standing on end. They stared at the scene in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What is happening? Why was the head of the Ji family kneeling and begging Yi Chen for forgiveness? The scene was too overwhelming. Even Chang Xiu was left speechless. She had suspected Yi Chen's identity might be extraordinary, but she never imagined he could command the entire Ji family to kneel with just one sentence. Not even the Chang family could pull off something like this. Yi Chen remained silent, and the Ji family didn't dare to rise. Finally, Ji Xian understood. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Even his grandfather had knelt. If he didn't wise up, he would be beyond saving. Ji Xian shakily approached Yi Chen and dropped to his knees with a thud. Master Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have meddled. I shouldn't have offended you. Please, spare me this one time. Ji Xian begged, kowtowing repeatedly until his forehead bled. Lin Haoyu was paralyzed with fear. He had thought that with Ji Xian's help, Yi Chen would be easily dealt with. But now he realized that even Ji Xian, and the entire Ji family, could only bow before Yi Chen. Trembling, Lin Haoyu approached Yi Chen, intending to kneel like Ji Xian. But Yi Chen stopped him with a slight gesture. No need to kneel, Yi Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Yi Chen had forgiven him? Thank you, Master Yi. Lin Haoyu said, a smile of relief appearing on his face. There's no need to thank me, Yi Chen replied indifferently. I warned you before, didn't I? What do you mean? Lin Haoyu asked, confused. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Yi Chen had punched him square in the chest with incredible force, sending him flying. Lin Haoyu crashed to the ground and died on the spot, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Yi Chen spoke slowly, his tone unhurried. What I meant was, I don't need the gratitude of the dead. Ji Xian's terror deepened. He continued to kowtow desperately, hoping for Yi Chen's mercy. The atmosphere on the street was chilling. Yi Chen stood tall while the Ji family knelt before him, as though he were a divine figure. Finally, Yi Chen glanced at the bloodied Ji Xian and said coldly, Leave. The Ji family breathed a collective sigh of relief. Realizing Yi Chen wouldn't pursue the matter further, they hurriedly kowtowed in thanks and carried the nearly unconscious Ji Xian away for treatment. Once everyone had left, Chang Xiu clung to Yi Chen's arm, ignoring his attempts to avoid her. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, she exclaimed. Yi Chen sighed and said, There's no future between me and your sister. Stop calling me brother-in-law. Chang Xiu pouted and replied, No future is fine. If you're not marrying my sister, then I'll marry you. Hearing this, Mu Qingsno snorted. You're shameless. Stealing your sister's man, disgusting, she said. Chang Xiu stuck out her tongue. That's still better than you clinging to your ex-brother-in-law. The two began bickering again. Unable to take it anymore, Yi Chen vanished while they were distracted. He arrived at the War Department training base. The grand competition was about to begin, and he needed to check on their training progress. Yi Chen arrived at the training grounds of the Battle Division. As soon as he stepped in, he could feel several sharp and imposing auras. Under the intense training of this period, the elites of the Battle Division had seen great improvements, both in their strength and overall aura. When they saw Yi Chen, several people quickly approached him. Regarding Yi Chen, they had gone from initially distrusting him to now viewing him as a godlike figure. God Yi! God Yi! Everyone quickly gathered around. Yi Chen glanced at the group and nodded slightly. You all look quite spirited. Your overall strength has improved significantly. It seems you've been putting in some extra effort recently, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. This is all Captain Rong's fault. He's been acting crazy lately, pushing us to train to the brink of exhaustion, someone laughed. God Yi, what do you think of our current strength? Wang Lei asked, looking at Yi Chen. Not bad. Considering your current realm and your mastery of the combined attack technique, Achieving good results in the upcoming Battle Division competition is quite possible, Chen replied. Hearing Chen's affirmation, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Wang Lei smirked and added, "That's right. Our combined attack technique is at a near-perfect level now. With it, Captain Rong can't last even 3 seconds against us. He's even earned the nickname 3-Second Man." At this, Rong Zhao's face froze, and he angrily retorted, "Who are you calling 3-Second Man? Wang Lei, do you want extra training?" Wang Lei quickly shook his head but glanced at Chen mischievously. "God Yi, under our combined attack, how long do you think you could hold out?" Wang Lei asked with a sly smile. Hearing this question, everyone perked up with curiosity. They all knew Chen was incredibly strong. In the past, they couldn't even last one move against him. However, after this period of intense training and mastering the combined attack technique, their strength had significantly increased, giving them a multiplied combat power. They even believed that with the combined attack technique, they could at least hold their ground against the number 1 on the dragon list, Chang Xiu. So naturally, their curiosity shifted to Chen. Seeing their eager expressions, Chen smiled faintly and replied, "1 second." Everyone thought Chen was joking. After all, even Rong Xiao could last 3 seconds. How could Chen only last 1 second? God Yi, you must be joking. Your strength is far beyond Captain Rong's. How could it only be 1 second? Wang Lei chuckled. Everyone nodded in agreement. They genuinely believed that Chen was far stronger than them. But the next moment, Chen's calm voice dispelled all doubts. "What I mean is, it will only take me 1 second to defeat you all." The crowd was stunned. What? Did they hear that right? 1 second to defeat their combined attack technique? That had to be a joke. Only someone who had thoroughly mastered the combined attack technique could truly understand its terrifying power. Moreover, every one of them was now at the half-step human deity realm. Their individual strength and teamwork were at their peak. How could they be defeated in 1 second? God Yi, that's impossible. Our combined attack technique is incredibly refined now. Defeating us in 1 second is absolutely impossible. Yeah, Coach Yi, you're strong, but this claim is a bit too much. I even think that with our current combined attack technique, we wouldn't fear anyone on the dragon list. Coach Yi, I respect you, but I don't believe you. How about we test it out? Everyone voiced their disbelief, their eyes fixed on Chen. It was clear they felt underestimated by his claim. Their rapid improvement during this period had made them slightly overconfident. Good idea. Coach Yi, why not test their strength for us? Rong Xiao clapped enthusiastically. Recently, he had suffered enough under their combined attack technique. Seeing these arrogant trainees dare to challenge Chen, he was thrilled, already envisioning their defeat. Chen scanned the group, his expression indifferent. He wouldn't dampen their spirits. All right, he said. Chen gestured for them to come forward with a flick of his finger. The elite trainees exchanged glances. They were, after all, elites. They knew Chen was strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of God Yi. His legendary feats were almost mythical in their eyes. However, even legends had limits. They were 10 half-step human deity experts with a perfected combined attack technique. If Chen claimed he could defeat them, they might believe it. But in 1 second? That seemed impossible. God Yi, don't hold back. The group positioned themselves into the combined attack formation. Facing Chen, they didn't dare to let their guard down. They immediately unleashed their full power, their movements coordinated to the extreme. The surrounding aura grew increasingly intense as their combined attack technique charged. The longer the preparation, the more powerful the final burst of energy would be. Finally, the oppressive atmosphere reached its peak, and the room echoed with deafening bursts of energy. Even Rong Xiao, watching from the sidelines, was shocked. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. So these guys had been holding back during their practice matches with him. If they had gone all out, he wouldn't have lasted even 1 second under their combined attack. Strong. Terrifying. Unstoppable. Watching their full power, Rong Xiao was certain the team would achieve remarkable results in the upcoming competition. At last, the overwhelming pressure shattered as the combined attack unleashed a terrifying force toward Chen from all directions. Coach Yi, be careful, someone shouted as 10 figures charged at Chen. The combined attack technique was fearsome, instantly elevating their strength to an unimaginable level. Just as everyone thought Chen would be overwhelmed, he suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen's body. Without even moving, the sheer pressure emanating from his gaze was enough to suppress the entire room. Boom! In an instant, a force akin to the descent of a god shattered their combined aura. The 10 elites froze in place, unable to move, before being forced to the ground by Yi Chen's crushing aura. The previously indomitable combined attack technique was effortlessly dismantled, as fragile as paper under Yi Chen's presence. The 10 of them lay on the ground, unable to rise. The scene was eerily silent. Rong Xiao felt his scalp tingle. Yi Chen hadn't even lifted a finger. With just his aura, he had crushed 10 half-step human deity experts using their perfected combined attack technique. This wasn't just a victory. It was absolute domination. Shock. Endless shock. At this moment, the faces of the 10 elites turned extremely pale. They could feel their minds freezing up. To think, during this period, they had been training desperately for the battle division competition. Yet in front of Yi Chen, they were defeated so miserably. What is a god? This must be the true meaning of godhood. Yi Chen claiming to defeat them in 1 second was already giving them enough face. It didn't even take a second. He subdued them effortlessly, using only his aura. This was something they could never have imagined. Strong. Too strong. After the oppressive aura dissipated, the 10 elites slowly climbed to their feet, their gazes filled with admiration for Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at them indifferently. Always remember this, while your strength continues to grow, the world is much larger and stronger than you think. There will always be someone better, and the heavens above are limitless. Never forget this truth, Yi Chen said calmly. Understood. The group responded with enthusiasm. Yi Chen nodded and then followed Rong Xiao to the office for tea. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds of the battle division, a bus slowly drove in. On the bus was the logo of a production crew. Soon, a group of people disembarked, holding cameras in their hands. Among them was a beautifully dressed woman who frowned, clearly displeased with the long journey they had just endured. The woman held a fan in her hand, her expression arrogant. Her gaze carried a hint of disdain as she surveyed the surroundings, muttering complaints under her breath. She was surrounded by several assistants, one holding her water cup, another lifting her dress, and another carrying her bag. It was quite a spectacle. The reason for all this? The woman was Yang Su, a current superstar. She had come here to shoot a commercial for the newly established Jiangzhou-based Emperor Group. The CEO of the Emperor Group was Mu Wanqing, who was rumored to have backing from the Yi family in Xinjiang. Even though Yang Su was a superstar, she dared not offend anyone from the Shang-Jingyi family. Moreover, the pay was substantial, so she had no choice but to accept the job. The director quickly approached her. Miss Yang, please bear with it. The ad isn't long, and it'll be over quickly. Just endure it for a bit, the director said with a bitter smile. Endure it? How? Look at this place, it's awful. If we're filming at a battle division location, shouldn't it be Jiangzhou Battle Division? Why are we in such a remote area? Yang Su complained unhappily. There's nothing we can do. These are the client's instructions, and we have to follow them, the director explained. That's even more infuriating. I'm a top actress, and the Emperor Group has shown no respect at all. Wherever I go to shoot, the client always accompanies me. But that woman, Mu Wanqing, only met me once and didn't even treat me to a meal. Yang Su said angrily. Oh, Miss Yang, please don't say that. Mu Wanqing has powerful backing, we can't afford to offend her. You must know that crossing the Shang Jingyi family would mean the end of your career. The director quickly lowered his voice in warning. Yang Su's expression froze. Of course, she knew how powerful the Shang Jingyi family was. Feeling frustrated but unable to express it further, she could only stomp her feet and follow the director forward. At the temporary base of the Yun City Battle Division, the group was stopped. Who are you? This is a restricted area of the Battle Division. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed entry. Please leave, a sentinel said, blocking their path. The director was about to take out a pass when Yang Su stepped forward. Don't you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Yang Su, already upset by Mu Wanqing's attitude, felt humiliated. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, adored by fans. But here, someone dared to stop her. To her, her face was more effective than any pass. The sentinel glanced at Yang Su, frowning slightly. She did look familiar, but no matter who she was, this was the elite training base of the Yun City Battle Division, a classified area. If their training methods were leaked, it would directly impact their performance in the Battle Division competition. I don't care who you are. You cannot enter. Please leave, the sentinel said firmly. You. Yang Su was furious. She believed she had shown enough courtesy, yet this man gave her no face. How dare a mere gatekeeper stop me? Believe it or not, I can make one phone call and have you stripped of your uniform. Yang Su shouted angrily. The director, fearing the situation would escalate, quickly took out the pass. Excuse me, we have a pass signed by the Yun City Battle Division. We only need to borrow the training grounds for an advertisement shoot, the director said, handing over the pass. The sentinel looked at the pass. It was indeed issued by the Yun City Battle Division. But that didn't mean it was permissible. As soon as he saw the pass, he understood. The Yun City Battle Division had always been at the bottom during competitions, essentially just making up the numbers. Therefore, they were never considered a serious threat, and no one paid much attention to their training. But things were different now. With the presence of Yi Chen, the strength of the Yun City Battle Division's elites had improved significantly. Their training had become classified. Given their past performance, no one had ever taken them seriously. But if their current strength were revealed, they would undoubtedly attract attention. This could not be allowed. However, with a valid pass, the sentinel had no authority to stop them. He found himself in a dilemma. What are you hesitating for? We've shown you the pass. Why are you still blocking us? Are you deliberately making things difficult? Tell me your name, and I'll make sure you're kicked out of here. Yang Su's temper flared again. She had been bottling up her anger and now needed a target to vent it on. Sorry, I need to consult my superior, the sentinel said, intending to contact Rongxiao for guidance. Consult? What nonsense! You're refusing a toast only to drink punishment. Do you know who I am? I'm a superstar with over 100 million fans. If you offend me, you'll regret it. Yang Su shouted, raising her hand to slap the sentinel. The sentinel frowned, shifting his step to avoid her. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice came from behind him. An actress dares to behave so arrogantly in front of the battle division. Are you courting death? Yi Chen happened to pass by and noticed someone trying to force their way into the battle division. Curious, he stopped to listen. The more he heard, the angrier he became. Someone wanted to shoot a commercial at the temporary base of Yun City's battle division, armed with a pass, no less. It was utterly infuriating. Yi Chen had worked so hard to elevate the strength of Yun City's elites. Now, during this critical and classified phase, when their progress could catch other divisions off guard, someone had allowed outsiders to enter the base for filming? Ridiculous. Yang Su frowned. She hadn't expected someone to call her a drama actor in such a place. She had always despised that term. And now, this man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere had the audacity to speak to her this way? Yang Su's anger exploded. She glared at Yi Chen with disdain, her face full of contempt. Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way immediately. The sentinel, seeing Yang Su dare to insult Yi Chen, immediately stepped forward, his eyes blazing with anger. How dare you? Yang Su was startled and instinctively moved closer to the director. Director, look at these rude, barbaric people. I'm terrified. I don't care, they must kneel and apologize to me, or I won't shoot this commercial. Yang Su pouted and complained. The director coldly glanced at Yi Chen and the sentinel before stepping forward. I have a pass. Are you sure you're going to keep blocking us? The director asked icily. I've already said, no one gets in here. It doesn't matter if you have a pass or who vouched for you. It's not happening. I make the rules here, Yi Chen said with authority. The director's face turned red with anger. Fine, fine. You're bold, aren't you? A mere gatekeeper, daring to interfere with our business. Just wait, you'll regret this. The director pulled out his phone and called Mu Wanqing. The call connected quickly. Hello, Miss Mu, the director said, bowing slightly as if she could see him. Director Zhu, what's the matter? Mu Wanqing asked. It's like this, we've arrived at the battle division to shoot the commercial materials, but we've been stopped. They're not letting us in. Miss Yang is already very upset. She's a top star right now. If there's any conflict, it could delay the shoot. Director Zhu said with frustration. How could they stop you? Didn't I arrange for a pass? Mu Wanqing asked, puzzled. They're refusing to recognize the pass. Director Zhu replied. Ridiculous. This is a slap in the face to my Emperor Group. Don't worry, I'll immediately contact the leadership of Yun City's battle division and have someone sent over. This is outrageous. Mu Wanqing said angrily. Since becoming CEO of the Emperor Group, Mu Wanqing had grown bolder, especially with the Shang Jingyi family backing her. She now carried herself with an air of superiority. After hanging up, Director Zhu sneered. Well, Director Zhu? Yang Su asked. Don't worry. Since they won't let us in, Miss Mu will have their leader come over. We'll see what happens to them then. Director Zhu said with a cold laugh. Hearing this, Yang Su's face lit up with pride. Before long, a vehicle with battle division plates arrived at high speed. A middle-aged man got out, a star insignia on his shoulder, a clear sign of his high rank. This was Wen Sun, the third in command of Yun City's battle division. While he held real power, he wasn't as prominent as figures like Gongyu. Wen Sun had come to Jiangzhou to oversee Yun City's participation in the upcoming battle division competition, a task usually seen as embarrassing, given Yun City's consistent bottom-rank performance. No one wanted to be publicly humiliated. Upon arriving in Jiangzhou, Wen Sun had shown little interest in the training of the battle division elites, instead spending most of his time socializing with old friends. Just a few days ago, the eldest young master of the Shang Jingyi family had established the Emperor Group and asked Wen Sun for a favor to issue a pass allowing the use of the training grounds for filming. Eager to curry favor with the Yi family, Wen Sun had signed the pass without hesitation. But now, hearing that the pass he had personally issued had been rejected, he was furious. Who dared to disrespect him like this? After receiving Mu Wanqing's call, Wen Sun rushed over immediately. Wrong Xiao. Get out here and explain yourself. Does my pass mean nothing? Who the hell dares to block people? Wen Sun shouted angrily before even reaching the gate. Commander 1. It's those two gatekeepers. They completely ignored your authority. We showed them the pass, but they still refused to let us in. Wen Sun snorted coldly. Outrageous. Follow me, let's see who dares to stop me. Striding forward, Wen Sun approached the gate. The sentinel immediately stood at attention and saluted. Good day, Commander. Seeing this, Director Zhu and Yang Su smirked. These little gatekeepers thought they were something special? Commander, I was bullied by them just now. You must stand up for me. Make them apologize to me. Yang Su said coquettishly, seizing the opportunity. Wen Sun smiled slightly. Don't worry, Miss Yang. Treat the battle division like your own home. Go wherever you like. If anyone offends you, just let me know, and I'll make them kneel and apologize. Also, I've always enjoyed your movies. Perhaps after the shoot, I could have the honor of sharing a drink with you? Of course, Commander Wen. It would be my honor to drink with you, Yang Su replied with a charming smile. She couldn't help but glance at Chen, inwardly mocking him. Stop us now, huh? You're so arrogant, why aren't you saying anything now? Just as Yang Su was about to stride confidently into the battle division, something unexpected happened. Although Wen Sun entered without obstruction, Chen stepped forward and blocked Yang Su and the others. This is a restricted area of the battle division. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. His words caused the scene to fall silent. Yang Su and Director Zhu were stunned. It was one thing for Chen to block them earlier, but now, with the leadership of the battle division personally escorting them, he still dared to stop them? Was he insane? In the battle division, orders were absolute, and Chen's actions were tantamount to defying a superior. If Wen Sun got angry, Chen could face severe punishment, anything from being expelled to a heavy sentence. Had he lost his mind? Yang Su and Director Zhu froze, then turned to look at Wen Sun. Sure enough, Wen Sun's face darkened with rage. He spun around, his eyes coldly fixed on Chen. Scoundrel! Do you know who I am? How dare you disobey my orders? Wen Sun roared in fury, his icy gaze fixed on Chen. Chen looked at him calmly. I don't care who you are. Here, my word is final. If I say they can't enter, then they won't enter. Chen replied firmly. Hearing this, Wen Sun laughed in anger. Was this kid joking? This kid claimed to have authority in the battle division? What a ridiculous joke. Ha ha ha. You're in charge? I am the one fully responsible for the battle division competition here. Tell me, in front of me, who exactly has the final say? Wen Sun suppressed his anger and questioned coldly. I do, Chen responded bluntly. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Wen Sun was so furious he was on the verge of losing control. Commander 1, he's a lunatic, showing no respect to you at all. You absolutely cannot let him off. Defying his superiors? He must be planning a rebellion. This person must be severely punished. Yang Su and her group added fuel to the fire. Don't worry. In front of me, Wen Sun, no one dares to act so arrogantly. Where are the people from the battle division? Get out here right now. Wen Sun roared furiously. Soon, Rong Xiao and the elites of the Yun City Battle Division arrived, rushing over from all directions. Seeing this, Wen Sun smirked. Kid, you seem new here. It's good to have character, but on my turf, you're challenging me? You'll soon learn the meaning of regret, Wen Sun said menacingly. Yang Su and Director Zhu felt emboldened seeing Wen Sun summon so many people with a single command. Look, kid. You're just a gatekeeper, and you're acting so arrogantly? This is the battle division. A single word from Commander Wen can ruin you. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Exactly. How dare you stop us? Soon, you'll be begging on your knees. They mocked Yi Chen relentlessly. But Yi Chen remained unmoved, which only made Wen Sun feel humiliated and furious. By this time, Rong Xiao and the elites of the battle division had arrived. Wen Sun was slightly taken aback. Since arriving in Jiangzhou, he hadn't paid attention to the battle division's affairs or even met its elites. After all, the elites slated to compete weren't Yun City's strongest. On average, their strength was merely at the Grandmaster level, a decent level locally, but nothing remarkable in the battle division competition. As such, Wen Sun had never given them much thought. But now, seeing the aura emanating from these elites, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Their presence seemed different. Rong Xiao frowned as he approached. Seeing Wen Sun, he greeted indifferently, Commander Wen, why are you here? Wen Sun snorted and said, of course, I had to come. I'm responsible for Yun City's participation in the battle division competition. If I didn't come, someone here might think they can turn the heavens upside down. Rong Xiao looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? Wen Sun glared coldly at Yi Chen, pointed at him, and barked, enough talk. Arrest this kid immediately. I want to see what makes him so arrogant in the battle division. Hearing this, Rong Xiao and the elites were stunned. Did they hear that right? Wen Sun wanted to arrest Yi Chen? Was this some kind of joke? That was Yi Chen. Did Wen Sun not even know who Yi Chen was? Seeing them hesitate, Wen Sun roared angrily, what are you waiting for? Arrest him immediately. Then, Wen Sun sneered at Yi Chen, his eyes full of contempt. But Yi Chen stood his ground, completely unfazed. Rong Xiao sighed deeply and waved his hand. Take him. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Yi Chen, expecting to see him humiliated. The elites behind Rong Xiao immediately moved to action. But instead of arresting Yi Chen, they brushed past him and surrounded Wen Sun. In the stunned silence that followed, they restrained Wen Sun. The scene left everyone in shock. What was happening? Wasn't Wen Sun the commander? Why was he being restrained? Wen Sun himself was dumbfounded. This was beyond belief. Had the battle division changed so much in his brief absence? He tried to resist, but to his horror, as a half-step human deity, he found himself completely powerless against these elites. When had they become so strong? Wen Sun couldn't comprehend it and began struggling wildly. This is rebellion. Are you rebelling? How dare you arrest me? I ordered you to arrest him, not me. Don't you follow commands anymore? Wen Sun roared in fury. But no one paid him any attention. Rong Xiao stepped forward and respectfully asked Yi Chen, Yi Chen, we've detained Wen Sun. How should we deal with him? Hearing this, Wen Sun froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Chen. Had he misheard? Yi Chen? That name was legendary, spoken of with reverence and awe. He had heard countless stories of Yi Chen and regarded them as sacred. And now, he was being told that this young man in front of him was the legendary Yi Chen? His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Detain him and those people outside as well. After the competition, hand them over to Gongyu. Let him see how his subordinates conduct themselves, Yi Chen ordered coldly, concerned that the day's events might leak. Hearing this, Wen Sun immediately began begging for mercy. Yi Chen, I didn't recognize you. I didn't know it was you. My admiration for you is boundless, like an unending river. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Wen Sun knelt and pleaded. As a member of the battle division, he understood all too well the consequences of offending Yi Chen. Yang Su and Director Zhu were equally stunned. They had never imagined that Yi Chen was so powerful, capable of terrifying even Wen Sun. Fear gripped their hearts, and they began begging for mercy as well. This This has nothing to do with us. Please don't hold it against us. Yes, I have so many engagements. Please spare me, treat me as nothing more than a passing breeze. At this moment, Yang Su had lost all her previous arrogance. Her face was pale as ash. If detained, she wouldn't make it to her upcoming commitments, and several films would have to be shelved. The compensation alone would bankrupt her. Worse still, if word got out, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Overwhelmed with terror, she had no choice but to beg. But Yi Chen ignored them and turned his cold gaze to Wen Sun. As a member of the battle division, your behavior is disgraceful. You are unworthy of your position. Yi Chen said icily. Wen Sun, hearing this, fainted on the spot. He knew that once Yi Chen said such words, his future was completely destroyed. There was no chance for him to remain in the battle division. At that moment, despair filled his heart, and regret consumed him. Soon, he and the others were taken away into custody. After leaving the battle division base, Yi Chen returned to his hotel. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Looking at the screen, he saw it was from Luo Qingchu. Yi Chen picked up the call. Hello? Luo Qingchu's excited voice came through. Young Master Yi, where are you? I'm at the Crown Hotel. Are you in Jiangzhou? Yi Chen asked curiously. Yes. I came to see you. Luo Qingchu replied happily and then hung up the phone. Truth be told, ever since Yi Chen had come to Jiangzhou, Luo Qingchu couldn't stop thinking about him. Even though she knew she might not be worthy of him, her feelings were beyond her control. Soon, Luo Qingchu arrived at Yi Chen's hotel. When she saw him, a faint blush appeared on her face for reasons she couldn't explain. What brings you to Jiangzhou this time? Yi Chen asked, inviting her to sit down. It's about the medicinal garden. A few days ago, Elder Zhou approached me to say the garden is now stable. Thanks to his and Lu Yao's efforts, they've cleared a large area for planting. If we can cultivate some spiritual herbs, it will bring huge profits. So, he went to my grandfather to ask for some spiritual herbs, Luo Qingchu said with a smile. Zhou Sanqiu is quite capable, Yi Chen nodded approvingly. At least Zhou Sanqiu and his apprentice Lu Yao weren't idle. Although Yi Chen had already provided many spiritual herbs, the two of them continued to seek new avenues. I heard there's a high-end private auction in Jiangzhou, and they'll be auctioning off some high-grade spiritual herbs. I plan to buy some to bring back, Luo Qingchu said with a grin. Shall I accompany you? Yi Chen asked. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Luo Qingchu giggled. The truth was, she had come to find Yi Chen just so he could accompany her to the auction. Spending more time with him was all she wanted. For Luo Qingchu, she hadn't thought too far about their relationship's future. As long as Yi Chen could stay by her side a little longer, it was enough to make her happy for a long time. The auction wasn't until the evening, so Luo Qingchu dragged Yi Chen out shopping with her. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why did women love shopping so much? Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Emperor Group building, inside Mu Wanqing's office, she paced anxiously back and forth, phone in hand. No matter how many times she tried calling, all she got was the phone is off message. This left her extremely frustrated. Soon, her assistant pushed open the door. President Mu. There's big trouble. Mu Wanqing frowned. What happened? We've just received news that Wen Sun from Yun City's battle division has been detained, along with Director Zhu and Yang Su, who were shooting our commercial, the assistant said urgently. What? Mu Wanqing's expression darkened. She had spent a lot of effort and even invoked the Shang Jingyi family's name to establish connections with Wen Sun. Now, Wen Sun was in trouble at such a critical time. A sense of unease crept over her. Could someone be targeting the Emperor Group? How could this happen? It's just a commercial. Wen Sun is the third in command of the Yun City battle division. How could he be detained so easily? Who's behind this? Mu Wanqing shouted angrily. She had just recently been entrusted with full authority over the Emperor Group's operations by Yi Shaoqing. She was determined to make a name for herself, especially not to be outdone by Mu Qingxue, who managed the Mingzhu subsidiary. Now, as the Emperor Group was just beginning to gain traction, the first promotional commercial was already facing obstacles. If Yi Shaoqing found out, wouldn't he question her competence? Investigate. Find out what happened immediately. Mu Wanqing ordered furiously. Yes, the assistant replied quickly. Seeing the assistant hesitate to leave, Mu Wanqing looked up again. Is there something else? President Mu, young Master Yi has issued a directive, the assistant replied. What directive? Mu Wanqing asked with a frown. Tonight in Jiangzhou, there's a private auction, and the featured item is a 10,000-year blood jinsang. Many forces are eyeing it. Young Master Yi instructed that, no matter the cost, this item must be secured, the assistant said. Mu Wanqing's face remained calm. I understand. Then I'll take my leave, the assistant said, retreating and closing the door. Only then did Mu Wanqing's expression turn dark. She felt extremely frustrated. Even though she was now the CEO of the Emperor Group, Yi Shaoqing didn't trust her completely. Even the assistant assigned to her was essentially monitoring her every move. Yi Shaoqing's instructions were always conveyed through the assistant. It seemed she needed to deliver results quickly. Otherwise, her hard-won position might vanish with a single thought from Yi Shaoqing. 10,000-year blood ginseng? I must have it. Mu Wanqing said coldly, her eyes full of determination. The private auction in Jiangzhou was an exclusive event. Without sufficient capital or connections, it was impossible to obtain an invitation. Most of the items auctioned at these events were extremely rare and valuable. Around 6 in the evening, in a manor on the outskirts of the city, luxury cars filled the parking area. Mu Wanqing stepped out of her car, ready to attend the auction. To her surprise, as she got out, she saw someone she didn't expect, Yi Chen. Her brows furrowed. What was Yi Chen doing here? This was a high-end Jiangzhou auction. How could someone like Yi Chen have obtained an invitation? Walking up to him, Mu Wanqing looked down at Yi Chen and said condescendingly, Yi Chen, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you. Are you stalking me? Mu Wanqing assumed Yi Chen had followed her to the venue. Her tone carried evident displeasure. Yi Chen froze for a moment, then chuckled. Stalking her? He found it amusing how self-centered Mu Wanqing still was. Stalk you? Mu Wanqing, don't flatter yourself. Do you think you're someone worth stalking? Yi Chen snorted. If you're not stalking me, then why are you here? Mu Wanqing demanded. Obviously, I'm here for the auction, Yi Chen replied casually. At that moment, Luo Qingchu approached from a distance, casually hooking her arm through Yi Chen's and casting a playful look at Mu Wanqing. Oh, President Mu. Long time no see. Luo Qingchu said with a smirk. Seeing Luo Qingchu, Mu Wanqing's expression shifted, and she sneered at Yi Chen. So, it was thanks to Luo Qingchu that he was here. In Mu Wanqing's eyes, Yi Chen would never stop leeching off women. Once, she had seen Luo Qingchu as a figure of admiration, a prominent lady of the Yun City elite. But now, with her position as CEO of the Emperor Group and the backing of the Yi family, Mu Wanqing no longer saw Luo Qingchu as a rival. Humph, Yi Chen, you'll never change. Always relying on women, it's disgusting, she said disdainfully. Yi Chen hadn't spoken yet. However, Luo Qingchu looked at Mu Wanqing with a face full of amusement. President Mu, are you envious of us? Even though you're successful in your career, seeing how close Yi Chen and I are, do you feel extremely jealous? Luo Qingchu said mockingly, pressing her entire body against Yi Chen. Mu Wanqing froze at the sight of this scene. She didn't know why, but at that moment, a surge of inexplicable anger arose in her heart. Mu Wanqing suppressed her anger and glanced at Luo Qingchu with disdain. Only someone like you, from a small place and without much knowledge, would treat Yi Chen like a treasure. Mu Wanqing retorted stubbornly. Ha, President Mu, so what if you're the CEO of the Empire Group? At the end of the day, you're just a salaried worker. Don't forget, you're also from that small place you keep mentioning, Yun City. Do you really think you're superior just because you became a CEO? Luo Qingchu shrugged mockingly. You. Mu Wanqing's face filled with anger, but she realized she couldn't out-argue Luo Qingchu and found herself at a disadvantage. At this moment, a handsome young man approached. President Mu. So it's really you. A pleasure to meet you. The young man was Zheng Qinan, the young master of the Zhang family, who was quite famous in Jiangzhou. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing, he wanted to greet her. Mu Wanqing wasn't very familiar with Zheng Qinan, but she was so frustrated by Yi Chen and Luo Qingchu that she unexpectedly linked her arm with Zheng Qinan's. Yi Chen, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're just living off a woman. As for me, Mu Wanqing, I can have my pick of any young talent in Jiangzhou if I want. Let me introduce you, this is young Master Zhang from the Zhang family, whose assets are worth at least billions. Mu Wanqing said this to regain her dignity. Zheng Qinan froze, feeling like a pie had fallen from the sky. He had been chosen by the goddess. Of course, Zheng Qinan wasn't foolish. He could tell Mu Wanqing was mostly trying to anger Yi Chen and Luo Qingchu, but he didn't mind. He quickly played along and looked at Yi Chen with disdain. Just you two nobodies think you can attend Jiangzhou's auction? Do you even know your place? Yi Chen, I've heard about you, a man who lives off women. Do you think you're worthy of standing with us? Zheng Qinan mocked. Oh? We've never met, but you've heard of me? Looks like you've done your homework, Yi Chen said nonchalantly, shrugging. Homework? Ha, you're overthinking it. Your reputation as a freeloader is so widespread that no one needs to investigate. Zheng Qinan's expression stiffened slightly but maintained a look of contempt. What? Are you jealous? You're nothing more than Mu Wanqing's lapdog. Do you really think she likes you? Yi Chen chuckled. Hearing this, Zheng Qinan became furious. He knew Yi Chen was right, but Mu Wanqing, as the CEO of the Empire Group with Yi Shaoqing backing her, had chosen him as her shield. It was an honor. But no matter what right did Ji Chun have to ridicule him? Kid, don't be arrogant. Let me tell you, stay low-key, or you won't even know how you died. Zheng Qinan threatened when he couldn't out-argue Yi Chen. Yi Chen dismissed him with a shrug and, pulling Luo Qingchu alone, walked into the auction hall. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Mu Wanqing subtly withdrew her hand and walked inside as well. Zheng Qinan glared at Yi Chen, vowing silently to make him pay. Suppressing his anger, he hurried to catch up with Mu Wanqing. President Mu, wait for me. His demeanor resembled that of an eager follower. Yi Chen and Luo Qingchu's invitation only allowed them seats further back, given Luo Qingchu's modest standing in Jiangzhou. In contrast, Mu Wanqing and Zheng Qinan, being more influential figures in Jiangzhou, were seated in the front row. As they passed by, Zheng Qinan paused, laughing loudly. Ha ha, Yi Chen, as expected of a freeloader, sitting so far back. Can't afford a better seat? What does where we sit have to do with you? Luo Qingchu said coldly. Oh, feisty. Let me tell you, instead of being with a freeloader like Yi Chen, why not be with me? Even a little money from me would make your family prosper. Zheng Qinan sneered. Luo Qingchu couldn't help but laugh. While the Luo family might not have much renown in Jiangzhou, managing Yi Chen's herb garden had elevated their wealth significantly. Take care of yourself first. You're not even qualified to catch my attention. Luo Qingchu retorted scornfully. You, ungrateful. Zheng Qinan stormed off, humiliated. The small conflict didn't affect the proceedings. Mu Wanqing didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on the auction and her goal, to obtain a millennia-old jinsang. The auction was about to begin. Luo Qingchu curiously surveyed the bustling scene. Though not familiar with Jiangzhou's social circles, she was well informed about its powers. Yi Chen, this auction is quite lively. So many big shots have shown up. Isn't that Ji Xian from the Ji family? He's quite famous. At that moment, Ji Xian glanced over and surprisingly smiled politely, even nodding. This startled Luo Qingchu, who lowered her head, thinking she'd been caught pointing at him. Little did she know, Ji Xian wasn't looking at her but greeting Yi Chen. After a previous confrontation with Yi Chen, Ji Xian had spent days recovering in the hospital. Learning of Yi Chen's identity afterward, he was terrified. Seeing Yi Chen again at the auction, Ji Xian hurried to show respect. Soon, another young man approached Yi Chen and Luo Qingchu. Standing before Yi Chen, he smiled coldly. So, you're Yi Chen? I am Yi Chen. And who are you? Yi Chen lifted his head and glanced at the newcomer, his tone calm. My name is Yun Hai. I think you should know me. Yun Hai squinted his eyes as he spoke. I don't know you, and I'm not interested in knowing you. Yi Chen waved dismissively, speaking with disdain. Yi Chen, don't think that just because you killed that useless Yun Haoge, you're actually something special. Let me tell you, Yun Haoge was nothing more than a marginal waste in our Xingjingyan family. I hope you remember me because, starting today, I, Yun Hai, will become your nightmare. Yun Hai's gaze hardened as a commanding presence emanated from him. Hearing Yun Hai's words, several people nearby couldn't help but gasp in shock. It seemed that this auction truly gathered the elite. Not only had Jiangzhou's prominent figures arrived, but even young masters from Shengjing were participating. Yun Hai, the eldest son of the Yun family from Shengjing. This was truly someone extraordinary. It was well known that even Yun Haoge, a branch member of the Yun family, had gained prominence in Jiangzhou. How much more so for Yun Hai, a direct heir of the Shengjing Yun family? Oh, I'm not a fan of nightmares, Yi Chen said with a faint smile, unperturbed. Yun Hai felt his dignity insulted by Yi Chen's indifferent attitude. He glanced at Luo Qingchu, who was seated beside Yi Chen, and his eyes lit up. This Yi Chen guy might not be much, but the woman by his side was an absolute beauty. A wicked smile spread across Yunhai's face. Miss, Yi Chen is about to meet his end. You look quite stunning. If you slap Yi Chen in the face right now and then kiss me, I, Yunhai, will grant you immense wealth and prosperity. Yunhai spoke arrogantly. Luo Qingchu looked at the smug man before her and found him laughable. After meeting Yi Chen, no man could compare to the position Yi Chen held in her heart. Get lost. Without giving him any face, Luo Qingchu uttered a single word. Yunhai's expression twisted at her response. Back in Xingjing, as the eldest son of the Yun family, what woman dared treat him like this? With his temper flaring, Yunhai immediately raised his hand, intending to slap Luo Qingchu. However, before his hand could fall, smack! Yi Chen grabbed Yunhai's wrist firmly. Yunhai felt sharp pain shoot through his wrist as he gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Chen. You, let me go! Yunhai shouted angrily. Remember, don't mess with me, or Yunhauge's fate will become yours, Yi Chen said, releasing his grip. Yunhai staggered back a few steps. As the eldest son of the Shangjing Yun family, Yunhai had never suffered such humiliation before. But in Jiangzhou, he had already stumbled twice. He was seething with anger. Yet sensing that Yi Chen was not to be trifled with, he suppressed his fury. Interesting. You're the first person to dare lay a hand on me. Yi Chen, I'll remember you. New and old grudges, I'll settle them all soon. Yunhai squinted his eyes, turned, and left. At this moment, Mu Wanqing, seated in the front row, had also noticed the scene. Zheng Qinan added fuel to the fire. Ha, that Yi Chen must have a death wish. That's the eldest son of the Shangjing Yun family. I've heard that Yunhai is a ruthless man. Those who cross him rarely meet a good end. That kid is finished. Zheng Qinan sneered. Mu Wanqing didn't reply. She simply gave Yi Chen a cold glance, feeling deeply disappointed. Yi Chen was still the same, daring to provoke even a powerful entity like the Shangjing Yun family for the sake of a woman. In Mu Wanqing's view, such behavior was nothing short of suicidal. If it were her, she would lower her stance without hesitation. After all, only by becoming strong oneself could one stand against such powerful families. Don't bother with him. If he wants to court death, that's his business, Mu Wanqing said coldly, then focused her attention on the auction. The auction finally began. Most of the items being auctioned were rare herbs, medicines, and peculiar artifacts. Luo Qingchu won several bids for various herbs, spending a considerable amount of money. This left many attendees astonished. After all, Luo Qingchu was known to be from Yun City, a relatively small place compared to Jiangzhou. Yet, she was spending lavishly on the auction. This left many puzzled. When had Yun City's families become so wealthy? Zheng Qinan was filled with envy and jealousy. Damn it! People were so different. He was a lapdog for Mu Wanqing, but she never spared him a second glance. Yet look at Yi Chen, clearly a nobody, and he managed to attract a rich woman like Luo Qingchu. However, most attendees were here for the final item of the auction, the millennium-old blood ginseng. This rare and priceless treasure had drawn intense interest. While the earlier bids for herbs saw little competition, everyone was determined to claim the blood ginseng. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage and unveiled the blood ginseng. Many martial arts practitioners in the audience could immediately feel the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. A true treasure. An absolute gem. And now, the final item of the auction, the millennium-old blood ginseng. The starting bid is 1 billion, with increments of no less than 100 million per bid. The auctioneer announced. Immediately, several young masters who had their eyes on the ginseng began bidding. 1.5 billion. Yunhai raised his paddle first, adding 500 million in one go, signaling a fierce competition. 1.8 billion. 2 billion. 2.5 billion. One by one, the bids climbed higher. Mu Wanqing was not one to back down. She directly raised her paddle. 5 billion. The room fell silent instantly as everyone turned to look at Mu Wanqing. This abrupt jump in the bid was shockingly bold. Many were stunned. Most recognized Mu Wanqing as the CEO of the Empire Group. Mu Wanqing knew she had to secure the blood ginseng today. After calculating, she determined that Yunhai from the Shangjing Yun family was her only real competitor. So, she deliberately raised the price to 5 billion in one go. Then, she rose slowly. Young Master Yun, I'm Mu Wanqing, the CEO of the Empire Group. I've been instructed by young Master Yi of the Shang Jingyi family to acquire this item at all costs. I wonder if you could give the Empire Group this face. Mu Wanqing's sharp gaze fixed on Yun Hai. Raising the bid and invoking the name of the Shang Jingyi family's Yi Shaoqing was a strategic move to dissuade others from competing. It worked. Yun Hai squinted and pondered for a moment. So, you're the CEO of the Empire Group. Since you've asked, I'll give young Master Yi this face today. Not wanting to provoke Yi Shaoqing for now, Yun Hai conceded. With Yun Hai stepping down, others naturally didn't dare compete either. Mu Wanqing smiled faintly. 5 billion was a hefty price but within the Empire Group's budget. After all, if the bidding continued, the blood jinsang might fetch a sky-high price of 10 billion. Securing it for 5 billion proved her capability. Thank you all, Mu Wanqing said with a smile. Just as she thought victory was assured, an unexpected voice broke the silence. 5.1 billion. The room went silent again. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Yi Chen calmly raising his paddle. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Chen. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. What was going on? How could someone dare to raise the bid at this moment? It was known that Mu Wanqing had already invoked the name of the Shang Jingyi family's young master. Although the millennium-old blood ginseng was indeed precious, going against the Shang Jingyi family over it was clearly unwise. Who is this guy? He's got guts. He just offended the eldest son of the Shang Jingyan family, and now he dares to compete for something the Empire Group has its eyes on. Does he have a death wish? What a reckless fool. The surrounding crowd assumed Yi Chen was merely seeking attention. Mu Wanqing cast a cold glance at Yi Chen, dismissing him entirely. To her, Yi Chen's actions were nothing more than a petty attempt at revenge. Surely, he knew she would outbid him no matter what, so he felt emboldened to raise the price recklessly. Mu Wanqing couldn't be bothered with such childish behavior. 6 billion. Mu Wanqing immediately raised the bid by 9 billion. The crowd collectively gasped. Such wealth and boldness. 6.1 billion. Yi Chen raised the bid again. This time, Mu Wanqing frowned and turned to look at Yi Chen, a trace of doubt in her eyes. This unmotivated man, did he really have the means to bid over 6 billion? She then shifted her gaze to Luo Qingchu. Was this woman crazy? Spending so much money just to let Yi Chen show off? Even so, Mu Wanqing didn't respond. Instead, she raised her paddle again. 7 billion. 7.1 billion. 7.5 billion. 7.6 billion. The bidding continued, and no matter what price Mu Wanqing offered, Yi Chen always added 1 more billion. Mu Wanqing's eyes reddened with anger. Originally, she could have secured the ginseng for 5 billion. Now, the price had skyrocketed by over 2 billion. What made it worse was that Yi Chen only increased the bid by 1 billion each time. Yi Chen, what do you mean by this? Do you think this is funny? Mu Wanqing turned and berated Yi Chen. Funny? I'm just bidding, Yi Chen replied, a faint smile on his lips. Bidding? With what qualifications? You know perfectly well I'll outbid you no matter what. You're intentionally driving up the price. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth in frustration. So what if I am? As long as I bid, it counts. Mu Wanqing, if you're broke and can't afford it, you can just back out. Yi Chen smiled at Mu Wanqing as though he had her completely cornered. Mu Wanqing was furious but helpless. Clearly, everyone's finances had been verified upon entering the auction. Since Yi Chen was brought in by Luo Qingchu, he must have passed the verification process. While Yi Chen's actions were shameless, they were technically within the rules. After all, no one could forbid others from bidding. Mu Wanqing narrowed her eyes, a cold smile forming on her lips. She believed Yi Chen was acting so recklessly because he was confident she wouldn't give up on the ginseng. But what if she suddenly backed out? Yi Chen would be finished. Even if the Luo family had money, there was no way they would waste billions just to let Yi Chen show off. Mu Wanqing made up her mind to teach Yi Chen a harsh lesson. If she gave up, Yi Chen would surely beg her to continue bidding. 8 billion. 8.1 billion. As expected, Yi Chen immediately followed her bid. However, this time, Mu Wanqing stopped. She looked at Yi Chen with disdain, as though she had seen through his intentions. The auctioneer, seeing no further bids, began the final countdown. 8.1 billion, going once. Mu Wanqing's face showed a smug smile. Yi Chen, if you beg me now, I might raise the bid again. This is 8 billion. Are you sure the Luo family can afford this for you? I warn you, if you win the bid and don't pay, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mu Wanqing believed Yi Chen must be panicking. Before the final hammer fell, she would raise the bid again to avoid any real consequences. But first, she wanted to see Yi Chen humiliated, begging her to intervene. 8.1 billion, going twice. The auctioneer's voice echoed. Yi Chen remained unfazed. Now, Mu Wanqing began to panic. Yi Chen, stop pretending. You still have a chance. Kneel and beg me, and I'll save you. Otherwise, even you can't imagine what will happen to you. Yi Chen. Stop acting. Mu Wanqing grew increasingly anxious. She wanted to see Yi Chen's submissive side but couldn't risk actually losing the auction. She had to act before the hammer fell. Just as the auctioneer was about to speak, Yi Chen suddenly stood up. His movement caught Mu Wanqing's attention, startling her. Her mind went blank for a moment. Then, the auctioneer's voice rang out. 8.1 billion, going thrice. Sold. Bang! The hammer fell. She had lost control. Mu Wanqing felt a chill run down her spine. Sold? She stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. How could things have gone so differently from what she expected? Shouldn't Yi Chen have begged her to continue bidding, humbling himself at her feet? She had expected to win the bid and bask in glory before Yi Shaoqing. But now, everything was ruined. Since becoming the CEO of the Empire Group, she had failed twice, first with the advertising campaign, and now with the auction. 2 consecutive failures made her doubt herself. For a brief moment, she wondered if her abilities were lacking. But she quickly dismissed that thought. It couldn't be her fault. It had to be Yi Chen, he must be her nemesis. The realization filled Mu Wanqing with rage. Yi Chen, you've ruined me. She roared furiously. Mu Wanqing, what nonsense are you spouting? How did I ruin you? This is an auction, items go to the highest bidder. I bid higher, so it's mine. Are you trying to say that being poor makes you right? Yi Chen retorted with disdain. Hearing his words, Mu Wanqing's face turned red, then pale. She was on the verge of breaking down. Yi Chen, you dare call me poor? I'm the CEO of the Empire Group, backed by the Shang family. And you call me poor? Do you even have money? I highly suspect you've been maliciously driving up the price. There's no way you can pay 8 billion. She furiously questioned Yi Chen. The surrounding crowd watched her outburst with astonished expressions. Who would have thought that Mu Wanqing, the CEO of the Empire Group, could lose her composure like this? Luo Qingchu stepped forward, her face filled with mockery. President Mu, don't forget, everyone's finances were verified before entering the auction hall. Mu Wanqing was left speechless. She glared at Yi Chen and Luo Qingchu, her eyes burning with fury. Taking a deep breath, she sneered. Yi Chen, you're something else. Living off women and spending 8 billion like it's nothing. You truly deserve the title of Jiangzhou's #1 freeloader. The auction ended just like that. Once again, Mu Wanqing faced defeat, leaving her feeling frustrated. However, her current status and position were no longer the same. She firmly believed in keeping her emotions hidden. Even though she was seething inside, she maintained a calm and indifferent expression in public, only regretting that she had earlier displayed such an outburst that made her seem like a shrew. As Mu Wanqing walked out of the auction, dozens of bodyguards in black suits immediately surrounded her for protection. The crowd instinctively stepped aside. After all, the Empire Group was now one of the leading forces in Jiangzhou, with the Shang family backing it. Such grand treatment for Mu Wanqing wasn't out of place. Of course, there were plenty of envious and jealous onlookers, silently cursing Mu Wanqing as nothing more than a nouveau riche. Those familiar with her background knew that Mu Wanqing had merely come from the small town of Yun City. Had she not latched onto Yi Shaoqing, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand among them, let alone enjoy such fanfare. But fate was different for her. Now, as the CEO of the Empire Group, everyone had no choice but to make way for her. Mu Wanqing walked forward confidently, her chest puffed out with pride. Soon, she reached Yi Chen and Luo Qingchu's side. She stopped, casting a cold glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you think your actions today will have any effect on me? Let me tell you, we are destined to live in different worlds. None of your petty tricks will make any waves. If you're trying to get my attention, let me be clear, you're not worthy. Mu Wanqing spoke indifferently, her tone exuding a sense of superiority. Yi Chen frowned. Mu Wanqing had truly grown conceited, still full of self-importance. To be honest, her current status didn't matter to Yi Chen in the slightest. CEO of the Empire Group? She was nothing more than a loyal dog under Yi Shaoqing. What was there to be proud of? However, Mu Wanqing clearly thought otherwise. Yi Chen, if you're going to live off women, then do so properly. If you think you can return to the Mu family, let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. So, I suggest you stop playing these laughable little games with me. Mu Wanqing's eyes were cold as she spoke. In her opinion, Yi Chen's appearance here and his deliberate attempt to compete with her for the Millennium Blood Jinsang were nothing more than efforts to attract her attention. But hearing her words, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh coldly, a hint of mockery curling his lips. Mu Wanqing frowned. Given her current status, which was leagues above Yi Chen's, she expected him to behave like the sycophantic people around her, bowing and scraping. But Yi Chen wasn't showing her any respect. Instead, his face was full of disdain, as if she wasn't worth his time. This confused her. Could Yi Chen be trying a different approach, feigning indifference to capture her attention? The thought only made Mu Wanqing feel more disdain. She now considered herself a star shining high above, while Yi Chen was nothing more than a crawling ant. No matter what he tried, it was laughable and pathetic. Yi Chen remained silent, but Luo Qingchu couldn't hold back. Mu Wanqing, aren't you being a little too self-absorbed? Do you really think Yi Chen cares about you? Don't be ridiculous. The things Yi Chen has would easily overshadow your empire group. Luo Qingchu said with disdain. Do you have any place to speak while I'm talking to Yi Chen? Remember, I'm now the CEO of the empire group. Address me as President Mu. And what standing does a mere Luo family from Yun City have to speak here? Mu Wanqing said arrogantly, looking down on Luo Qingchu. She no longer regarded the Luo family from Yun City as worth her attention. Mu Wanqing, you're truly short-sighted. Even if you own the empire group, it wouldn't be enough for me to spare it a second glance. Luo Qingchu scoffed. Oh? And who's short-sighted? The empire group has invested over 100 billion. Do you even understand what 100 billion means? Mu Wanqing retorted smugly. 100 billion? Such a trivial amount. Only someone as ignorant as you would find it impressive. Luo Qingchu said dismissively. Her words left Mu Wanqing dumbfounded. 100 billion a trivial amount? Was Luo Qingchu out of her mind? Perhaps being around Yi Chen for too long had made her prone to exaggeration. In truth, Mu Wanqing had no idea. Yun City was no longer the backwater it had once been. The families who had supported Yi Chen early on had rapidly grown thanks to the herbal garden, particularly the Luo family, whose scale was now approaching $1 trillion. So, calling 100 billion a trivial amount wasn't entirely an exaggeration. But Mu Wanqing couldn't believe it, nor could those around them. After all, the idea of $1 trillion company emerging from a small place like Yun City was simply unbelievable. Mu Wanqing smiled bitterly to herself. She couldn't believe she was arguing with such ignorant people. Forget it. Different perspectives led to different understandings. Mu Wanqing cast a haughty glance at Luo Qingchu. Luo Qingchu, let me remind you, you've already been influenced by Yi Chen. In this world, strength is everything. Bluffing won't achieve anything. A man like him is best avoided. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Mu Wanqing warned. That's none of your concern. Yi Chen is great. Besides, I should thank you. If not for your poor judgment in leaving him, I wouldn't have had such a wonderful opportunity. Perhaps one day, you'll regret it and wish you could slap yourself. Luo Qingchu shrugged, smiling. Regret? How laughable. How could a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? Mu Wanqing laughed heartily but lost interest in the argument. Surrounded by bodyguards, she got into her car and left. As Mu Wanqing departed, Luo Qingchu sighed. Yi Chen, Mu Wanqing is so narrow-minded. She thinks becoming the CEO of $1 billion company makes her impressive. But she doesn't realize how much she lost by letting you go. Luo Qingchu said with a sigh. Only those who truly interacted with Yi Chen could understand that his influence and power far exceeded what billions could measure. In fact, the more Luo Qingchu got to know Yi Chen, the more she realized how unfathomable he was. Everyone has the right to choose their future, Yi Chen said calmly. With that, Yi Chen took Luo Qingchu's hand and left. However, no one noticed that someone had been watching Yi Chen from the shadows the entire time, his gaze sharp and venomous. It was Yun Hai, the eldest son of the Shang Yun family, who had just been humiliated by Yi Chen. Standing beside Yun Hai was Zheng Qinan. The two seemed to share the same malicious intent. Young Master Yun, I've disliked that Ji Chun for a long time. I'd love to teach him a lesson. Zheng Qinan said angrily. He won't live much longer, Yun Hai sneered. What do you mean? Zheng Qinan asked curiously. A sinister expression appeared on Yun Hai's face. What do you think would happen if the top assassin from overseas were after you? The top assassin? Zheng Qinan gasped, a single thought flashing through his mind. Death. The top assassin from overseas. Zheng Qinan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected from a young master from Shangjing, Yun Hai's methods were extraordinary. He directly hired the top assassin from overseas. At the same time, Mu Wanqing returned to the Empire Group. She stood with her head lowered in front of Yi Shaoqing. This failure made her feel extremely uneasy, fearing that Yi Shaoqing would blame her. Young Master Yi, this was my mistake. But please believe me, I will make up for this loss. It's all Yi Chen's fault, he deliberately caused trouble. Mu Wanqing said, her tone aggrieved. However, Yi Shaoqing didn't get angry. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, it seems Yi Chen won't escape this time. What do you mean? Mu Wanqing asked, puzzled. He offended that brat Yun Hai. Yun Hai is narrow-minded and vengeful. I've heard he already hired the top assassin from overseas, determined to kill Yi Chen. Yi Shaoqing said with a light laugh. Really? Doesn't that mean Yi Chen is finished? Mu Wanqing asked in shock. Of course. The assassin Yun Hai hired is said to be incredibly skilled and has never failed a mission since his debut, Yi Shaoqing explained. Then, what should we do? Mu Wanqing asked. We'll sit back and watch. Send someone to locate Yi Chen immediately, and pass the address to Yun Hai. Let them handle him, it's a win-win, Yi Shaoqing said with a sinister expression. Soon, the Empire Group sent people to search for Yi Chen. However, to Mu Wanqing's disappointment, despite the Empire Group's resources, they couldn't locate him. It was as if Yi Chen had vanished into thin air. Inside the CEO's office of the Empire Group, Mu Wanqing's secretary hurried in. Have you found him? Mu Wanqing asked without looking up. President Mu, we couldn't find him. It's as if Yi Chen disappeared into thin air. He might have secretly left Jiangzhou, the secretary reported. Mu Wanqing frowned, her face showing a hint of disdain. Yi Chen, I always thought you weren't afraid of death. But it turns out you value your life after all. Mu Wanqing believed that Yi Chen must have received the news and hurriedly fled Jiangzhou. She found it laughable. If you were going to flee, why provoke trouble in the first place? At the time, wasn't Yi Chen so arrogant when he offended Yun Hai? Now, he's hiding. However, what Mu Wanqing didn't know was that Yi Chen had no idea about Yun Hai hiring the top assassin. At that moment, he was participating in the battle department competition as the instructor of the Yun City battle unit. The competition was set to begin the next day. Before it started, all the elite teams from various battle units were gathered for management. The Yun City battle unit's elite team immediately drew attention when they entered. After all, being a consistently bottom-ranking team naturally made them the target of ridicule. Right beside them was the Razor Squad. Every member of the Razor Squad carried an air of superiority. And no wonder 3 of the top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list were in the Razor Squad. Moreover, the Razor Squad was always one of the favorites to place in the top 3 of the battle department competition. As the Yun City team settled in to rest, Wang Lei's expression suddenly changed as she noticed the Razor Squad. Well, isn't this Wan Lei? I didn't expect you to participate in the battle department competition. Has the Yun City battle unit fallen this low, said Qindong, a member of the Razor Squad, with a mocking smile. What's that supposed to mean, Qindong? Wang Lei retorted with a cold snort. Wang Lei, don't forget, back in the battle academy, you were famously at the bottom, almost expelled. I can't understand what qualifies you to compete at the same level as us, Qindong said mercilessly. Qindong and Wang Lei had been classmates at the battle academy. Back then, Qindong had pursued Wan Lei, but after being rejected, his admiration turned to resentment. Now, seeing her again, he didn't hold back. Wang Lei's face stiffened at his words. Qindong, what are you bragging about? If you're so great, let's have a one-on-one match. You think you're unbeatable? Let me tell you, this year, the Yun City battle unit will take down your Razor Squad. Wang Lei said angrily. Her words caused the entire Razor Squad to burst into laughter. To them, the Yun City battle unit, a team known for its incompetence, couldn't possibly compare to the Razor Squad. The idea of the Yun City team defeating them was downright insulting. The Razor Squad's captain, Zhao Huang, stepped forward and gave Wang Lei a disdainful glance before turning to look at Rong Xiao, the Yun City captain. Captain Rong, it's not that I look down on your Yun City battle unit, but shouldn't you keep your subordinates in check? Such reckless words show a lack of self-awareness. If our Razor Squad decides to target you, don't blame us when you end up dead last and have to slink back to Yun City in shame, Zhao Huang said coldly. In his eyes, Yun City's team was so insignificant that they had no choice but to back down if he spoke. However, to his surprise, Rong Xiao stepped forward and said calmly, Captain Zhao, I admit your Razor Squad is strong and has consistently been a favorite for the top 3. But this year is different. The Yun City battle unit would like to test your strength. These words were like a thunderclap in the room. The entire Razor Squad was stunned. Did they hear that correctly? Did the Yun City battle unit just challenge the Razor Squad? What a joke! With Yun City's meager capabilities, they dared to go head-to-head with the Razor Squad? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Rong Xiao, do you even hear yourself? Who gave you the confidence to say something so arrogant? Zhao Huang burst out laughing. He couldn't fathom how Rong Xiao dared to challenge him. After all, the Razor Squad had at least 3 of the top 10 Hidden Dragon List members absolute prodigies. It wouldn't even be a contest. Against the Yun City battle unit, a single Razor Squad member could wipe the floor with them. To Zhao Huang and his squad, Rong Xiao's challenge was not only ridiculous but also insulting. What are you laughing at? The Yun City battle unit has undergone a complete transformation. Our instructor said if someone doesn't respect us, we'll make them submit. Wang Lei snapped angrily. The Yun City battle unit's past reputation for incompetence was ancient history. Now, its elite members stood tall, refusing to be mocked. Wang Lei, known for her fiery temper, stepped forward. Zhao Huang, Chen Dong. You think the Yun City battle unit is weak? I challenge you both right now. If you're scared, feel free to fight me 2-on-1. At this moment, Zhao Huang and the others' expressions darkened. In their eyes, the Yun City battle unit, which they considered complete trash, had dared to oppose them again and again. This was intolerable. With a cold and mocking expression, Zhao Huang stared at Wang Lei and said with a menacing tone, You, challenging the Razor Squad, and even claiming you'd take on 2 of us? Are you looking down on me, Zhao Huang, or the entire Razor Squad? And what if I am? If you've got the guts, let's settle it with our fists. Stop wasting time. Wang Lei retorted fiercely. The arrogance in her tone riled up the members of the Razor Squad. Captain Zhao, teach this girl a lesson. She's just a rookie who doesn't know fear. What a reckless brat. Since the competition officially starts tomorrow, let's give this trash from the Yun City battle unit a little lesson today. Let them know that trash will always be trash. Exactly. And she says 1 against 2? Captain Zhao could crush 10 of them with one hand. The Razor Squad erupted in indignation. Zhao Huang, however, raised his hand to silence them, his face full of disdain. She's just a woman. I wouldn't stoop so low. In the entire battle department, only one woman is qualified to challenge me, and that's Chang Xiu from the Solar Squad, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon List. Zhao Huang's tone was icy. Oomph, what a joke. Zhao Huang, are you scared? Wang Lei, already seething, retorted angrily. Scared? I, Zhao Huang, don't even know the meaning of fear. But fighting you is child's play. How about this, bring out your instructor, and I'll show you how I can crush them with one hand. Zhao Huang said arrogantly. His inherent arrogance made him look down on the Yun City battle unit's elites entirely. So, instead of facing the team, he directly targeted their instructor. Zhao Huang sneered internally. Defeating your instructor will leave you with no words to say. Everyone knew the disparity between battle department elites stemmed from 2 factors, the talent of the squad members and the instructors leading them. For instance, the Razor Squad had 3 members in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon List. The Solar Squad even had Chang Xiu, ranked first. This level of talent already created a massive gap. Furthermore, the top squads often hired instructors who were experts on the Dragon List. But the Yun City battle unit? They couldn't even afford such instructors. When Zhao Huang issued his challenge, the Yun City elites were momentarily stunned. Was Zhao Huang out of his mind? Challenging their instructor? Was he crazy? Zhao Huang, are you overestimating yourself? Challenging our instructor? That's hilarious. You aren't even qualified to carry their shoes. Wang Lei retorted. It was true. While Wan Lei might struggle to defeat Zhao Huang, the idea of Zhao Huang challenging Instructor Yi was laughable. Calling him unworthy to carry Yi Chen's shoes was actually giving him too much credit. Although Wan Lei was speaking the truth, the Razor Squad took her words as an extreme insult. Instantly, they were enraged. Wang Lei, what's that supposed to mean? Our captain is ranked 4th on the hidden dragon list. If you don't believe it, we can prove it right now. Exactly. Watch how we crush you. Damn it. No one has dared to speak ill of the Razor Squad in years. Let's see you try. The Razor Squad stepped forward, shouting provocations. In the past, the Yun City elites would have swallowed their anger in such situations. After all, being outmatched, they had no choice but to restrain themselves. But things were different now. After rigorous training, the Yun City elites were eager to prove themselves. Seeing the Razor Squad act so arrogantly, they immediately stood their ground. Bring it on! Do you think we're afraid of you? Let's settle this before the competition even starts. We've had enough of you. We've been training for so long. Do you really think we're scared? Exactly. Let's show them the pride of Yun City. The atmosphere grew tense, and it seemed like a fight could break out at any moment. Just then, Yi Chen walked over slowly. When the Yun City elite saw him, they immediately stopped. Instructor Yi! They called out in unison. Yi Chen frowned and spoke in a stern tone, what's going on here? Didn't I push you hard enough in training? If you have the energy to act tough here, why not focus on making a name for yourselves in the competition tomorrow? Yi Chen scolded them. Instructor Yi, it's because they've gone too far, Wan Lei began. But before she could finish, Yi Chen interrupted with a cold snort, just do your part. Only ignorant fools act on impulse. Step back and rest. Focus on preparing for tomorrow's competition. Reluctantly, the Yun City elites retreated. Seeing this, the Razor Squad burst out laughing. They had initially been wary, thinking Yun City might have hired a formidable instructor to bolster their confidence. But now, their instructor was a young man barely in his 20s. To them, he looked like a fresh college graduate who had just entered society, still wet behind the ears. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. So this is Yun City Battle Unit's instructor? Kid, you still haven't grown facial hair, and you call yourself an instructor? The Yun City Battle Unit really is pathetic. Even if they can't find someone strong, they should at least get someone a bit more credible, right? Captain Zhao, why don't you take over as Yun City's instructor? You definitely do a better job than this kid. The Razor Squad erupted in laughter. Zhao Huang's face was full of mockery as he walked up to Yi Chen. Kid, you're Yun City's instructor? Zhao Huang asked menacingly. I am. What do you want? Yi Chen replied calmly. Oh, nothing much. Your squad member said I'm not even worthy to carry your shoes. I'd like to see if that's true, if Yun City's instructor is really so impressive that even I, ranked 4th on the hidden dragon list, am unqualified to carry your shoes. Zhao Huang smirked maliciously. After a moment, he added, of course, if you're too scared, I won't hold it against you. Just kneel and bow to me on behalf of Yun City, and I'll let this slide. As Zhao Huang openly confronted Yi Chen, the Razor Squad members grinned. If Yi Chen refused, Yun City's reputation would be in tatters. If Yi Chen agreed and was defeated, the Yun City Battle Unit would become an even bigger laughingstock. All eyes turned to Yi Chen. Frowning slightly, Yi Chen spoke calmly, oh, my squad member might have misspoken. Hearing this, everyone held their breath. Was Yi Chen really going to apologize? Just as the crowd thought Yun City would face humiliation, Yi Chen's voice rang out again. Let me clarify. It's not just about you. None of your Razor Squad, or anyone in your entire battle unit, is worthy to carry my shoes. Understood? Shocked. Completely shocked. No one could have imagined that the once timid and submissive Yun City battle unit had become so bold, with even their instructor exuding such arrogance. Zhao Huang's face darkened completely. What was the Yun City battle unit, anyway? In the entire battle department, they were just a fringe team. Since when did they dare act so recklessly? The members of the Razor Squad were stunned on the spot. Meanwhile, the Yun City elites were on the verge of going crazy with excitement after hearing Yi Chen's words. Well said, Instructor Yi. The so-called Razor Squad isn't even worthy of carrying our instructor's shoes. If you don't agree, let's settle it. Long live the Yun City Battle Unit. We'll take first place in the Battle Department competition. The Razor Squad members remained dumbfounded at the Yun City elite's bold declarations. What on earth? Had the Yun City Battle Unit gone insane? Not only did they dare challenge the Razor Squad, but now they were claiming they'd win first place in the Battle Department competition? Winning first place? If teams like the Wolf Squad, the Bayonet Squad, or the Solar Squad said such things, it would be believable. After all, these were top-seed teams with proven strength. But the Yun City Battle Unit? A bunch of trash? How dare they spout such nonsense? What's more, they weren't just saying it, they genuinely believed it, as if it was a foregone conclusion. Where did they get such confidence? At that moment, Chen raised a hand and spoke with overwhelming arrogance. Remember, the Battle Department competition isn't your end goal, it's just the beginning. If you can't even take first place in the competition, how are you any different from trash? Chen's voice was powerful, delivering a figurative slap to the Razor Squad. Zhao Huang was utterly enraged. Well. The instructor of the Yun City Battle Unit really knows how to talk big. Since you're so confident, why don't you accept my challenge for a one-on-one match? Zhao Huang roared at Chen. Chen glanced at Zhao Huang with a look of disdain. You think you're capable? Why would I accept a challenge from an ant? Chen mocked coldly. An ant? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Zhao Huang was ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. Among the younger generation in the entire Dragon Nation, his strength was among the best. At his young age, he was already on track to compete for a top 10 spot on the Dragon list in the future, a true prodigy. And yet, Chen had dismissed him as an ant? Anyone can talk big. If you're so capable, why not accept my challenge? Zhao Huang sneered. Chen glanced at Zhao Huang and said, if you want to challenge me, then first defeat a few of them. He gestured toward the Yun City elites. Hearing this, Zhao Huang and the Razor Squad burst out laughing. The Yun City Battle Unit? I'm not exaggerating when I say I could crush them with one hand. If you're too scared to accept my challenge, just admit it and stop pretending in front of us. Zhao Huang's mocking laughter was unbearable, but Chen didn't respond. After all, why would a true powerhouse waste time on the provocations of an ant? Instead, he turned to the Yun City elites. Tomorrow marks the start of the Battle Department competition. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, take the Razor Squad and send them all packing. Can you do it? Chen asked loudly. Yes, Instructor Yi, the Yun City elites responded in unison. Being ignored infuriated Zhao Huang. Since they were on the Battle Department base grounds, the Razor Squad couldn't attack the Yun City team without provocation. Doing so would risk disqualification from the competition. The Yun City Battle Unit is a bunch of cowards. They might as well rename themselves the Bragging Battle Unit. Exactly. They got some inexperienced kid as an instructor and won't even accept our captain's challenge. It's laughable. Trash will always be trash. No matter how much they brag, they're still worthless. The Razor Squad erupted in mocking laughter. Zhao Huang narrowed his eyes, his expression turning cold. Fine. If they won't accept now, then during tomorrow's competition, show no mercy if you encounter anyone from the Yun City Battle Unit. Do you hear me? The Razor Squad members nodded in agreement. We'll see. Zhao Huang snorted, glaring at Chen one last time before turning away. At that moment, teams from across the Battle Department began arriving. Among them, the Solar Squad drew the most attention. The reason? Their captain, Chang Xiu. In the Battle Department, any woman who could establish herself was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Especially Chang Xiu. She carried numerous accolades, one of Xinjiang's top 10 beauties, a rising star of the Battle Department, and the #1 ranked prodigy on the Hidden Dragon list. With a calm demeanor, Chang Xiu walked in. Zhao Huan's expression softened as he looked at her with admiration. When he saw Chang Xiu approaching, Zhao Huang's heart raced. He assumed she was coming to greet him and extended his hand. To his shock, Chang Xiu brushed past him without a word and went straight to Chen. Zhao Huang was left awkwardly frozen in place. Chen, what are you doing here? Chang Xiu asked coldly. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Chen replied without even looking up. While others stared at Chang Xiu in awe, their eyes filled with admiration, Chen treated her as if she were invisible. Chang Xiu hadn't expected Chen to be so indifferent. She snorted lightly. This is a restricted area for the Battle Department. It's not a place for just anyone to wander in. Chang Xiu said dismissively. Watch your words, Chang Xiu. This is our instructor, Chen. What do you mean by just anyone? Wang Lei stood up, clearly displeased. Hearing this, Chang Xiu was momentarily stunned. Instructor of the Yun City Battle Unit? Shocked. Chang Xiu gave Wang Lei a cold glance. I always thought it was embarrassing enough for the Yun City Battle Unit to finish last every year. But now, you've fallen so far as to hire an amateur as an instructor? How laughable. She couldn't believe Yi Chen was the instructor for the Yun City Battle Unit. This had to be a joke. Seeing Yi Chen ignore her, Chang Xiu didn't press further. She simply sneered and said, since you're their instructor, let me warn you. Our solar squad will make sure the Yun City Battle Unit is the first to be eliminated. With that, Chang Xiu turned and left. All eyes shifted to the Yun City elites. Expressions of pity filled the room. It's over. The Yun City Battle Unit was doomed. The competition hadn't even started, and they were already targeted by both the Razor Squad and the Solar Squad, two of the strongest teams. How could they possibly survive this? In the past, as a fringe team, the Yun City Battle Unit was ignored, allowing them to quietly scrape by at the bottom. But now, their only likely position was dead last. Everyone wondered why the Yun City Battle Unit would hire such a trouble-stirring instructor. Were they asking for a humiliation? The news that the Yun City War Division was targeted by two elite seed teams spread instantly. It became a joke. Some weaker squads in the War Division felt inexplicably excited. Ha ha ha. This time, Yun City War Division will definitely take last place. I was worried we'd get last place again this year, but it turns out Yun City War Division is volunteering to be eliminated. Weaklings should stay low-key. Just thinking about being targeted by the Solar Squad and the Blade Squad is terrifying. I also heard Yun City War Division hired a young rookie as their instructor. They're really going backward as they live. Basically, no one thought Yun City War Division could succeed. In fact, with Yun City War Division as the expected losers, others felt relieved that they wouldn't take the last spot themselves. At this moment, the elites of Yun City War Division were holding their breath. No one wanted to be looked down upon. The next day, the War Division competition officially began. The competition format was simple and brutal, consisting of two parts. Individual combat ability. This tested personal strength. All War Division elites were mixed together, then transported by plane into the vast mountain range. They had 36 hours to return to base. In the mountains, participants would face various dangers, testing their adaptability. Without sufficient strength, getting out within 36 hours was nearly impossible. For Yun City War Division, it had always been an achievement if even 1 or 2 out of 10 elites made it back. Soon, all the elites were sent into the mountains. Various war divisions began speculating which teams would return intact. I think the Solar Squad is exceptional this year. Not only do they have a powerful member like Chang Xiu, but the other members are also top tier. The Blade Squad isn't bad either. With 3 geniuses from the Hidden Dragon ranking, they have a strong chance at the championship. The Wolf Squad is also eyeing the prize this time. The first round is critical. Losing a single member can significantly impact teamwork in the next phase. Let's see. Any team that returns intact will have a big advantage. The 36 hours quickly passed. Chang Xiu was the first to return, as expected. Soon, more participants arrived. To everyone's shock, Yun City War Division, previously dismissed, returned with all members intact. This was utterly unexpected. Out of all the war divisions, only 4 teams managed a full return: Blade Squad, Wolf Squad, Solar Squad, and Dagger Squad, teams considered top contenders for the championship. Yun City War Division had always been on the fringes. How could they possibly return intact? As the news sank in, the second phase, the group battle, began. All elites were gathered together. The only rule: there were no rules. Teams would battle until only the victors remained. The moment it began, the intensity soared. Chang Xiu glanced at Yun City War Division. I didn't expect Yun City War Division to surprise us this year. If not for Yi Chen's arrogance, they might have had a chance at a decent ranking. Too bad, there's no chance now. I'll start by taking them out. Zhao Huang laughed loudly. Chang Xiu, let's postpone our fight. Let's eliminate Yun City War Division first. What do you think? Chang Xiu grinned and nodded. No problem. With that, Solar Squad and Blade Squad teamed up, charging toward Yun City War Division. Such an overwhelming assault would have terrified any other team. But Yun City War Division's elites, hardened through recent training, remained as steadfast as steel. Moreover, they not only enhanced their personal strength but also mastered Yi Chen's unique combined attack technique. Zhao Huang led the charge. Yesterday, Yun City War Division had infuriated him, yet he couldn't act against Yi Chen. Now was his chance, and he wouldn't hold back. He leapt forward, targeting Wang Lei. Ha ha ha! Yun City War Division? To me, you're just ants. Today, I, Zhao Huang, will end you. Let's secure your spot as last place early. Seeing Zhao Huang charging at her, Wang Lei stood her ground, unflinching. The combined attack formation was already in place. Zhao Huang laughed disdainfully. Is Yun City War Division out of people? Sending a woman to fight me is disgraceful. Zhao Huang, don't get cocky. Wang Lei retorted coldly. Ridiculous. Taking you down will be easy. Let me start with you. Zhao Huang roared as a violent surge of power erupted from him. He thought Wang Lei's strength couldn't possibly compare to his. Yet, when his ferocious strike landed, Wang Lei met it head-on with a battle-hardened gaze. In an instant, the clash unleashed a violent energy shockwave. Zhao Huang's expression changed drastically. He had assumed his strike would easily overpower Wang Lei, given her supposed half-step human god realm strength a level far below his own. But upon impact, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Wang Lei's aura had far surpassed what her realm should allow. Before Zhao Huang could process what was happening, he was blasted backward by the sheer force of Wang Lei's attack, landing heavily on the ground and coughing up black blood. This scene stunned everyone. Zhao Huang, considered one of the strongest aside from top geniuses like Chang Xiu, was defeated by Wang Lei in a single strike. The shock was akin to seeing a 3-year-old child knock out an adult. How was this possible? Everyone stared wide-eyed. Since when had Yun City War Division grown so formidable? What's happening? Everyone widened their eyes in shock. You must know. Zhao Huang was one of the top-ranked elites among all war divisions, a powerhouse ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list. His personal strength had already reached the human god realm. Forget about other elites of the same generation, even some instructors from the war divisions might not be his match. This was precisely why Zhao Huang had previously wanted to challenge Yun City War Division's instructor. He had the strength and confidence to do so. But now, the moment Zhao Huang made his move, he was struck and sent flying by Wang Lei. Defeated. And it was a direct clash of power. Zhao Huang got up from the ground, seemingly doubting his life. He had been sent flying by a single strike from Wang Lei, leaving him completely stunned. He was the 4th-ranked expert on the Hidden Dragon list. His goal had always been Chang Xiu. Previously, he had never even considered the Yun City War Division a group of nobodies. At this moment, Chang Xiu also observed the scene with surprise. She frowned. Combined attack technique? Being able to knock Zhao Huang back with one strike meant that every member of Yun City War Division, when in position, could possess the same strength Wang Lei had just displayed. Troublesome. Chang Xiu quickly grasped the situation and quietly took a step back. In a team battle, the longer a squad could conserve its strength, the higher their chances of claiming first place. So, at the beginning of the battle, most strong squads chose opponents they were confident in defeating to eliminate as many teams as possible. Now, however, if the Solar Squad were to engage in City War Division, who used the combined attack technique, even if they won, other squads would take advantage of their weakened state. Thus, Chang Xiu promptly withdrew, leading her squad in another direction. Seeing this, Zhao Huang was utterly confused. He shouted at Chang Xiu, didn't you say we'd deal with Yun City War Division together? Zhao Huang yelled angrily. When did I agree to that? You think you're worthy of teaming up with me? Chang Xiu's cold voice echoed. Clearly, she had no intention of wasting more energy on Yun City War Division. However, Zhao Huang's face burned with embarrassment. Yun City War Division was a long-standing bottom-tier squad. Especially Wang Lei, who had been a completely unremarkable figure during their time at the War Division Academy. And now, she had caused him to lose face. Zhao Huang lost his temper. Damn it! I don't believe this. Everyone, attack! Take out these Yun City War Division trash! Zhao Huang roared. In an instant, the entire Blade Squad launched an attack. Blade Squad was a championship favorite, with 3 Hidden Dragon list experts among its ranks. Each of their moves was sharp and calculated. Zhao Huang unleashed a violent surge of energy. Seeing this, Yun City War Division's elites adjusted their formation. Each member faced off against one opponent. In that moment, it was as though the 10 elites of Yun City War Division became one entity, their ferocious momentum continuously growing stronger. The Blade Squad members collectively gasped. Such terrifying force. Bang! 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 The two sides clashed fiercely. Only when facing the elites of Yun City War Division did the Blade Squad realize. The entire Yun City War Division wasn't just about Wang Lei's strength. To their surprise, nearly every elite seemed to have reached the human god realm. This left everyone dumbfounded. How was this possible? A human god realm expert at their age would typically be ranked among the top 10 on the hidden dragon list. Yet the members of Yun City War Division were all obscure nobodies. How could they be so powerful? In less than 20 minutes, Blade Squad members began to fall, one after another. Bang! 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 One by one, they were defeated and knocked to the ground, eliminated from the competition. At this moment, Rongxiao was overwhelmed with excitement, barely suppressing the urge to shout. If not for his restraint, he would have rushed up to hug Yun City War Division's elites. The other War Division squads were also stunned. What was going on? Before this, Yun City War Division hadn't even been on their radar. During strategic planning, they hadn't even bothered to account for Yun City War Division. But now, Yun City War Division had eliminated Blade Squad, a championship favorite. In other words, Yun City War Division had become a dark horse. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. What had happened? Yun City War Division had always been at the bottom. But now, every elite of Yun City War Division was like a tiger unleashed. They exploded with confidence, charging toward other squads around them. After several hours of fierce battles, all the other squads were gradually eliminated. The top 5 squads were locked in. 5th, Wolf Squad. 4th, Sharp Knife Squad. 3rd, Dagger Squad. The arena was left with only the Solar Squad and Yun City War Division. The championship would be decided between them. Even more surprising was that after such a long battle, the Solar Squad had lost 2 members, while Yun City War Division remained a complete 10-member team. Now, Yun City War Division held a clear advantage. Although the Solar Squad was led by Chang Xiu, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, it was now 8 against 10. Coupled with Yun City War Division's demonstrated strength, doubts began to arise. Could the long-standing champions lose to this dark horse? Chang Xiu felt immense pressure. She had been silently observing Yun City War Division's movements. She wasn't foolish. The reason she had avoided confronting them earlier was that Yun City War Division had always been considered trash, and no one had planned tactics against them. But now, she carefully observed their strength and devised countermeasures. On one side stood the championship favorite Solar Squad. On the other, the dark horse Yun City War Division. Chang Xiu's eyes gleamed sharply. Yun City War Division isn't trash. Remember that. Their base strength is weaker than ours. However, their combined attack technique enhances their power within a certain range. I've encountered such techniques before. When the time comes, follow my orders. Break their formation quickly, and we'll take them down easily. Understand? Hearing Chang Xiu's words, Yun City War Division's elites were briefly taken aback. As expected of the top-ranked genius on the Hidden Dragon list. In such a short time, she had already seen through Yun City War Division's trump card. But if they were using the old combined attack technique from Gongyu, Chang Xiu's plan might have worked. Unfortunately, their technique had been modified by Chen. No matter how much Chang Xiu struggled, the championship was already in Yun City War Division's grasp. Brothers of Yun City War Division. Our opponents are the so-called Invincible Solar Squad. Today, we'll redeem our honor. Anyone standing in our way will become a stepping stone to our victory. Both sides were on edge, ready to clash. The battle was about to erupt. After a brief exchange, the Solar Squad no longer dared to underestimate Yun City War Division. Yun City War Division's combined attack technique had reached an astonishing level of power. A single mistake could spell disaster for the Solar Squad. With a command from Chang Xiu, the two sides clashed instantly. Their moves were simple and direct, each unleashing their most powerful attacks. Chang Xiu led the charge, aiming directly for Wang Lei. In her mind, the key to breaking Yun City War Division's formation was overwhelming individual strength to scatter their positions. Unfortunately for her, she underestimated the fact that Yun City War Division's technique had been enhanced by Chen, making it unimaginably powerful. Chang Xiu was indeed very strong. She launched a fierce attack, radiating an overwhelming aura as she charged at Wang Lei. Bang! Wang Lei met her head-on, prepared for a direct clash. It was important to note that Chang Xiu was the top-ranked genius on the Hidden Dragon list. Her strength was unmatched among her peers, far surpassing others even at the same human-god realm. In the blink of an eye, Chang Xiu had already closed in on Wang Lei, delivering a punch filled with immense power. Boom! Wang Lei was shocked by the sheer force. Chang Xiu's punch blasted her backward with tremendous impact. Chang Xiu shouted in delight, "Quick! Their formation is broken, and the combined attack technique is disrupted. Attack now!" Her voice rolled like thunder, leaving the onlookers stunned and filled with regret. Yun City War Division's elites had clearly proven themselves, but it seemed their luck had run out against Chang Xiu. If not for her, this dark horse might have claimed the championship. Just as everyone thought Chang Xiu would lead her team to a decisive victory, something unexpected happened. Chang Xiu, who was charging forward, suddenly noticed something strange. Wang Lei, who had been blasted away, was clearly out of position. Yet her aura remained as strong as ever. Chang Xiu was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. What's going on? Their formation was broken, why hasn't their aura weakened? While Chang Xiu was still reeling in shock, Wang Lei's expression turned icy. She shouted fiercely, "Chang Xiu! You underestimate us too much. Today, I'll show you what a true combined attack technique is." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun City War Division's elites moved like a giant net, encircling Chang Xiu and her teammates. The terrifying momentum of their combined attack technique reached its peak. Each elite of Yun City War Division radiated unparalleled strength, as though they had merged into an unstoppable force. They advanced like an unrelenting tide, destroying everything in their path. The Solar Squad's members were filled with dread, falling one by one as they lost the ability to fight. Only Chang Xiu managed to hold on. But as more of her teammates were defeated, the pressure on her mounted. Finally, a mistake against a coordinated attack from several Yun City War Division elites sealed her fate. Bang! Chang Xiu was sent flying and fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire audience was left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Even the high-ranking officials of the war divisions trembled in disbelief at the scene before them. The arena fell into complete silence. No one had expected the previously obscure Yun City War Division to rise as a dark horse and claim the championship of the War Division competition. Even the Solar Squad, led by Chang Xiu, the #1 genius on the Hidden Dragon list, had to settle for second place. As for the Blade Squad, who had targeted Yun City War Division from the start, they ended up at the bottom, becoming the laughingstock of the competition. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Ha ha ha, we did it. Yun City War Division is #1. Let's see who dares to look down on us now. We won. We finally won. The elites of Yun City War Division rushed to Chen and Rongxiao in celebration. Truthfully, their victory was entirely thanks to their instructor, Chen. This championship not only earned Yun City War Division respect but also ensured their reputation would spread throughout the nation. After the competition ended, Yun City War Division's elites prepared to return home, bringing with them the glory that would shape their bright futures. Of course, while some celebrated, others despaired. No one felt worse than the Blade Squad. They were originally championship contenders, yet ended up at the bottom, becoming a joke. Zhao Huang was utterly stunned. He couldn't comprehend how he had lost to Yun City War Division's elites. Yun City was just a small place, and their instructor was a young, inexperienced rookie. Now, the Blade Squad members sat in silence, their spirits crushed. Suddenly, Zhao Huang stood up angrily. "No! I can't go back like this. Otherwise, we'll be nothing but a joke. I have to restore our reputation." Furious, Zhao Huang declared, "We can't just let this go. Yun City War Division isn't even worth mentioning. If we don't reclaim our dignity, how can we face anyone back home? Forget it," one teammate sighed. "We've already lost and become a joke. Let's not stir up trouble. No matter what, losing to Yun City War Division and finishing last is something we'll be criticized for. Let's not make it worse. Why should we accept this? We have 3 geniuses in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. Who is Yun City War Division to defeat us? If we don't fight back, how can we go back in shame? What's the point? It's over. Even if we win a private fight, it won't change the results." But Zhao Huang was too consumed by his anger to listen. "I know how. I'll challenge their instructor and crush him. That'll restore our dignity. Saying this, Zhao Huang stormed off. Captain Zhao, don't go. Unfortunately, Zhao Huang was already too furious to heed any advice. He quickly caught up with Yun City War Division, who were preparing to leave. Seeing Zhao Huang, Wang Lei and the others smiled faintly. What's this? The loser is back for more? Wang Lei said, narrowing her eyes. Loser? You only won once. Who cares? I don't respect you at all. I'm here to challenge your instructor. Get him out here, I'll finish him. Zhao Huang shouted arrogantly. Do you even deserve that? Wang Lei scoffed. Not deserving? You think your victory through that combined attack technique makes you strong? If you've got guts, fight me one-on-one, or get out of my way. Zhao Huang knew Yun City War Division's greatest strength was their combined attack technique. Individually, Wang Lei wasn't his match. That's why he acted so boldly. You think I'm afraid of you? Wang Lei's eyes turned cold as she growled. You're courting death. Zhao Huang leaped into the air, preparing to strike Wang Lei. At the critical moment, suddenly, a burst of violent energy surged forward. Before Zhao Huang could react, an overwhelming force struck him like a broken kite, sending him flying backward. I told you, you're not worthy. Chen stepped forward slowly. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. What was happening? This couldn't be real. Zhao Huang, ranked 4th on the hidden dragon list, had been sent flying by Chen's mere presence. And he seemed seriously injured? What level of strength was this? Zhao Huang was dumbfounded. Pain racked his entire body as he tried to get up. But he couldn't move. Facing Chen's power, one thought filled his mind. Unstoppable. Even when he faced Chang Xiu, the top of the hidden dragon list, he had never felt anything like this. This was absurd. Chen was about the same age as them. Oh my god, I always thought the Yun City War Division's instructor was a nobody, but he's this strong. Who exactly is he? With such terrifying strength, how could he be unknown? As everyone remained stunned, the 4 war gods suddenly stepped forward. Seeing them, Zhao Huang struggled to stand, enduring the pain. War gods. This Yun City War Division instructor attacked me without reason. Please, administer justice. The War Division rules forbid private combat. I've been injured by Chen, the Yun City instructor. Please punish him. Zhao Huang shamelessly accused Chen first. Technically, he wasn't wrong. The War Division rules did prohibit private fights. But everyone knew it was Zhao Huang who had provoked the incident. The 4 war gods glanced at Zhao Huang, said nothing, and walked toward Chen instead. Seeing this, the crowd assumed Chen was doomed. After all, the 4 war gods held immense authority in the War Division and were known for their strictness. Anyone who broke the rules would face severe punishment. Boy, you're finished. Although Zhao Huang couldn't defeat Chen, he felt smug, thinking he had found a way to bring him down. But just as everyone thought Chen's fate was sealed, the 4 war gods suddenly bowed to him. Greetings, Lord Yi. Greetings, Lord Yi. The silence grew even deeper. The Blade Squad members were utterly stunned. Their expressions like they had seen a ghost. Lord Yi? This man was the legendary god of the War Division? Unbelievable. Yet undeniable. Who else could make the 4 war gods bow in respect? What do you want? Chen asked calmly. Lord Yi, congratulations on leading Yun City War Division to win the War Division competition. We're here to offer our congratulations. The Azure Dragon War God grinned sheepishly. Oh, is that all? Then I'll take my leave, Chen said with a shrug, turning to walk away. Wait. The Azure Dragon War God quickly stepped forward to stop him. Lord Yi, please wait. What now? Chen frowned slightly. Well, Lord Yi, the combined attack technique used by Yun City War Division's elites this time. Could you permit us to promote it across the entire War Division? The Azure Dragon War God smiled awkwardly, practically begging. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. The Azure Dragon War God was a revered figure in the War Division, a symbol of faith and strength for countless people. And now, he was acting so humble before Chen. It was insane. Do as you please, Chen replied indifferently. The 4 war gods were overjoyed. They had observed the competition closely and knew Yun City War Division's individual strength couldn't compare to figures like Chang Xiu or Zhao Huang. Their victory was entirely due to the combined attack technique. This technique, previously dismissed by most, had been transformed by Yi Chen into something extraordinary. If it could be implemented across the war division, it would elevate the country's military power to a new level. Fine, but don't bother me with this. The Yun City elites are proficient enough, you can hire them to teach it, Yi Chen added, waving them off. Of course. Such matters shouldn't trouble you, Lord Yi, the Azure Dragon war god nodded eagerly. For Yun City War Division's elites, this meant an unimaginable future. Being hired by the 4 war gods would elevate their status immensely. The Yun City members were ecstatic, while the Blade Squad, especially Zhao Huang, looked pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Huang couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed to Yi Chen, falling to his knees with a loud thud. The other Blade Squad members followed, kneeling one by one. Lord Yi, please spare us. I didn't know who you were. I was wrong, please forgive us. Lord Yi, have mercy. Lord Yi, we beg for forgiveness. They wished they could disappear. Moments ago, they had mocked Yi Chen as useless. But now they realized they weren't even worthy to be compared to him. Yi Chen, however, barely paid them any attention. Having pride is fine, but it should be directed at yourself. If your strength is lacking, improve it instead of resorting to tricks, Yi Chen said calmly, patting Zhao Huang's shoulder before walking away. Watching him leave, Zhao Huang's eyes held only reverence. He knew he could never match Yi Chen, not even in a lifetime. After Yi Chen left, the 4 war gods spoke. This stays confidential. Do not reveal Lord Ye's identity. Violators will face military punishment. Everyone nodded solemnly. After leaving the war division, Yi Chen returned to his residence. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Yi Chen, I need to speak with you, the person said. Looking up, Yi Chen saw it was none other than Chang Xiu, the top genius on the hidden dragon list. Yi Chen frowned. What was Chang Xiu doing here at this time? Could it be that during his time at the War Department, she had discovered his identity? That shouldn't be possible. His identity was top secret. The elites of Yun City's War Department would never easily reveal his identity. And as for the Razor Squad present at the time, they wouldn't dare either. Yi Chen looked at Chang Xiu. He had to admit that Chang Xiu was somewhat different from how he remembered her. As a child, Chang Xiu had a bit of a tomboyish boldness. But over the years, she had transformed. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also had an incredible figure. The kind of beauty that men couldn't take their eyes off. However, Yi Chen had seen plenty of beautiful women. To name just one, Lu Miaoying, his maid, was no less attractive than Chang Xiu in terms of looks and figure. Yi Chen glanced at her briefly before turning away. He clearly had no interest in engaging with Chang Xiu. Chang Xiu was taken aback. After all, as the top talent of Xinjiang, she was always the center of attention wherever she went. Almost anyone who met her would instantly become an adoring admirer. Yet here was Yi Chen, whom she had always looked down upon, blatantly ignoring her beauty. Of course, her surprise only lasted a moment. After all, what kind of men hadn't Chang Xiu encountered? There were plenty like Yi Chen, trying to be different to capture her attention with unconventional behavior. Chang Xiu took a step forward. Yi Chen, there's no need to act like this. Liking me is normal. You don't have to restrain yourself and try to stand out, it's childish and laughable. Her tone was icy. Yi Chen frowned again, glancing at her with a hint of exasperation. This woman was way too confident. Sure, she was pretty. But who said every man who saw her had to like her? Frankly, if not for the complicated history between the Yi and Chang families, Yi Chen wouldn't even give her a second thought. Not even if she were a fairy. Chang Xiu, don't you think you're being a bit too full of yourself? Do you really think you're like money, and everyone who sees you has to like you? Yi Chen scoffed dismissively. Isn't that the case? Do you think there are women in this world more beautiful than me? Chang Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile, her gaze radiating supreme confidence. What a joke. There are plenty of women more beautiful than you. Take someone nearby, for instance, Lu Miaoying, CEO of the Mingzhu Group. She's not only more beautiful than you but also richer. Yi Chen shattered her self-delusion. Chang Xiu's expression froze. Though displeased, she had met Lu Miaoyin before. Admittedly, she would never concede that Lu Miaoyin was prettier than her, but deep down, she wasn't entirely confident either. Yi Chen comparing her to Lu Miaoyin deeply upset the proud Chang Xiu. She snorted coldly. Yi Chen, I'm not here to discuss this with you. And don't compare me to someone who has nothing to do with you. Before talking about others, you'd better take a good look at yourself. Chang Xiu snapped angrily. So when she couldn't win the argument, she got angry? Yi Chen chuckled softly. Such was the nature of women. They'd be happy when praised, but burst the bubble of their delusions, and they'd get mad. I don't need you to worry about what kind of person I am. If you have something to say, say it. If you need to fart, then let it out. Yi Chen said indifferently. Chang Xiu froze. She was utterly furious. Anywhere else, her mere presence would command the kind of attention reserved for a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. But here she was, seeking out Yi Chen, only to be met with his indifferent ridicule. Huff! Chang Xiu took a deep breath to calm herself. I came for one thing, the matter of our engagement. I think you are unworthy of me, Chang Xiu. She stated her purpose directly. Yi Chen squinted, his expression full of disdain. I'm unworthy of you? What a joke! Chang Xiu, are you delusional? Who do you think you are to say I'm unworthy of you? Chang Xiu assumed Yi Chen's disdain stemmed from hurt feelings. She sighed and said, Yi Chen, don't be mad. I know you're a drill instructor at Yun City's War Department. Perhaps you think that's impressive, but in my eyes, it's not enough. Yi Chen was almost amused by her words. Not enough? He scoffed mockingly. Chang Xiu, don't forget that Yun City's War Department won the championship in the War Department competition, not your so-called number one talent. Honestly, you're just a loser, so what exactly are you so proud of? Chang Xiu's face turned red. The team she led, the Sun team, had failed to win the championship and had lost to Yun City's War Department. It was a deeply upsetting matter for her. She couldn't figure out how she had lost. But in her mind, Yun City's victory was due to their team coordination, which had nothing to do with Yi Chen as their drill instructor. She had even investigated. Yi Chen had been their instructor for less than a month. What could he possibly have contributed in such a short time? Yi Chen, yes, I lost. But I lost to their coordination, not to you, she said with scorn, her face full of disdain. Yi Chen sighed. He didn't even know how to respond. Should he prove to her that Yun City's victory was entirely due to his casual guidance? Someone as arrogant as Chang Xiu would probably dismiss it as bragging, even if he did. So he couldn't be bothered to explain. He looked at Chang Xiu and asked coldly, think whatever you want. Don't waste my time. Just get to the point, what do you want? Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was heading out with her parents for some fun. As they drove past a hotel, Zhao Lan spotted Yi Chen and Chang Xiu together. She exclaimed, look, isn't that Yi Chen, the loser? How did he hook up with another beauty? That guy really knows how to live off women. Her loud voice caught the attention of Mu Bo and Mu Wanqing, who both glanced out the car window. Wait, are they arguing? Mu Bo said curiously. I know that woman, she's Chang Xiu, the eldest daughter of Xingjing's Chang family. She's said to be one of Xingjing's top 10 beauties and a top talent. She's Yi Chen's fiancée. Mu Wanqing said, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. His fiancée? Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were shocked. Wow! Yi Chen's fiancée? The eldest daughter of Xingjing's Chang family? No wonder. If that's the case, Yi Chen's future is set. Zhao Lan said begrudgingly. She had heard rumors of Yi Chen having a powerful fiancé. But she hadn't expected the fiancé to not only be of high status but also stunningly beautiful. Wanqing, stop the car. Let's go over and eavesdrop on what they're saying, Zhao Lan said eagerly. Mom, why do you care? Mu Wanqing said reluctantly. Trust me, let's go. Zhao Lan insisted. Mu Wanqing had no choice but to park the car. Zhao Lan pulled her along to secretly listen in. They got close just in time to see Chang Xiu looking down at Yi Chen with a superior air. She opened her mouth and said, Yi Chen, maybe what I'm about to say will upset you. But we're not suited for each other. This time, I've brought our family's engagement contract, and I want to cancel the engagement. Cancel the engagement? As soon as those words were spoken, Yi Chen remained unfazed, but Zhao Lan and the others, hiding nearby, were dumbfounded. Shortly after, Zhao Lan's face broke into a mocking smile. Did you see that? A man with no skills who only knows how to cling to the powerful, this is his fate, being dumped by a woman. Yi Chen is utterly humiliated. Exactly. Thankfully, our Wanqing divorced him. What's the point of a man like Yi Chen even being alive? Zhao Lan and Mu Bo chuckled at Yi Chen's situation. Mu Wanqing sighed inwardly. She had always looked down on Yi Chen for relying on women. Admittedly, Yi Chen was quite talented in this regard. But so what? In this world, most women were realistic. They might be swayed by sweet words and fall for someone, just as Mu Wanqing once did. But whether a relationship could last ultimately depended on ability. Yi Chen had courted so many women, yet which of them was truly willing to give him unconditional support? As a man, why couldn't he work hard on his own? To take shortcuts, only to endure the humiliation of being dumped, was it worth it? Chang Xiu, seeing Yi Chen silent, took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen, don't worry. I know this might be hard for you to accept right now, but I'll compensate you. Whatever you want, as long as you agree to break off the engagement, I, Chang Xiu, will give it to you. Hearing this, Zhao Lan's face stiffened. Yi Chen sure has some luck. Considering Chang Xiu's status, she can offer anything he wants. All he has to do is agree to the engagement's cancellation, and he could reach the top in an instant. It's enviable. If I were Yi Chen, I'd directly ask for $1 billion and live a life of luxury as a useless rich man. Both Zhao Lan and Mu Bo couldn't help but feel envious. However, Yi Chen simply waved his hand and said, I won't cancel the engagement. Chang Xiu frowned deeply, took another breath, and said, Yi Chen, I'm speaking nicely to you. Fine, $1 billion. If you agree, I'll immediately transfer $1 billion to you, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Yi Chen didn't respond. $10 billion. Still no response. $100 billion. By now, Chang Xiu was gritting her teeth. If Yi Chen was willing to break off the engagement, she didn't mind giving him $100 billion. After all, it could be considered compensation for the Chang family standing by idly when the Yi family fell into ruin. But even at the mention of $100 billion, Yi Chen's face remained expressionless. This made Chang Xiu feel that his greed knew no bounds. Narrowing her eyes, she said, Yi Chen, don't think I'm joking. If you don't agree today, when we break off the engagement in the future, you might not get a single cent. Yi Chen's reaction not only made Chang Xiu grit her teeth in anger but also left Zhao Lan and Mu Bo fuming in frustration. What was Yi Chen pretending for? He was just a useless man who lived off women. Chang Xiu had already offered $100 billion. If he just said yes, wouldn't he instantly become a billionaire overnight? This kind of luck. And Yi Chen wasn't satisfied? What an idiot. Does he really think someone like Chang Xiu can be tied down by an engagement? Turning down $100 billion, has he lost his mind? Zhao Lan was livid. She even thought that if Yi Chen got the $100 billion, he'd owe the Mu family some repayment for all the favors they'd done. How ungrateful. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, gave a bitter smile. Mom, I don't think Yi Chen is stupid. He's too smart. Mu Wanqing seemed to see through everything and said, do you think he's clever? Don't be ridiculous. Zhao Lan sneered. The eldest daughter of Xingjing's Chang family, her worth isn't just $100 billion. The fact that Chang Xiu personally came to annul the engagement shows that it still affects her significantly. Yi Chen doesn't want to break off the engagement because he probably wants to marry into the Chang family. If he becomes a live-in son-in-law, $100 billion would be nothing compared to his future. Mu Wanqing laughed as she spoke. Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo nodded. That's right. They had been thinking too small. If Yi Chen could really marry into the Chang family, his future wealth and status would be on a level that ordinary people couldn't reach in a lifetime. As expected, Yi Chen spoke up in the next moment. I don't want money. Canceling the engagement is impossible. If you really want to annul it, the only way is for the old man of the Chang family to come and tell me himself. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Yi Chen, don't push your luck. Chang Xiu was truly furious. Back then, the engagement between Yi Chen and Chang Xiu had indeed been arranged by the Chang family patriarch and Yi Chen's father. So, it made sense for Yi Chen to demand that the Chang patriarch be involved. But the Chang family patriarch was a stubborn old man who was impossible to reason with. This made annulling the engagement extremely difficult. That's why Chang Xiu had come to Yi Chen herself. If there's nothing else, I won't stay. Yi Chen turned to leave. Yi Chen, I know what you're up to. You just want to use this connection to take advantage of the Chang family's influence to avenge your dead father. Let me tell you, it's not going to happen. I won't let your plan succeed. Chang Xiu shouted angrily. Yi Chen stopped, turned his head, and looked at her coldly with a mocking smile. Chang Xiu, your Chang family's little fortune doesn't even catch my eye. If it weren't for some past dealings between me and your family, I'd have already crushed the Chang family beneath my feet. I really don't understand what you're so proud of. Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap. Chang Xiu froze on the spot. The trio hiding nearby, Mu Wanqing, Zhao Lan, and Mu Bo, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They couldn't comprehend Yi Chen's thought process. How could he make such bold claims? The Chang family of Shengjing, what kind of power was that? It was undeniably a massive force, comparable even to the Yi family. Such a power. Forget Yi Chen, no one in Jiangzhou could dream of crushing the Chang family. For Yi Chen to say this, it seemed like he was shamelessly lying to avoid breaking off the engagement, pretending to be worthy of Chang Xiu. Just to maintain a facade of being her equal, was he willing to ignore reality and fabricate such nonsense? Indeed. Not only did Mu Wanqing and the others find his words ridiculous, but Chang Xiu found them absurd as well. What a joke! Although Chang Xiu had observed Yi Chen for some time and realized he wasn't as useless as he'd appeared in the Mu family, at least he had some strength and connections to Yun City's War Department. This might be impressive to ordinary people. But to someone of Chang Xiu's status, it was utterly insignificant. Truthfully, Chang Xiu had never cared about this engagement. For years, she had treated it as if it didn't exist. Now, her urgency stemmed from pursuing her own ambitions. She looked at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, do you even realize how vast the gap between us is? Yi Chen shrugged and replied, of course I know. Chang Xiu continued, since you know, how can you still be so shameless? Is it just to cling to power? Yi Chen laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, who's clinging to whom? Chang Xiu, let me put it bluntly, whether it's power, wealth, strength, or intelligence, in which of these do you surpass me? What about you is worth me, Yi Chen, clinging to? Chang Xiu was so infuriated by Yi Chen that she almost coughed up blood. She never expected Yi Chen to be so arrogant. Pointing at him, she gritted her teeth and said, fine. It seems you're determined to cling on to me. Just wait. This engagement will end, and when it does, I'll make sure you're left with nothing. Chang Xiu stormed off in anger. Yi Chen couldn't care less about her. As for their engagement, he never took it seriously. Even if it were to be called off, Yi Chen would demand that the patriarch of the Chang family personally come to him with the request. The moment Chang Xiu left, Yi Chen prepared to head back. Just as he was about to leave, mocking voices reached his ears. Ah, Yi the loser. You're truly shameless. I used to think you somehow managed to climb into a prestigious family. Turns out, you're just begging to be a live-in son-in-law at the Chang family. This kind of trash only has his thick skin to rely on. Even when someone personally comes to break off the engagement, he has the audacity to refuse. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo mocked him mercilessly. Yi Chen frowned and glanced at them. No matter how bad I am, I'd never stoop so low as to eavesdrop like you. He shrugged, his tone filled with disdain. Mu Wanqing stepped forward, took a deep breath, and spoke earnestly, Yi Chen, no matter what, we were once married. I don't want to see you in such a pitiful state. Since the eldest daughter of the Chang family doesn't want you, you should just agree to break the engagement, take the money, and leave. The money she's offering is enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. When did my affairs become any of your business? Yi Chen replied indifferently. Mu Wanqing's expression shifted slightly. She was about to lash out but stopped herself, remembering her current status, which far surpassed Yi Chen's. By comparison, Yi Chen was no more than an insignificant ant. Mind my own business? Yi Chen, don't push your luck. Let me remind you, just because you've been laying low for a few days doesn't mean everything is fine. You dream of becoming a live-in son-in-law of the Chang family? Dream all you want, but whether you live to see that day is another matter entirely. I was going to warn you about something, but since you think I'm meddling, I'll keep quiet. Snorting coldly, Mu Wanqing pulled her parents and left. Once in the car, Zhao Lan asked curiously, Wanqing, what were you about to say to Yi Chen? Mu Wanqing scoffed, Yi Chen thinks he's so capable, but I don't know where he gets his confidence. This time, Yun Hai, the eldest son of the Yun family in Xinjiang, has hired the top overseas assassin to kill Yi Chen. I was going to warn him, but he thinks I'm meddling. Zhao Lan replied, Wanqing, you're too soft-hearted. If Yi Chen dies, that's his own problem. If you tip him off and end up offending the young master of Xingjing, it wouldn't be worth it. Mu Wanqing nodded. Mom, I know what I'm doing. With that, they drove away. Meanwhile, Yunhai sat in a private room at a club. In front of him stood a blonde, blue-eyed man with a massive, imposing figure that exuded the aura of a beast ready to pounce. This man was Harry, the top assassin Yunhai had hired at great expense. Initially, Yunhai believed Harry could easily take care of Yi Chen. However, several days had passed with no progress, not even a trace of Yi Chen's whereabouts. Yunhai was on the verge of losing his temper but held it in, not daring to offend the renowned assassin. Mr. Harry, it's been several days, yet the task remains incomplete. If this drags on, it might affect your reputation, Yunhai said calmly, tapping the table. Harry remained unbothered. Mr. Yun, since I've taken your money, I'll certainly kill the target. However, we haven't been able to find Yi Chen anywhere in Jiangzhou. I suspect there are two possibilities. What possibilities? Yunhai asked. First, Yi Chen has left Jiangzhou. Second, he's hiding in the War Department. The War Department is the only place in Jiangzhou that I cannot infiltrate, Harry explained. Yunhai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, if Yi Chen was still in Jiangzhou and not in the War Department, it would be impossible not to find him. Not only had Harry been searching, but Yunhai had also sent many people to look for him, all to no avail. As the two were discussing, a subordinate suddenly burst through the door. Yunhai frowned. What is it? Young Master Yun, we've found Yi Chen, the subordinate reported. Yunhai immediately stood up, a vicious glint in his eyes. Ha, so he's finally shown himself. I thought he'd hide forever. Mr. Harry, are you ready? Harry smirked confidently. Your countrymen are nothing but trash. Killing someone like him is a piece of cake. Just tell me how you want him to die. Yunhai frowned slightly at Harry's disdain for his countrymen but held back his irritation. Very well. I'll go with you. I want you to cripple Yi Chen, and then I'll personally torture him to death. Yunhai growled. As you wish, Harry replied with a self-assured grin. The group set off immediately, fearing Yi Chen might slip away again. Soon, following the subordinate's directions, they located Yi Chen. Seeing him, Yunhai felt a surge of satisfaction and immediately rushed forward. Kid, I thought you were too much of a coward to show yourself. But here you are. Didn't expect me to find you, did you? Yunhai taunted with a cold smile. Yi Chen frowned and looked at him, puzzled. Who are you? Yunhai's face stiffened. At the auction, Yi Chen had clearly seen him. Now he was pretending not to know? This was outright disrespect. Enraged, Yunhai grabbed Yi Chen by the collar. You little punk, stop pretending. I'm Yunhai, the eldest son of the Shengjingyun family and cousin to Yun Haoge. Are you playing dumb with me? Yi Chen frowned. Oh, it's you. He responded indifferently before suddenly raising his hand. Slap. A loud slap landed squarely on Yunhai's face. Get lost, Yun family scum. Yi Chen said calmly. The slap sent Yunhai flying, landing heavily on the ground. Clutching his face, Yunhai stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. This guy. He actually dared to hit him. And so casually, too. Yunhai got up, his face twisted with rage. Good, very good. You're bold, kid. Today, I'll show you what happens when you mess with me. Harry, take him down. Break his limbs. I want him crawling before me like a dog. As Yunhai roared, Harry stepped forward. In an instant, Harry unleashed a powerful aura, his ferocious presence making the temperature around them plummet to freezing. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Harry truly lived up to his title as the top overseas assassin. The moment his aura erupted, it felt like a blade was suspended above everyone's heads, pressing down with suffocating intensity. Harry didn't waste a single word. He threw a punch directly, moving at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, his fist was already inches away from Yi Chen. The violent energy in the punch was lethal. If it landed, Yi Chen would undoubtedly die. Yet Yi Chen stood motionless, rooted to the spot. At such a close range, dodging was impossible. Yunhai was overjoyed. See that? This is what it means to be professional. This is the strength of a top-tier assassin worth every penny. Just as Yunhai thought Yi Chen was about to be destroyed by Harry's punch, suddenly, a black shadow streaked toward them at lightning speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. At the very moment Harry's punch was about to land on Yi Chen, the newcomer delivered a powerful counterpunch. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the two fists collided, unleashing an overwhelming force. The so-called top overseas assassin, Harry, was sent flying by the impact. The scene fell into utter silence. What just happened? Yun-hai was dumbstruck. This was Harry, the top overseas assassin he had hired at great expense. And now he'd been punched away? How could this be possible? Who was this person helping Chen? Yun-hai couldn't comprehend it. He had been so close to killing Chen, only for an unexpected third party to intervene. Yun-hai's face darkened. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Sheng Jingyun family? Yun-hai roared in anger. But no one paid him any attention. Chen glanced at the newcomer and immediately realized that things weren't going to end easily today. Because the newcomer was none other than Death God Zhang Yi, someone Chen hadn't seen in a long time. If Chen guessed correctly, Harry belonged to an overseas assassin organization under Zhang Yi's command. And Zhang Yi was Chen's subordinate. In other words, Yun-hai had hired a killer from Chen's own organization to assassinate him, and that assassin had actually shown up. How could Zhang Yi not be furious? Zhang Yi ignored Yun-hai and strode toward Harry. By now, Harry had recovered and stood up. When he saw Zhang Yi, his eyes widened in terror, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Yun-hai, oblivious to the situation, took a deep breath and shouted, "Mr. Harry, what are you waiting for? Kill these two bastards now. I paid you for this." Yun-hai still relied on Harry. He paused for a moment, then turned to threaten Zhang Yi. "Let me tell you, Mr. Harry is the strongest assassin from the top overseas organization. If you meddle in this matter, you'll offend the entire organization. You'll face endless retaliation." Yun-hai yelled angrily. At that moment, Zhang Yi shouted at Harry, "Kneel." Harry's body trembled, and without hesitation, he knelt before Zhang Yi. This scene nearly caused Yun-hai to explode. He had spent a fortune to hire Harry, only for the assassin to kneel before someone else? What was going on? "Mr. Harry, why are you doing this?" Yun-hai asked incredulously. But no one answered him. Harry's face was filled with terror as he kowtowed repeatedly to Zhang Yi. "Death God, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me." Death God? Who was this man? What kind of person could make Harry, the top overseas assassin, so fearful? Yun-hai was utterly stunned. "Harry, do you know what you're doing?" Zhang Yi asked coldly. "Death God, I only accepted a job. He issued the contract and hired me to assassinate that man. Please investigate thoroughly." Harry stammered in terror, pointing to Yun-hai. "Mr. Yun, help me explain. This man is the master of our organization," Harry pleaded. Only then did Yun-hai realize the truth. Harry was terrified because he had encountered the master of his assassin organization. This revelation eased Yun-hai's nerves. Since they were assassins, money could resolve everything. "So you're the Death God?" "I hired Harry to kill Chen. I paid, so your people should serve me. If you're more capable than Harry, then I'll pay you. Kill Chen for me. Name your price. Money is no object for me," Yun-hai declared arrogantly. Zhang Yi sneered, his gaze icy. "You're saying you want to hire me to assassinate my master?" A murderous aura emanated from Zhang Yi. "Of course," Yun-hai instinctively replied, but he suddenly froze. What? Did he hear that correctly? Master? In an instant, both Yun-hai and Harry felt their blood run cold. Their eyes turned to Chen, who appeared harmless at first glance. At that moment, their minds seemed to explode. Especially Harry, who now wished for death. It felt as though the mission he had accepted wasn't a job but a ticket to hell. Zhang Yi was the master of the assassin organization. Chen was Zhang Yi's master. That made Chen the master of his master? This was madness. Pure madness. Thud. Yun-hai's knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, trembling in fear. Wasn't Chen supposed to be a loser? How could he possess such a terrifying identity? Chen controlled the most powerful overseas assassin organization? The mere thought of being hunted by such a force made Yun-hai feel as if his body were crawling with ants. He shook uncontrollably. In that moment, he finally understood why Yun-hauge had lost his life to Chen. It wasn't because Yun-hauge was weak, it was because Chen was far too strong. Master, what should we do with these two? Zhang Yi asked Chen. Chen's expression was indifferent. Assassins take contracts to do business. Reputation is everything. Since the job was accepted, it must be completed. Chen's tone was calm. Hearing this, Harry's face turned deathly pale. Yun Hai was confused. What did Ji Chen mean? Finish the job? Did Ji Chen want to die? As Yun Hai stood dumbfounded, Yi Chen turned to Harry. Since you accepted the contract to kill me, then come kill me. Yi Chen spoke calmly. Harry's face twisted in anguish. Yun Hai didn't understand Yi Chen's words, but Harry did. The assassin organization had one rule: once a contract was accepted, it must be completed. The only exception was if the assassin failed to survive. Harry knew he had no chance against Yi Chen and Zhang Yi. Gritting his teeth, Harry suddenly moved. A cold flash gleamed in his hand. Slash! A line of blood appeared on Harry's neck. He collapsed to the ground. This scene frightened Yun Hai so much that he wet himself. Because of Yi Chen's words, Harry, the top overseas assassin, had taken his own life. Yun Hai's entire body trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Fear. Terror. Helplessness. He couldn't comprehend it. Yi Chen, who he thought was a worthless nobody, suddenly possessed such a terrifying status and identity. Yun Hai regretted being so reckless. Back then, Yun Haoge held a decent position in Jiangzhou, with the terrifying Ji Chu backing him. It was because of Ji Chu's support that Yun Hai had to tolerate Yun Haoge's continuous expansion in Jiangzhou. When Yun Haoge died, Yun Hai thought it was his chance to dominate Jiangzhou. But he never imagined that Yun Haoge's death was due to provoking Yi Chen. Looking at Yi Chen, Yun Hai swallowed hard. Master Yi. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Master Yi, I was wrong. Yun Hai kowtowed frantically, apologizing. Yi Chen didn't even spare Yun Hai a glance. Get lost. To Yi Chen, Yun Hai was nothing more than an ant, not worth another moment of his attention. Terrified out of his wits, Yun Hai scrambled to his feet and fled in panic, not daring to linger for even a second. Yi Chen ignored Yun Hai and turned to Zhang Yi, the death god. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yi wouldn't have shown up. His appearance now likely meant he had discovered something important. Zhang Yi, why are you here in Jiangzhou this time? Yi Chen asked calmly. Zhang Yi approached Yi Chen, showing immense respect. Master, you instructed me to investigate the Sheng Jingyun family. I have news. Zhang Yi reported. What news? Yi Chen asked. Previously, upon discovering that Su Zixuang's death was related to the Sheng Jingyun family, Yi Chen had sent Zhang Yi to investigate. The Sheng Jingyun family wasn't a small clan, and Zhang Yi faced considerable obstacles. Of course, Yi Chen had already deduced that Su Zixuang's death was primarily orchestrated by Yun Haoge. However, he hadn't informed Zhang Yi of this conclusion yet. Master, regarding Miss Su's death, it doesn't seem to have much to do with the Sheng Jingyun family overall. It was indeed led by Yun Haoge. However, I've uncovered something else, Zhang Yi said, pausing briefly before continuing. It's about your mother. Hearing this, Yi Chen froze, and his expression turned cold. Yi Chen knew well that his father was originally a member of the Sheng Jingyi family. Later, he fell in love with Yi Chen's mother, but because of her humble background, she wasn't accepted by the Sheng Jingyi family. As a result, Yi Chen's father left the Sheng Jingyi family, taking his mother and a young Yi Chen with him. Yi Chen had little memory of those early years. From the time he could remember, his mother was absent. Whenever he asked his father where she was, he never received an answer. Later, due to some special circumstances, Yi Chen's father sent him to the Chang family and then disappeared without a trace. Since then, Yi Chen had no news of his parents. Now, Zhang Yi's words stirred waves in Yi Chen's otherwise calm heart. Speak! Yi Chen's tone grew colder. Master, the specifics are still unclear, but from what I've discovered, your mother was once a stunningly beautiful woman in Xingjing. The eldest son of the Sheng Jingyun family even pursued her. However, something happened, and your mother seemed to become an enemy to all the noble families in Xingjing. Led by the Yi family, a coalition of 20 Xingjing families issued a kill order against her. Zhang Yi took a deep breath as he spoke. Hearing this, Yi Chen froze. In his memory, and based on what others had told him, his mother was rejected by the Sheng Jingyi family due to her humble background. He never expected there was more to the story. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Chen asked in a cold voice, so, it's possible that my parents are still alive? Zhang Yi replied, according to rumors, your mother is believed to be dead, but no one has ever seen her body. As for your father, it seems he disappeared while searching for clues about whether your mother was still alive. However, this matter seems to have become a closely guarded secret in Xingjing over the past few decades. Investigating it thoroughly would involve too many noble families. Yi Chen took a deep breath. For some reason, perhaps because he had few memories of his parents, he had never considered searching for his mother. If not for Zhang Ye's report, this newfound resolve might never have emerged. Yes. After all, young Yi Chen had endured many humiliations after being left with the Chang family. This was why he treated Chang Xiu and her sister with such coldness. For a long time, he even thought his parents had abandoned him. But now, he wanted to give his younger self an answer. Investigate. No matter who's involved, uncover everything. Yi Chen ordered coldly. Yes, master. Zhang Yi immediately nodded. After a brief discussion, Zhang Yi left. Yi Chen, however, felt a wave of restlessness. This feeling was rare for him. Neither Mu Wanqing, Chang Xiu, nor Yun Hai could usually disturb his composure. In this world, if anyone could still affect Yi Chen's emotions, perhaps it was only the parents in his memories. Once Zhang Yi departed, Yi Chen decided to clear his head. As he walked along the main road, a stretch limousine suddenly screeched to a halt beside him. Several men in black suits got out, looking tense. They opened the rear door, and a woman's frantic cries filled the air. How did this happen? Grandpa, wake up. Why are you just standing there? Call a doctor immediately. Grandpa, please wake up. Yi Chen, being close by, glanced into the car. Inside, an elderly man lay unconscious, while a young woman sat beside him, performing haphazard first aid. Yi Chen shook his head, realizing that the hospital was too far, and even if they managed to get a doctor, the old man likely wouldn't survive. The woman was on the verge of hysteria. Get a helicopter here immediately. My grandfather can't die, he must not die, she ordered. However, in a bustling city area like this, summoning a helicopter was nearly impossible. Despite their wealth and power, fate could not be evaded. One of the bodyguards, who had finished making a call, quickly reported, Miss, don't worry. I've arranged for the fastest helicopter. A professional doctor will arrive in 10 minutes. Hearing this, the woman seemed to relax slightly. But Yi Chen smirked disdainfully and muttered, 10 minutes? I'm afraid this old man won't last that long. Though his voice was quiet, the bodyguards and the woman heard it. All eyes turned to Yi Chen. The bodyguard glanced at Yi Chen and immediately shouted angrily. Where did this kid come from? You can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Be careful not to bring trouble on yourself. Move along, move along. The bodyguard moved to push Yi Chen away, but Yi Chen sidestepped, avoiding his hand. What? Can't I tell the truth? Yi Chen frowned and said. Humph, you need to watch your words. Do you know who is in the car? How dare you speak curses so carelessly? Are you tired of living? The bodyguard snapped, his eyes flashing with a dangerous gleam. I don't care who he is. I only know that if he doesn't receive treatment within a minute, he'll die. Not even a god can save him then, Yi Chen said coldly, turning to leave. The bodyguard, however, became furious. Damn it, kid, are you asking to die? He moved to grab Yi Chen, but just then, a young woman rushed out of the car. Stop, she commanded sharply. She looked Yi Chen up and down, noting how young he was. Sir, do you know what illness my grandfather has? The woman asked. It's not an illness. It's his age. His body is deteriorating, and old injuries from his younger years are flaring up. In short, it's very dangerous, Yi Chen replied calmly. Hearing this, the woman's eyes sharpened. Yi Chen had not stepped into the car, merely glancing at it from a distance, yet he knew her grandfather had internal injuries. She immediately realized Yi Chen wasn't an ordinary person. Without hesitation, she suddenly knelt before him. Sir, please save my grandfather, she pleaded. Even Yi Chen was caught off guard by this. Miss, what are you doing? Someone as distinguished as you shouldn't kneel to anyone, the bodyguard exclaimed in shock. After all, they knew the woman's identity and status were extremely high, there was likely no one in all of Jiangzhou who deserved such respect from her. Yet here she was, kneeling before a young man. Even Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He had planned to leave, but since she was willing to humble herself, he decided to give her face. Alright, I'll take a look at him, Yi Chen said as he stepped into the car. The woman was about to follow him when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, it was her grandfather's physician. She quickly answered, Hello, Grandpa Fu, how is my grandfather? A deep and urgent voice came from the other end. Shaoqing, how is your grandfather now? He's unconscious. When will you get here? The woman asked, her voice filled with worry. Dr. Fu Xiao, her grandfather's personal physician and a renowned national expert, was her only hope. I'm already in the helicopter. Tell me about your grandfather's current condition, Fu Xiao replied in a calm yet grave tone. My grandfather is unconscious, his face is flushed red, veins are bulging on his forehead, and his fingers are curled. She described the situation truthfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end. The woman grew anxious. Grandpa Fu, why aren't you saying anything? After a pause, Fu Xiao finally replied, his voice tinged with sadness. Xiaowan, you may need to prepare yourself. Based on your description, it seems your grandfather's internal injuries have fully erupted. Given his condition, even if his life is saved, he's unlikely to regain consciousness. As her grandfather's personal physician, Fu Xiao knew the elder's health better than anyone. He had repeatedly warned him against traveling, yet the old man hadn't listened. Now, Fu Xiao estimated it would take him at least 10 minutes to arrive. By then, it might be too late. Hearing his words, the woman's mind went blank, and she began crying uncontrollably. Fu Xiao was an authoritative doctor and her grandfather's personal physician. If even he said there was no hope, then it truly seemed hopeless. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted her. Stop crying. He's not dead yet, are you mourning already? The woman jumped in fright at the sound. She remembered that she had asked Yi Chen for help. But now, despair clouded her heart. If even Dr. Fu had given up, how could someone as young as Yi Chen possibly save her grandfather? She watched as Yi Chen patted her grandfather's body, feeling it was absurd. Who treated a patient by slapping them? Just as she was about to speak, an angry voice rang out. Who are you? Don't touch my grandfather. I'll kill you. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing rushed over, yelling furiously at Yi Chen. He was the woman's younger brother. Seeing Yi Chen slapping their grandfather, he flew into a rage. The woman quickly grabbed him. Shaoqing, calm down. This gentleman is saving our grandfather. Don't act rashly. Saving him? Sis, are you insane? Look at how young he is. Is he some kind of intern? How could he possibly save Grandpa? Have you ever seen someone treat a patient by hitting them? If anything happens to Grandpa, I won't let him off, the young man roared. The people who had followed the young man were also visibly angry. Among them was Fu Xiao, who was livid. He had already been worried about the elder's condition, and now someone was interfering, making things worse. Waner, you're being reckless. The old man's condition is critical, and you let someone random treat him? What if something goes wrong? Who will take responsibility? Fu Xiao scolded. The woman was stunned, unsure of what to do. She trusted Yi Chen's capabilities, but Fu Xiao's reprimand made her realize she might have acted rashly. The others quickly lost patience. What are you waiting for? Drag that kid out of the car. You're all useless, the young man shouted at the bodyguards. The bodyguards rushed forward to pull Yi Chen out. But Yi Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a powerful aura erupted from him, freezing the bodyguards in their tracks. They were paralyzed, unable to move. Yi Chen's gaze was icy, and his voice was chilling. Get lost. If you don't want this old man to die, stay out of my way. The young man was furious. A threat? He was being threatened? You brat, you're asking for death. Let's see if I don't kill you today, he roared as he charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen casually waved his hand, sending the young man flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, Yi Chen reached out into the air, as if grasping something. A golden light appeared, materializing into a golden needle that pierced into the elder's body. Cough! 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 The next moment, the unconscious elder began coughing violently. Everyone around was stunned. He's awake. He actually woke up. For a moment, everyone forgot about Yi Chen and rushed toward the elderly man. Grandpa, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. Li Shaowan's face, pale from fear, was now drenched with tears as she cried uncontrollably, overwhelmed with relief. Even Fu Xiao was deeply shocked. He hurriedly placed his hand on the old man's wrist to check his pulse. Instantly, he trembled all over. Earlier, the elder's body was on the brink of collapse, especially due to his chronic injuries, which had suddenly flared up. There seemed to be no hope of survival. But now, his pulse was incredibly strong, there wasn't a trace of injury left. What kind of medical skill was this? It was terrifyingly effective. The old man stretched his stiff neck and asked, My dear granddaughter, what happened to me? Li Shaowan quickly replied, Grandpa, you fainted just now. Thanks to Yi Chen for saving you, he's the one who, huh? Where is he? She looked around for Yi Chen but realized he was nowhere to be found. Just as everyone's attention had shifted to the old man, Yi Chen had quietly disappeared without anyone noticing. That young man left. Old Master Li, it's all thanks to him. If it weren't for his intervention, your chronic injuries could have been life-threatening. And I don't know what technique he used, but your internal injuries have been completely healed. You won't suffer from them anymore. Your body is in excellent condition now, Fu Xiao said excitedly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Old Master Li's chronic injuries were well known as being incurable. With his status, he had access to the best physicians in the nation, but none of them could cure him. Yet, a young man had managed to heal him. This was nothing short of a miracle. The old man nodded and said, "That young man is remarkable. Since he saved me, Li Zhangling, I can't let his efforts go unrewarded. I've never owed anyone a favor. Shaowan, find him for me. I want to thank him personally." Li Shaoqing, the younger grandson, scoffed. "Grandpa, isn't that a bit much? You're even considering thanking him in person? He'll think he's so special. It must have been sheer luck that he managed to heal you." Li Shaoqing, still upset from being beaten by Yi Chen earlier, naturally couldn't say anything positive about him. However, the old man ignored his grandson's words and prepared to leave with his entourage. Yi Chen hadn't given this incident a second thought. He hadn't expected or wanted any kind of repayment. If he had, he wouldn't have left so quietly. The only reason he had intervened was because of Li Xiaowan's heartfelt kneeling plea. Returning to the Mingzhu Group's branch office, Yi Chen sat on a sofa, legs crossed. It had been a while since he last visited Luo Qingchu, and she was as hardworking as ever. When she focused on work, it seemed like she didn't care about her own well-being. If it weren't for Yi Chen dropping by occasionally, she might not even give herself a moment of rest. Only when Yi Chen visited would Luo Qingchu put aside her work to chat with him and take a break. Seeing her tired face, Yi Chen frowned. "Qingchu, it's just a job. Do you really need to work yourself to death? Look at you, your dark circles are terrible." "Dark circles? Where?" "Let me see." Luo Qingchu quickly grabbed a small mirror and panicked. "Oh no, I really do have dark circles." After all, she was a woman, and it was natural for her to care about her appearance. Discovering dark circles, she couldn't help but feel anxious. "I've been using the best skincare products. How could I still have dark circles?" she said, frustrated. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. "You stay up all night working, thinking a fancy face mask will fix everything. That's just counterproductive. I'd love to sleep more, but I'm too busy. I wish I could stretch every second into two. Where do I find the time to sleep?" Luo Qingchu pouted. "Hasn't the Mingzhu Group's branch office already stabilized? Do you really need to oversee everything yourself as the president?" Yi Chen asked. "The branch is stable, but the Dihao Group has been eyeing us. They're determined to take a share of Mingzhu's market. Recently, we received news that a very influential figure is coming to Jiangzhou. Whoever can secure a meeting with this person will have a massive advantage and leave their competitors far behind. All the major companies in Jiangzhou, including Dihao and Mingzhu, are working on this," Luo Qingchu explained, her eyes narrowing. Yi Chen paused in thought. An influential figure coming to Jiangzhou? He hadn't heard anything about this and was intrigued. Who is this person, exactly? To make even Mingzhu take it so seriously? Yi Chen asked curiously. Luo Qingchu glanced at him and smiled. "Have you heard of the true noble families in Longwa? The ones that never show themselves publicly? For example, Li Zhangling, the wealthiest man in Longwa. His family, the Li family, spans multiple dynasties and controls a massive commercial empire. And the person coming is none other than Li Zhangling himself." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was indeed a big deal. Families like the Yi family, the Chang family, and the Yin family might be powerful and prominent, considered top-tier clans in the country. But thinking they represented the true elite of Longwa would be naive. Hidden families like the Li family rarely made public appearances, but they wielded immense wealth, vast connections, and extraordinary influence behind the scenes. More importantly, many of these hidden families were martial families. Li Zhangling, huh? I've heard of him. Truly an extraordinary figure. But why is he coming to Jiangzhou? Yi Chen asked. I'm not sure, but since the news is out, everyone is preparing to act. If anyone can establish a relationship with the Li family, they'll gain a significant edge over their competitors, Luo Qingchu explained with a smile. Yi Chen nodded, understanding the situation. If a hidden family like the Li family appeared in Jiangzhou, all the local forces would scramble to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen and Mu Qingxue were chatting, Mu Wanqing received an urgent summons from Yi Shaoqing. Mu Wanqing had been feeling restless lately. Since taking over the Dihao group, she had suffered several setbacks and accomplished little, let alone making progress in acquiring Mingzhu's branch. Yi Shaoqing was growing increasingly dissatisfied, a fact Mu Wanqing was acutely aware of. Now, this sudden summons filled her with a sense of foreboding. Could Yi Shaoqing be planning to hold her accountable? Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and approached Yi Shaoqing. At that moment, Yi Shaoqing's face was icy cold. Mu Wanqing respectfully bowed to him and said, "Young Master Yi." Bang! Yi Shaoqing suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. Mu Wanqing, I put so much trust in you, and you've completely let me down. Yi Shaoqing shouted angrily. Mu Wanqing's heart trembled with fear as she quickly said, "Young Master Yi, please let me explain." Explain? What is there to explain? I made you the CEO of the Dihao Group, and yet you can't even manage a simple advertisement. I asked you to bid on the Millennium Blood Jinsang, and you failed. I tasked you with acquiring the Mingzhu branch, and there hasn't been a single result. Where is your competence? Yi Shaoqing roared in frustration. The reason Yi Shaoqing had promoted Mu Wanqing was partly because he thought she had potential and partly because he lacked skilled people around him. But to his dismay, after all this time, Mu Wanqing had achieved nothing while managing the Dihao Group. It's not. Young Master Yi, it's all because of that scoundrel Yi Chen. He's been sabotaging me every step of the way. Mu Wanqing was furious. She never doubted her own abilities. After all, back in Cloud City, she had single-handedly built her career despite being a lone woman. There was no reason for her to fail after divorcing Yi Chen and moving to Jiangzhou. She was convinced that Yi Chen, out of jealousy, was deliberately setting traps for her. Hearing her words, Yi Shaoqing sneered in anger. Yi Chen? Don't make me laugh. He's a useless nobody, and you're saying he managed to sabotage you? As the CEO of the Dihao Group, you let someone like Yi Chen interfere? Are you telling me you're less capable than him? Yi Shaoqing's disdainful words made Mu Wanqing's face freeze. Initially, she had hoped to shift the blame onto Yi Chen to ease the pressure on herself. But Yi Shaoqing's response only solidified her incompetence. No, Mu Wanqing stammered, unable to defend herself. Enough! I'm giving you some time off to reflect on your mistakes, Yi Shaoqing said dismissively, waving his hand. Young Master Yi, please. Give me one more chance. This time, with old Master Li coming to Jiangzhou, I promise I can secure a partnership with him. Mu Wanqing pleaded. There's no need. I'll assign someone else to handle it. Use this time to reflect on yourself, Yi Shaoqing said coldly. Young Master Yi. Before she could say more, Yi Shaoqing's expression turned frosty. Get out. Mu Wanqing dared not say another word and left, defeated. When she returned to the Dihao Group, Mu Wanqing headed straight to her office, only to find it emptied. Her personal belongings had been piled up outside the door. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing was instantly filled with rage. She was the CEO of the Dihao Group. Who dared to clear out her office? Assistant. Mu Wanqing shouted angrily, her voice cold. Her assistant approached calmly. What is it? What is it? Who dumped my personal belongings on the ground? Have they lost their minds? Are you trying to lose your job? Mu Wanqing bellowed, pointing at the scattered items. The assistant raised an eyebrow, showing no fear. Instead, she sneered at Mu Wanqing. Oh, I forgot to inform you. The company issued an order. As of today, you are no longer the CEO of the Dihao Group. You've been reassigned to the sales department as a regular employee. A new CEO will be arriving today, so the office needed to be cleared, the assistant said with a smirk. What? Mu Wanqing's expression froze in disbelief, her anger boiling over. She had worked tirelessly to develop the Dihao Group, only for Yi Shaoqing to demote her to the sales department with a single order. Her colleagues, who once bowed and scraped before her, now smirked and whispered behind her back. Did you hear? Mu Wanqing got demoted. From CEO to a mere salesperson. She's done for. I told you, she wasn't capable at all. How did she even become CEO in the first place? She used to act all high and mighty, but look at her now. The whispers were full of ridicule, and Mu Wanqing's anger surged. Humiliation. This was the most humiliating experience she had ever endured since coming to Jiangzhou. Swallowing her pride, Mu Wanqing picked up her belongings and left the office. She didn't storm out in anger, though. Instead, she resolved to secure a contract with the Li family. That would be her ticket to regaining her position and dignity. When she arrived at the sales department, all eyes turned to her. Clearly, news of her demotion had already spread. The sales manager walked over with a mocking smile. Well, if it isn't CEO Mu. Lifting her chin, Mu Wanqing said, Manager Wang, I've been reassigned to the sales department. Where is my office? Her words were met with laughter from the staff. Ha ha ha. Does she still think she's the CEO? You're just a salesperson now. Yeah, still acting all high and mighty. Who does she think she is? Manager Wang smirked and said sarcastically, Office? Do you think you still deserve an office? There's an empty desk near the restroom. That's your workstation from now on. Mu Wanqing's face stiffened in anger. You. Manager Wang cut her off coldly. Mu Wanqing, don't think you're still someone important. In the sales department, results are all that matter. If you deliver, I'll support you. If you don't, you'll keep your head down and stay quiet. His words brought another round of laughter from the staff. This was the lowest point of humiliation Mu Wanqing had experienced in Jiangzhou. Patience. She clenched her fists and endured the humiliation. Just wait. Once she secured the Li family contract, she would return triumphant and deal with these petty people. After gathering herself, Mu Wanqing used her connections to reach Li Shaowan. Although she had been officially demoted, this information hadn't been made public yet. Posing as the CEO of the Dihao Group, she managed to arrange a meeting with Li Shaowan. If she could secure Li Shaowan's help, it would greatly increase her chances of success. When she arrived at the meeting spot, she noticed Li Shaowan holding a portrait. Mu Wanqing froze when she saw it. The man in the drawing, though sketched, bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chen. Could Yi Chen know the Li family's eldest daughter? Li Shaowan saw Mu Wanqing arrive and quickly put down the portrait. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, Miss Li, hello. I'm Mu Wanqing from Dihao Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Shaowan smiled politely and said, You're too kind, President Mu. Please have a seat. Li Shaowan had not yet heard the news of Mu Wanqing's demotion, so she treated her with respect, as she was still considered the CEO of Dihao Group. Mu Wanqing intended to take advantage of this time gap to secure the Li family's contract under the guise of her CEO title. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wanqing said, Miss Li, since you're in Jiangzhou, you should take in the local scenery and culture. Our Dihao Group is one of the leading companies here. If we could collaborate with the Li family, it would be a powerful alliance. Li Shaowan, however, was in no mood to discuss business. She replied half-heartedly, You're absolutely right, President Mu. But this trip to Jiangzhou is primarily for my grandfather to reconnect with old friends, not for business purposes. Mu Wanqing was no fool, she could sense the subtle rejection. Instead of pressing the matter, she swiftly changed the topic. Miss Li, I noticed you were holding a portrait earlier. May I ask who it depicts? Mu Wanqing shifted the conversation toward the portrait. As expected, this caught Li Shaowan's interest. Oh, that portrait? I'm looking for someone. By the way, President Mu, you must have many connections in Jiangzhou. Do you know any channels for finding people? Li Shaowan asked with a smile. Mu Wanqing didn't immediately reveal that she recognized Yi Chen. Instead, she probed further, finding someone shouldn't be difficult. Who is the person in the portrait? Li Shaowan smiled and said, It's quite a coincidence. My grandfather had a sudden relapse of his old injury, and thanks to this man, he was saved. Otherwise, my grandfather would have been in grave danger. I want to find him to repay this life-saving debt. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing was shocked. Yi Chen's luck is unbelievable. Saving a random stranger turned out to connect him with someone so influential and well-connected? A trace of delight flashed in Mu Wanqing's eyes. Since Yi Chen had a favor owed by the Li family, she could use this to her advantage and easily secure the contract. Feigning surprise, she said, What a coincidence. Miss Li, may I see the portrait? I can immediately arrange for someone to help you find him. Li Shaowan handed the portrait to Mu Wanqing, clearly pleased. That would be wonderful. Thank you, President Mu. As someone unfamiliar with Jiangzhou, Li Shaowan believed Mu Wanqing, the supposed CEO of Dihao Group, had better chances of finding Yi Chen. Taking the portrait, Mu Wanqing pretended to be startled. It's him, she exclaimed. President Mu? Do you know him? Li Shaowan asked, surprised. Not only do I know him, but I know him very well. His name is Yi Chen, he's my husband, Mu Wanqing said, nearly slipping up but quickly correcting herself. Hearing this, Li Xiaowan stood up, full of excitement. This is incredible. So this gentleman has such a connection to you, President Mu. That's wonderful. It seems I've been searching far and wide only to find him easily. President Mu, may I ask where your husband is now? Li Xiaowan asked eagerly. How about this, I'll give you an address, and you can find him there, Mu Wanqing replied. Li Xiaowan nodded enthusiastically. Mu Wanqing cleverly avoided mentioning her divorce from Yi Chen, maintaining the impression that they were still married. This connection could serve her well in securing the contract with Li Xiaowan later. After exchanging a few more words, Li Xiaowan hurried off to find Yi Chen, leaving Mu Wanqing satisfied with the progress she had made. She understood that securing a contract wouldn't happen overnight, but with a good start, the process would be smoother. Li Xiaowan quickly located Yi Chen using the address provided by Mu Wanqing. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Jiangzhou wasn't too big, but for Li Xiaowan to find him in just one day was impressive. Seeing Yi Chen, Li Xiaowan beamed and said, Mr. Yi, I've finally found you. Yi Chen frowned slightly. You're looking for me? Why? Your grandfather's condition should no longer be critical, right? Li Xiaowan smiled warmly. My grandfather is doing very well now. You saved him, so of course, I had to personally come and thank you. Oh, Yi Chen responded indifferently. To him, saving her grandfather was merely a casual act. It just so happened that her grandfather was fortunate enough to meet him, otherwise, the outcome would have been fatal. It was nothing, just a small gesture, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. To you, it may have been a small gesture, but to my grandfather, it was a life-saving grace. This is a debt we must repay, Li Xiaowan said with a smile. The Li family was a powerful household that never left favors unpaid. To Li Xiaowan, it was only right to repay such a significant life-saving debt. Mr. Yi, we are truly grateful to you, she added. All right, I accept your gratitude. If there's nothing else, you can leave now, Yi Chen replied. Wait. Mr. Yi, your kindness to my grandfather must be repaid. If there's anything you want, just tell me. As long as it's within my ability, I'll make it happen. Li Xiaowan insisted with a smile. No need. You've already thanked me. There's no debt to settle. I saved him because I wanted to, it doesn't require repayment, Yi Chen said firmly. To Yi Chen, there wasn't anything he truly wanted. Ordinary things didn't interest him, and anything he did want was beyond the Li family's capacity to provide. Li Xiaowan was stunned by his rejection. In her world, a favor from the Li family was something countless people dreamed of receiving. In Jiangzhou, or even in Shangjing, influential families like the Yi clan would go to great lengths to earn a favor from the Li family. Yet Yi Chen had simply dismissed it. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaowan said, Mr. Yi, perhaps you don't understand who my grandfather is. Let me explain. He is Li Zhangling, the head of the Li family in Shangjing. Our family is one of the most powerful aristocratic households in the entire nation. I see, Yi Chen responded calmly, nodding. Good. Now that you know, feel free to make a request. Rest assured, the Li family never leaves debts unpaid, Li Xiaowan said with a smile. She assumed that Yi Chen had refused earlier because he didn't understand the power and influence of the Li family. Now that she had clarified, she believed Yi Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity. All right. I do have one request, please disappear from my sight and never bother me again. If you can do that, we'll call it even, Yi Chen said indifferently. Li Xiaowan was so shocked that she thought she had misheard. Her eyes widened, and she stared at him as if her eyeballs might pop out. Did I hear that right? Li Xiaowan was utterly stunned. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, whether in Jiangzhou or even Shangjing, countless people would bend over backward just to curry favor with her. This wasn't arrogance, it was simply a fact. The Li family had the power to make it so. Anyone who heard the name Shangjing Li family would scramble to establish connections. But Yi Chen? Even after knowing she was the eldest daughter of the Li family, his attitude remained indifferent. Li Xiaowan wanted to say more, but Yi Chen had already grown impatient. Miss Li, not everyone in this world is in need of your charity. If you truly have too much money to spend, consider donating it to charity. Don't waste your time on me, Yi Chen said, waving dismissively before turning to leave. This left Li Xiaowan even more dumbfounded. Yi Chen didn't seem to be pretending, he genuinely didn't care. As she watched Yi Chen leave, Li Xiaowan felt a mix of frustration and anger. She had never met someone like him before. Back at her residence, Li Xiaowan was still visibly upset. Seeing her sour expression, the elder Li Zhangling chuckled and asked, "My dear granddaughter, what's gotten you so worked up?" "It's all because of Yi Chen." Li Xiaowan huffed. "Yi Chen?" Li Zhangling raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Yes, that young man who saved you yesterday. His name is Yi Chen. I found him today and wanted to repay him, at least give him some money. But he rejected me outright." Li Xiaowan fumed. Well, that's a fine young man. Not only does he do good deeds without seeking recognition, but he's also uninterested in fame or fortune. "Xiaowan, perhaps you should consider that this young man might not be someone in need of money," Li Zhangling said with a smile. His words made Li Xiaowan pause. She suddenly remembered something. That's right. Yi Chen's wife was Mu Wanqing, the CEO of Dihao Group. Considering this, it was likely that Yi Chen wasn't someone who lacked money or resources. After all, the Dihao Group, backed by the Yi family, was no small operation. As Mu Wanqing's husband, Yi Chen probably lived comfortably. But Grandpa, even so, does that mean we shouldn't repay him? Our Li family doesn't leave debts unpaid. Li Xiaowan said, exasperated. Repaying someone doesn't always mean giving them money. Nor does it have to be direct. You could investigate his current situation, find out if he's facing any difficulties, and discreetly help him resolve them. That way, you not only repay the favor but also demonstrate the strength of our Li family. Do you understand? Li Zhangling explained with a smile. Hearing this, Li Xiaowan nodded. Growing up in an environment where she was always the center of attention, Li Xiaowan had developed a sense of superiority over her peers. Even when repaying a favor, her demeanor often carried an air of condescension. Now, with her grandfather's advice, she was rethinking how to repay Yi Chen. Just as Li Xiaowan was pondering her next steps, her brother, Li Shaoqing, returned home. "Shaoqing," she called out. "Yeah? What is it, sis?" Li Shaoqing asked curiously. "If you're free, I need you to look into someone for me," Li Xiaowan said. "Don't tell me it's about that little punk again?" Li Shaoqing's face darkened, clearly displeased. His grudge against Yi Chen was evident. After all, no one had ever treated him like Yi Chen did, let alone beaten him up. Were it not for Yi Chen saving their grandfather, Li Shaoqing wouldn't have tolerated it. "What little punk? Li Shaoqing, are you looking for trouble? That man is Grandpa's savior. Show some respect." Li Xiaowan scolded, her face cold. Fine, Li Shaoqing grumbled, knowing his sister's temper well enough not to argue. "What do you need me to find out?" he asked, quickly changing the subject. "Look into Yi Chen's connections, especially anything about Dihao Group's CEO, Mu Wanqing. Focus on any challenges they might be facing," Li Xiaowan instructed. At this, Li Shaoqing smirked and clapped his hands. "No need to investigate. I just heard some news about that Mu Wanqing today. She's no longer the CEO of Dihao Group. Apparently, she was demoted by Yi Shaoqing and is now just a salesperson." Hearing this, Li Xiaowan's eyes lit up. Previously, she thought Yi Chen rejected her offer because he didn't need money. After all, his wife was the CEO of Dihao Group. But now, Mu Wanqing had been demoted from CEO to salesperson, a massive fall from grace. "Here's my chance." Smiling, Li Xiaowan exclaimed, "This is perfect, Shaoqing. You've done well. I need to act quickly." Without wasting a moment, she turned and left, leaving Li Shaoqing scratching his head. "Has sis gone crazy?" he muttered. Later that day, news spread across Jiangzhou. The Li family from Shangjing was hosting a grand business banquet in Jiangzhou, inviting top entrepreneurs and industry elites. It was said that the head of the Li family, Li Zhangling, would personally attend. The announcement sent shockwaves through Jiangzhou's business community. The Shangjing Li family was renowned nationwide as a top-tier aristocratic family. Most people only knew the visible side of the Li family, but its hidden influence was vast and immeasurable. Being invited to a Li family banquet was an opportunity everyone would fight for. However, Yi Chen remained indifferent to the news. He found such events tedious and had no interest in mingling with the Li family. While Jiangzhou buzzed with excitement, Yi Chen leisurely watered his plants. At that moment, Mu Qingsnow approached in a hurry. "Yi Chen, why are you still watering flowers?" she asked, sounding agitated. "What else should I be doing?" Yi Chen replied, unfazed. "Haven't you heard? A major event is happening in Jiangzhou. The Li family from Shangjing announced a business banquet. I'll be attending on behalf of the Mingzhu Group branch. Mu Qingsno said excitedly. And what's so special about that? It's just a banquet. No big deal, Chen said nonchalantly. Of course, it's a big deal. If we can establish ties with the Li family, the Mingzhu Group branch could reach new heights. Right now, every businessperson in Jiangzhou with any influence is eager to attend. Mu Qingsno said with a grin. All right, then. Good luck, Chen replied casually. Smiling slyly, Mu Qingsno leaned closer and said playfully, Chen, why don't you come with me? Chen looked at Mu Qingsno, who was acting coy, and felt utterly helpless. Under her persistent persuasion, he finally agreed to accompany her. At the same time, Mu Wanqing returned home in an excellent mood. She had managed to get the first invitation to the Li family's grand banquet. Even though she was no longer the CEO of Dihao Group, she was confident she could secure a contract with the Li family and reclaim her former glory. When Zhao Lan and Mu Bo saw Mu Wanqing's cheerful demeanor, they couldn't help but feel curious. Wanqing, you seem to be in a good mood today. Zhao Lan asked suspiciously. After all, both Zhao Lan and Mu Bo had been feeling down all day, knowing that Mu Wanqing had been demoted. From being a company CEO to just a salesperson, they thought she'd be devastated. How could she possibly be so happy? Mom, why wouldn't I be happy? Let me tell you, the Mu family is about to rise to new heights. Mu Wanqing said excitedly. Rise to new heights? What do you mean? You were just demoted. How could this happen? Zhao Lan and Mu Bo asked, baffled, as they moved closer. You must have heard about the Li family's business banquet tonight. I'm the first to receive an invitation. Tonight, I'll secure a contract with the Li family. Once I establish a connection with them, I'll be able to prove my capabilities to Yi Shaoqing and regain my position as CEO. Mu Wanqing explained confidently. She didn't bother elaborating further, simply adding, Dad, Mom, you should get ready too. Tonight, I'll take you to see what a true high-class banquet looks like. This is an event that all the top families in Jiangzhou would do anything to attend. After saying this, she returned to her room. Hearing this, Zhao Lan was overjoyed. Clapping her hands, she exclaimed, Ha! I knew Wanqing wouldn't stay down for long. I never imagined I'd have the chance to attend such a prestigious event. Quick, help me find my best dress, I'm going to be a true lady of class tonight. At 6 p.m., the banquet was held in a sprawling manner on the outskirts of the city. Luxury cars filled the parking area as nearly every prominent figure in Jiangzhou's business world arrived. Chen and Mu Qingsno also arrived at the manor. There was no denying that the Li family, as a top-tier hidden aristocratic family, knew how to host a grand event. Their banquet had attracted an overwhelming number of prominent guests. As Chen and Mu Qingsno prepared to enter, a furious voice suddenly called out. Mu Qingsno! Now I understand why you've always been so cold to me. Turns out you've got yourself a pretty boy. Chen turned to see a young man storming over angrily, pointing at Mu Qingsno. His face was red with jealousy as he glared at her and Chen's close proximity. Tong Way, I don't think we're close enough for you to speak to me like this, Mu Qingsno said, frowning in irritation. The young man, Tong Way, was the eldest son of the Tong family, a prominent business family in Jiangzhou. Since the Mingzhu branch frequently collaborated with various industries, Mu Qingsno had interacted with him professionally. From the moment Tong Way first saw her, he was smitten. Over time, he pursued her relentlessly, but Mu Qingsno always treated him with cold professionalism. Now, seeing her with another man, his jealousy boiled over. Mu Qingsno, what does he have that I don't? I'm the eldest son of the Tong family, and we're a perfect match. In terms of career and status, I'm 100 times better than him. Yet you'd rather choose this pretty boy over me? I can't accept this. Tong Way shouted angrily. Sorry, young Master Tong, but who I choose to be with is my business. I've never liked you, and our relationship is purely professional. Don't humiliate yourself, Mu Qingsno said coldly, cutting straight to the point. Her blunt words left Tong Way momentarily speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. While he didn't dare confront Mu Qingsno directly, he turned his fury on Chen. With narrowed eyes, he said menacingly, Kid, I don't care who you are. I'm giving you one chance, walk away from Qingsno now, and I'll spare you. If not, don't blame me for what happens next. Hearing this, Mu Qingsno snapped, Tong Way, what's that supposed to mean? Seeing her defend Chen only fueled Tong Way rage. He sneered and said, Kid, are you just some leech living off a woman? Hiding behind her skirts like a coward? If you're a real man, step forward. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "And who do you think you are?" His words sent a wave of shock through the crowd that had gathered to watch the commotion. Wow, this guy must have a death wish. That's Tong Way he's talking to. Yeah, Tong Way isn't someone to mess with. This guy is doomed. Unless he's one of those young masters from Shangjing, no one in Jiangzhou would dare talk to Tong Way like that. As murmurs filled the air, Tong Way fury reached its peak. Nobody has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're the first, and today, I'll make an example out of you. How dare you try to steal my woman? You must be tired of living. Tong Way roared. Yi Chen sighed, clearly unimpressed. He glanced at Mu Qingsno and said, "Let's go. There's no need to waste time on a clown." Deliberately taking her hand, Yi Chen began walking away. Seeing this, Tong Way face turned beet red with rage. Bastard! You're dead. You dare act this bold in front of me? I'll show you what happens when you mess with me, he bellowed, his aura surging as he charged toward Yi Chen. The crowd gasped in shock. Tong Way wasn't just any spoiled young master, he was a martial arts practitioner. This revelation made everyone assume Yi Chen was finished. But just as Tong Way closed in, Yi Chen suddenly stopped, turned around, and muttered, "How annoying." Then, in one swift motion, Yi Chen raised his hand. Slap! The sound echoed loudly as Yi Chen's slap landed squarely on Tong Way face. Hiss! Everyone present gasped sharply. What just happened? Most people hadn't even seen what had occurred. They only saw Tong Way who had been full of murderous intent moments ago, suddenly fly backward. Quickly, the crowd realized what had happened. It was this unremarkable young man, Yi Chen. Terrifying. Tong Way a bona fide martial artist, had been slapped away by Yi Chen. Tong Way clambered up from the ground in an embarrassed and disheveled state. His face burned with pain, and he stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. You dare hit me? Tong Way roared with anger, his eyes practically spitting fire. From childhood, he had never been humiliated like this. If it had been a proper fight and he lost, he could accept that. But to be slapped away by Yi Chen? The sheer disparity in strength left him utterly humiliated. Tong Way friends, stunned by the scene, quickly stepped forward to back him up. Kid, you've got some nerve, hitting young Master Tong. Are you tired of living? No one in Jiangzhou dares disrespect young Master Tong. Apologize immediately, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. If Tong Xiao gets angry, you'll wish you'd never been born. The crowd began hurling accusations at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen merely curled his lips into a faint, disdainful smile. He didn't even bother responding to their nonsense, instead walking steadily toward Tong Way Tong Way had never encountered someone as audacious as Yi Chen. Watching Yi Chen approach, he couldn't stop his body from trembling. The brief exchange earlier had made it clear he was no match for Yi Chen. His heart pounded wildly, and fear surged through him. He was terrified Yi Chen might kill him on the spot. You dare touch me? I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. Don't forget, my Tong family is not someone you can afford to cross in Jiangzhou. Tong Way shouted, though his voice quivered. The Tong family? Impressive? Yi Chen asked flatly, narrowing his eyes. Gasp! The crowd was shocked. What kind of attitude was this? Not only had Yi Chen slapped Tong Way but now he was looking down on the Tong family? Was he suicidal? Tong Way didn't know how to respond to that question. Was the Tong family powerful? Compared to top-tier families like the Yi or Li clans in Shangjing, they couldn't rank. But in Jiangzhou, the Tong family was undoubtedly a dominant force. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. So powerful that if you dare touch me again, I'll ensure your death. Tong Way gritted his teeth and shouted. Good. Call them, Yi Chen said calmly. What? Tong Way asked, confused. I said, call them. Summon whoever you think can save you. Today, I'm going to kill you. Let's see who dares to stop me, Yi Chen said coldly. Boom! The crowd was stunned. He's insane. Absolutely insane. Yi Chen wasn't just threatening to kill Tong Way he was actually encouraging him to call for reinforcements. What kind of arrogance was this? Even Tong Way was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a request before. Squinting his eyes, he asked coldly, Are you sure? I'm giving you 10 minutes, Yi Chen said icily. Tong Way didn't dare hesitate any longer. He immediately called his father, who was attending the banquet as well. It wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for him to arrive. Hanging up the phone, Tong Way felt more confident. The crowd around him began sneering at Chen. This kid really doesn't know how to behave. He dared to let young Master Tong call for reinforcements. Now he's doomed. The Tong family's power in Jiangzhou is beyond this boy's imagination. Young Master Tong has dealt with plenty of strong opponents before. Even if he suffered a setback, once the Tong family gets involved, they'd erase the other side in an instant. Strong dragons don't suppress local snakes. It was clear the onlookers had no faith in Chen, certain he was a dead man. Within 5 minutes, a swarm of black-clad men surged toward Chen like a tide. The leader was none other than Tongjin, Tong Weihang's father and the head of the Tong family. These black-clad men were the Tong family's personal guards. Each one was burly and sharp-eyed, exuding a deadly aura that made it clear they were seasoned fighters. Wow! It's over for Chen. He's finished for sure. Look at how many people the Tong family brought. This is going to be a spectacle. The crowd sighed, awed by the Tong family's dominance. Clearly, offending such a powerful family would have devastating consequences. Tong Weihang, seeing his father and the guards arrive, regained his confidence. Standing up straight, he pointed at Chen and shouted, "Dad, it's him. This dog hit me. Kill him, make him suffer." Tongjin glanced at Chen, surprised by his youth. He knew his son was a martial artist, so if Chen could overpower him, he must also be skilled. Still, how strong could a young man like him be? He dismissed Chen without a second thought. "You hit my son?" Tongjin asked coldly. "I did," Chen replied with a shrug. "Young man, some people you simply cannot afford to offend. Considering your youth, I'll spare your life if you kneel and apologize to my son right now," Tongjin said arrogantly. Hearing this, the crowd felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the confrontation might end without bloodshed. Tongjin's magnanimity as a family patriarch was apparent, even willing to let Chen walk away alive. But just as the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, Chen spoke calmly, "Really? Then I'll give you an opportunity. I was planning to kill your son, but if you kneel and apologize to me now, I'll let him live. Sounds fair, doesn't it?" Boom! The crowd was left dumbfounded. Insane! Chen was demanding Tongjin, the head of the Tong family, kneel before him. Was he courting death? "You little brat, you're way too arrogant. Dad, you saw it for yourself. There's no reasoning with this guy, kill him already." Tong Weihang roared furiously. As expected, Tongjin's face darkened with anger. To him, Chen was nothing more than an insolent fool. With a cold glare, Tongjin raised his hand. Immediately, the 40-odd bodyguards unleashed a terrifying aura, forcing the surrounding onlookers to step back in shock. It was only then that everyone realized these weren't ordinary guards, they were all trained martial artists. Now, Chen was surely finished. In an instant, dozens of bodyguards surrounded Chen. Seeing this scene, Tang Weihang finally revealed a smile on his face. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been humiliated in public like this. Today, he wanted Chen to pay the price. "Kid, you damned fool, do you still dare to act arrogant? Do you really think I'm easily scared? Look around you, you're done for. I'll make you understand what happens when you offend me, Tang Weihang. What are you waiting for? Get him. But don't kill him, I'll personally make him wish he were dead." Tang Weihang roared ferociously at Chen. In an instant, the bodyguards made their move. Just as everyone thought Chen was doomed, suddenly, Chen countered with lightning speed. With a flash of his figure, he moved like a ghost, appearing beside one of the bodyguards. Then, with one punch, the bodyguard flew backward. Blood spurted from his mouth in midair. When he hit the ground, he immediately passed out. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. This so-called loser not only didn't get beaten, but he knocked a bodyguard away with a single punch? What a joke! He's so fast. Chen's movements were incredibly swift. At the moment of his strike, multiple afterimages seemed to linger. By the time the others reacted, Chen was already in front of another bodyguard. That bodyguard was just about to throw a punch when Chen's fist smashed into his nose. Ah! The bodyguard screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding nose, rolling on the ground in pain. The remaining bodyguards, seeing Chen's skill, immediately surrounded him, no longer underestimating this young man who had humiliated them. However, Chen merely smiled faintly. His figure flashed again, and this time, he chose to take on all of them at once. Each punch landed solidly, like a hammer striking their bodies, leaving them writhing in agony. In just a few minutes, all the bodyguards were lying on the ground, unconscious. How is this possible? Everyone was once again stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Tong Way hung, now trembling, felt sheer terror. These bodyguards were carefully selected by the Tang family for their exceptional skills. Yet, in front of Yi Chen, they were completely helpless. At this moment, Yi Chen was already standing in front of Tong Way hung. Don't come any closer. Dad, save me, please save me. Tong Way hung cried out in fear. Tang Jin, the head of the Tang family, narrowed his eyes and stepped in front of his son without hesitation. Though Tong Way hung was an incompetent second-generation rich kid, he was still his son. There was no way Tang Jin would let him die. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jin now viewed Yi Chen in a new light. He realized this young man's strength was far beyond his expectations. Young man, let's end this here. I'll apologize on behalf of my son. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. How about that? Although his words were apologetic, his tone carried an underlying threat. Yi Chen was indeed formidable. But as the head of the Tang family, Tang Jin couldn't afford to lower himself too much. Not acceptable. Yi Chen's tone was icy. Young man, I understand you're strong, but the world isn't just about fighting, you know? An apology isn't enough? What else do you want? Do you plan to kill him? Tang Jin's face was filled with restrained anger. And if I do want to kill him? Yi Chen's tone remained indifferent. Kid, don't push your luck. If you dare lay a hand on him today, I, Tang Jin, will use everything I have to ensure you die without a place to be buried. Tang Jin roared in fury at Yi Chen's audacity. Then go ahead and try. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and his aura surged as he prepared to end Tong Way hung's life. At the critical moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Stop. Quite lively here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yun Fong, second young master of the Yun family from Shangjing. Everyone, give me some face and settle this peacefully, how about that? A young man stepped out from the crowd. Dressed in designer clothes with a buzz cut, his face carried a faint arrogance. Hearing his introduction, everyone around gasped. The second young master of the Yun family from Shangjing? Hiss. Even someone from the Yun family was getting involved. Seeing Yun Fong appear, Tang Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his support had arrived. In truth, Yun Fong hadn't planned to interfere, but he was in Jiangzhou recently, discussing a business partnership with the Tang family. The two sides were essentially allies. Yun Fong believed that as the second young master of the Yun family, a single word from him would be enough to resolve this matter, showcasing the Yun family's strength while solidifying the Tang family's loyalty. Walking through the crowd, everyone greeted Yun Fong with respect, bowing slightly. Tang Jin and Tong Way hung also quickly bowed. Young Master Yun. Young Master Yun. Yun Fong seemed to enjoy the reverence, waving his hand with a seemingly kind smile. Hello everyone. Disperse now. There's no need for violence these days. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can touch the Tang family. Yun Feng's confident tone reassured the crowd. After all, with a Yun family young master here, who would dare refuse him face? Moreover, it seemed clear that the Tang family had latched onto the Yun family, a significant advantage. Tang Jin didn't linger. With a cold snort, he prepared to leave with his son. No one even glanced at Yi Chen again. In their eyes, with Yun Fong stepping in, what could Yi Chen possibly do? Just then, Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Leaving already? Did you ask for my permission? Hiss. Everyone froze at Yi Chen's words. Yun Fong had already intervened, yet Yi Chen still dared to stop them? Was he insane? Sure enough, Yun Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Yi Chen, speaking coldly. Didn't I say to give me, Yun Fong, some face? What, are you not planning to do so? Yi Chen found Yun Fong utterly laughable. Was everyone from the Yun family this arrogant? First Yun Haoge, then Yun Hai, and now Yun Fong. These people were like pests, endlessly troublesome. It seemed Yun Fong didn't get along well with his brother Yun Hai. If they were close, Yun Fong would have known that Yi Chen wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. Yi Chen glanced at Yun Fong and spoke chillingly. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Crash. The moment these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their hairs standing on end. He even refused to give face to the Yun family's young master? This was no joke. Was this kid out of his mind? Yun Feng's expression instantly darkened. In his view, in a situation like this, a single word from him should have been enough to settle everything. This was his confidence. But Yi Chen showed him no respect. His gaze sharpened, and a hint of disbelief appeared on his face. "What did you just say? Say it again if you dare." Seeing Yun Feng's change in expression, the atmosphere around them plummeted to freezing. Everyone could feel that Yun Feng was truly angry. A suffocating pressure swept over the crowd. This was no joke. Everyone knew that offending the Yun family from Shengjing would bring consequences that could make anyone shudder. Even in anger, Yun Feng exuded an air of superiority. Everyone understood this was Yun Feng's final warning. Any sensible person would apologize immediately in such a situation. After all, Yun Feng's status was clear. As long as an apology was offered, he likely wouldn't pursue the matter further. They turned to look at Yi Chen, only to see his face full of disdain. He spoke lightly, "Get lost." Yi Chen uttered just one word, yet it made everyone's scalp tingle. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. Everyone stared at Yi Chen. He must be crazy. There was no way anyone would dare confront the young master of the Yun family like this. If Yun Feng got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sure enough, the next moment, Yun Feng exploded with rage. Coming from Shengjing, he firmly believed the Yun family could crush all forces in Jiangzhou. Never in his life had he imagined being humiliated in Jiangzhou of all places. Anger. Rage. "Kid, you must have a death wish. If that's the case, then die." Yun Feng's eyes gleamed coldly, and an explosive aura surged from him. Then he charged at Yi Chen. As the young master of the Yun family, he had never been so furious before. After all, being told to get lost by someone he viewed as insignificant was utterly intolerable. However, just as Yun Feng was about to act, he suddenly noticed that Yi Chen's figure flickered. In an instant, Yi Chen was already in front of him. Yun Feng had no time to react. A surge of fear struck him as he instinctively took a step back. In his mind, Yi Chen daring to speak to him that way was already the greatest disrespect. He never expected Yi Chen to actually lay a hand on him. But now, he realized he was wrong. "You? What are you trying to do?" Yun Feng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Yi Chen didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yun Feng across the face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Yun Feng felt a burning pain on his cheek. He was sent flying backward by the slap, crashing heavily into a wall. Ugh! Yun Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood, dazed from the impact. Although Yun Feng had some ability, he was nothing compared to Yi Chen. That slap left him reeling. And this was Yi Chen holding back. The once lively scene instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring at Yi Chen as if they had seen a ghost. The air froze, dropping to an icy chill. No one could believe what had just happened. The high and mighty second young master of the Shengjing Yun family, Yun Feng, had been slapped. The Tang father and son felt their scalps tingling. When Yi Chen acted against them earlier, they already thought he was fearless. But now, they were incredibly grateful. This Yi Chen. He didn't even care about the Yun family. Why would he care about the Tang family? However, they weren't foolish. Seeing Yun Feng injured, they hurried over to help him up. At this moment, Yun Feng's anger couldn't be described with words. As the second young master of the Yun family, he had been pampered his entire life. From birth, he lived a life far beyond most people's reach. Many people couldn't achieve in a lifetime what he had at birth. In his daily life, no one dared to cross him. Yet now, all that pride was shattered by Yi Chen's slap. Everyone looked at Yun Feng. If he didn't respond now, he would become the subject of ridicule for years to come. But Yi Chen's strength was clearly formidable. While Yun Feng hesitated, unsure of what to do, a figure suddenly entered from outside. Seeing who it was, Yun Feng's eyes lit up as if he had found his savior. He rushed over. Brother, help me. That kid hit me. He actually dared to hit me. You have to avenge me. Yun Feng's loud voice immediately drew everyone's attention to the newcomer. The person was none other than Yun Hai, the eldest young master of the Yun family. Hiss! Gasps filled the room. Although Yun Feng was the Yun family's young master, Yun Hai was far more renowned in Jiangzhou. Not only did he control most of the Yun family's resources, but his personal capabilities were exceptional. He was also the future heir of the Yun family. No one expected even Yun Hai to show up. This time, Yi Chen was surely doomed. Yun Hai's arrival silenced the room. Everyone was too scared to even breathe loudly, fearing they might offend him. True elites like Yun Hai exuded a natural intimidation. "Brother, that kid is too arrogant. I'm your brother, how dare he hit me? I want him dead, without a grave to bury him." Yun Feng roared. From the moment Yun Hai entered, he hadn't said a word. Hearing Yun Feng's plea, Yun Hai calmly walked toward Yi Chen. Seeing this, everyone thought the same thing: Yun Hai was going to take action against Yi Chen. Yun Feng's eyes widened in anticipation. While he was arrogant, he knew his brother was 100 times more capable than him. If Yun Hai intervened, Yi Chen was as good as dead. This was Yun Feng's belief. Everyone watched intently. Just as they thought Yi Chen's fate was sealed, something shocking happened. Yun Hai suddenly knelt before Yi Chen. The room fell silent. No one could have imagined Yun Hai would kneel. The air froze again. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. What's going on? Shock. Endless shock. That was Yun Hai, the eldest young master of the Yun family. His power and influence were on an entirely different level compared to Yun Feng. Yet now, he was kneeling before Yi Chen. In all of Jiangzhou, there was probably no one worthy of making Yun Hai kneel. Even Yi Shaoqing, the eldest young master of the Yi family, couldn't make Yun Hai degrade himself like this. "Brother, what are you doing? I asked you to avenge me, so why are you kneeling to that guy? Get up!" Yun Feng felt as though his worldview had been completely shattered. Being beaten was one thing, but now even his brother was kneeling to Yi Chen. Since when did their Yun family lose all its dignity? Yun Hai's gaze sharpened. Even after he had knelt, this foolish Yun Feng still couldn't grasp the gravity of the situation and dared to question him. "Yun Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Get over here and kneel before young Master Yi to apologize." Yun Hai roared furiously. He was utterly terrified. He wasn't just afraid that Yi Chen might kill his brother, he was even more afraid that this incident would drag the entire Yun family down. Others might not know, but Yun Hai was perfectly clear. Yi Chen wasn't as harmless as he appeared on the surface. He was a man who wielded absolute power overseas. Yun Hai wasn't stupid. He knew that the power Yi Chen had shown so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. More importantly, Yi Chen's power wasn't just immense. Yun Hai had gone back and pieced everything together, only then realizing the truth. When Yun Hai had invited Ji Chu from the Ji family to deal with Yi Chen, everyone assumed that Ji Chu's death was caused by some other mysterious force. But in reality, Ji Chu's demise was Yi Chen's doing. The direct consequence of that was the entire Ji family being subdued by Yi Chen. Although this was Yun Hai's speculation, he was almost certain of it. Thus, he came to an unbelievable conclusion: Yi Chen must never be offended. Otherwise, no one in the Dragon Nation could save them. Yun Feng's face turned ashen. Moments earlier, he had been blinded by anger. For as long as he could remember, he had relied on the Yun family's power to act recklessly. Even if he offended someone, the family would clean up his mess. But now, as he calmed down, he realized that his once fearsome elder brother Yun Hai was showing nothing but sheer terror. This was the same Yun Hai who had always been proud and unyielding, even in Xinjiang, where he could compete with the elite young masters. For someone to make Yun Hai this terrified and kneel to beg for forgiveness, it could only mean that Yi Chen was someone even the Yun family couldn't afford to provoke. Hiss. Realizing this, Yun Feng felt his entire body go limp, trembling uncontrollably. Fear. Overwhelming fear. With a thud, Yun Feng fell to his knees. At this moment, both brothers of the Yun family completely submitted. The onlookers didn't dare breathe loudly. The smarter ones quickly memorized Yi Chen's appearance. Although they didn't know Yi Chen's true identity, anyone who could make the Yun brothers kneel was definitely someone extraordinary. Fortunately, there weren't many people outside the estate at this time. Otherwise, this scene would have caused a massive uproar. "Young Master Yi, I beg you, please spare my brother." Yun Hai kowtowed, pleading desperately. Yi Chen coldly glanced at Yun Hai and said indifferently, "Do you know why I haven't killed any of you Yun family members despite your repeated provocations?" Yun Hai shook his head. Indeed, with Yi Chen's abilities, killing them would have been effortless. There was no need to show the Yun family any mercy. Yi Chen's tone turned icy. "Because I plan to visit the Yun family myself. Whether the Yun family lives or dies, you'll soon find out. In my eyes, you're nothing more than clowns. Now get back to Xinjiang. I don't want to see you here again." Yi Chen's cold voice sent waves of terror through Yun Hai's heart. He could hear the underlying message in Yi Chen's words. Was there more to the enmity between Yi Chen and the Yun family? As far as Yun Hai knew, the feud between them should have been limited to Yun Haoge's actions. But what else could have happened to make Yi Chen so determined to destroy the Yun family? Yun Hai couldn't figure it out. But he didn't dare ask or stay any longer. Surviving this encounter was already a blessing. He immediately got up, grabbed the trembling Yun Fong, and the two brothers fled in disgrace. Yi Chen paid them no further attention. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings, causing everyone to feel their hearts skip a beat. Pretending to be busy, they quickly dispersed. Mu Qingsno, however, wasn't particularly shocked by what had just happened. She had long known that Yi Chen was no ordinary person. Anyone who crossed Yi Chen would meet a terrible end. As for the feud between Yi Chen and the Yun family, Mu Qingsno didn't intend to ask. She was a smart woman. If Yi Chen wanted her to know, he would tell her. Since he hadn't, it wasn't something she should interfere with. Soon, the area around Yi Chen and Mu Qingsno was deserted. Mu Qingsno naturally linked her arm with Yi Chen's as the two headed into the banquet. At that moment, the late-arriving Mu Wanqing and her family stepped out of their car. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo had never attended such a high-end event before, and they were overwhelmed, like country bumpkins entering a grand estate. Wow, this is so luxurious. The Li family truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious family from Shengjing. Just seeing this setup makes me feel like my life is complete. I could die happy tomorrow. Exactly. Mu Bo, never thought I'd ever attend an elite gathering like this. It's all thanks to Wanqing. They couldn't help but marvel. Wanqing, you said you had connections with the eldest miss of the Li family. Do you think she'll hand over the contract out of respect for you? Zhao Lan asked. Mu Wanqing's expression stiffened slightly. The truth was, her connection with Li Xiaowan was all thanks to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the Li family's savior. And during her previous meeting with Li Xiaowan, she had deliberately claimed Yi Chen was her husband, never mentioning their divorce. With this connection, the Li family wanted to repay Yi Chen, which naturally benefited Mu Wanqing as well. But there was no way Mu Wanqing would admit that she was riding on Yi Chen's coattails. Of course. Miss Li and I have a great relationship. We might even become close friends in the future. Mu Wanqing boasted shamelessly. She wasn't worried at all. At an event of this caliber, Yi Chen wouldn't even be qualified to attend, and no one would bring him up. Her lie was safe. Just as Mu Wanqing finished speaking, Zhao Lan suddenly exclaimed, "Look, isn't that useless Yi Chen? How did he get into this banquet?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she panicked. She felt a surge of frustration. That damned Yi Chen! Why did he keep showing up everywhere? If her lie was exposed, all her efforts would have been in vain. Mu Wanqing was still feeling frustrated. Zhao Lan, however, had already strode forward and immediately spotted Mu Qingsno next to Yi Chen, as if discovering a new continent. Well, I knew it. How could you, this useless loser, get into such a high-end place to attend a banquet? Turns out, you're leeching off Qingsno again. Qingsno, I told you not to associate with Yi Chen. Why won't you listen? Look at him. As a man, he's no better than a complete failure. Without waiting for a response, Zhao Lan began her tirade. Hearing this, Mu Qingsno's face darkened. She said, "Mom, can you stop saying things like that? Don't you know it's wrong to talk about others like this? Besides, Yi Chen isn't the person you think he is." Zhao Lan sneered and replied, "I know exactly what kind of person he is. I don't need you to tell me." With that, she arrogantly pointed at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, if you have even a shred of dignity, stay away from Qingsno immediately. If not, don't blame me for being rude." Yi Chen didn't even bother responding to Zhao Lan. He simply snorted coldly, "Get lost." "You?" Zhao Lan was so infuriated by Yi Chen's attitude that she was practically fuming. Mu Wanqing and Mu Bo quickly stepped forward. "Yi Chen, how can you talk to my mom like that?" Mu Wanqing reproached. "That's just the way I talk," Yi Chen replied coldly. "Do you have no respect for the elderly or any sense of morality?" Mu Wanqing asked angrily. "Respect is for those who deserve it, not for those who disrespect themselves," Yi Chen retorted. "I don't care. I want you to apologize to my mom immediately," Mu Wanqing said, her voice filled with restrained anger. Yi Chen glanced at her and then looked away without a word. Mu Qingsno, caught in the middle, felt a headache coming on. She quickly tried to mediate. "Sis, that's enough. Yi Chen hasn't done anything to provoke you. Why do you always have to cause trouble? Does Yi Chen have to endure being bullied by you every time? Mu Wanqing, still fuming, retorted, you ungrateful brat. What did Yi Chen give you to make you side with him like this? I'm just being fair, Mu Qingsno replied. Mu Wanqing ignored her and turned back to Yi Chen. Are you going to apologize or not? Yi Chen shrugged. No. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said, fine. I'm telling you, I'll soon be signing a contract with the Li family, and then I'll. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that her connection with the Li family was all thanks to Yi Chen. Her words caught in her throat. Zhao Lan, however, continued her tantrum. Exactly. Once that happens, we'll make sure he's kicked out of here. A useless loser like him will get what's coming. Caught between them, Mu Qingsno felt helpless. She could only pull Yi Chen away to avoid further conflict. Even as they left, Zhao Lan was still fuming. Wanqing, aren't you on good terms with the Li family's eldest miss? Later, tell her to kick Yi Chen out. Exactly. Look at how smug he is, acting like he's somebody. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were furious. Mu Wanqing, feeling a bit uneasy, sighed and said, alright, Mom. The most important thing today is finalizing the contract with the Li family. As for Yi Chen, we'll deal with him later. With that, Mu Wanqing led Zhao Lan and Mu Bo elsewhere, avoiding any further clashes with Yi Chen for the time being. At that moment, Li Xiaowan approached from the side. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing, she quickly walked over. President Mu. Li Xiaowan greeted her with a smile. Although she already knew that Mu Wanqing had been demoted to a regular employee by the Imperial Group, Li Xiaowan didn't expose her. She wanted to repay Yi Chen, but since he wouldn't accept her gratitude, she decided to direct it toward his wife instead. Miss Li. Mu Wanqing greeted her enthusiastically. President Mu, I'm so pleased you could attend our banquet. The Li Group has finalized plans to invest 1 trillion yuan in Jiangzhou to build the city's largest commercial plaza. And the partner we've chosen is you. Li Xiaowan announced with a smile. Her words left Mu Wanqing stunned. This wasn't a partnership between two corporations, Li Xiaowan was choosing her as an individual partner. In other words, Mu Wanqing could operate independently of the Imperial Group and work directly with the Li family. This? Miss Li, are you joking? Isn't this supposed to be a partnership with the Imperial Group? Mu Wanqing asked incredulously. Of course not. We want you as our partner. With your abilities, you can easily start a new company and manage this project independently, Li Xiaowan replied with a smile. Mu Wanqing was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Operating independently was a completely different concept from relying on the Imperial Group. This meant she could break free from the Imperial Group. Feeling emboldened, Mu Wanqing thought of how much she had longed to control her own destiny rather than live under someone else's rules. President Mu, we'll discuss the details tomorrow. I still need to greet other guests. See you later, Li Xiaowan said with a smile. Alright, Miss Li. Take care. Mu Wanqing replied excitedly. As soon as Li Xiaowan left, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were nearly jumping for joy. Wanqing, did I hear that right? You're going to become a partner of the Li family and manage 1 trillion yuan project? Zhao Lan asked, swallowing hard as if she couldn't believe it. Mom, you heard right. It's true. Even though I'm currently working under Yi Shaoqing, it's still dependent on his mood. If he's unhappy, he can remove me at any time. But now, with this connection to the Li family, I can start my own company, and all the profits will be ours. Mu Wanqing said, her excitement evident. Ha, that's fantastic. Wanqing, this is an incredible opportunity. You must seize it. Zhao Lan exclaimed. Yes, Mom. You and Dad go explore. I saw a few influential people from Jiangzhou earlier. I'll go network and build some connections. Mu Wanqing said before heading off to socialize. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo wandered aimlessly. Not understanding much of what others were discussing, and being older, they didn't enjoy the lively crowd. Eventually, they spotted Yi Chen sitting on a sofa, eating heartily. Seeing this, Zhao Lan frowned and marched over. Yi Chen, are you starving or something? She scolded. Yi Chen frowned. This Zhao Lan was truly relentless. He coldly replied, I warned you. Don't provoke me again, or don't blame me for what happens. Zhao Lan, still fuming from earlier, saw this as an opportunity to humiliate Yi Chen further. What a joke, Yi Chen. Did you know? Wanqing just struck a deal with the Li family. 1 trillion yuan investment in Jiangzhou, under her control. And you think you can threaten us? Who do you think you are? Zhao Lan sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Yi Chen paused for a moment, finding it odd. Mu Wanqing managed to secure a deal with Li Shaowan? So quickly? Though he wasn't sure what had happened, he replied indifferently, I don't care about any of that. But if you provoke me again, I'll ensure the Li family immediately cuts ties with Mu Wanqing. You can test me if you like. Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Their laughter grew so intense that tears began streaming from their eyes, as if they had just heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha ha. You're killing me, Yi Chen. Can you stop pretending already? You think you can make the Li family cancel their cooperation with Wanqing? Do you even know what being a partner means? Who do you think you are, able to influence the Li family's decisions? Or do you think a freeloader like you can start freeloading off the eldest miss of the Li family now? Zhao Lan and Mu Bo burst into uncontrollable laughter. Yi Chen looked at them coldly, a faint smirk appearing on his lips. Laugh all you want. Laugh a bit more, because soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Don't come crawling to me, begging on your knees when the time comes, Yi Chen said indifferently. Beg you? What kind of daydream are you having? Zhao Lan mocked. Even if I had to beg a dog or a pig, I'd never beg you, you useless trash. Got it? Just as she finished speaking, a surprised voice came from behind them. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. A graceful figure quickly approached them. Seeing who it was, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo froze. Wasn't this the eldest miss of the Li family? How did she know Yi Chen? The two exchanged a glance and saw the panic in each other's eyes. Yi Chen nodded and said calmly, Oh, it's you. Li Shaowan hadn't expected to see Yi Chen at the banquet. Smiling, she said, Yes, it's me. It's such an honor to see you, Mr. Yi. I was just having a delightful chat with your wife, President Mu. Hearing this, Yi Chen paused, momentarily stunned. His wife, President Mu? So Mu Wanqing had signed a contract with Li Shaowan. At that moment, Yi Chen understood everything. For some reason, Li Shaowan believed Mu Wanqing was his wife. So when Yi Chen declined her attempts to repay him, she had given the contract to Mu Wanqing as a way of expressing her gratitude. Yi Chen had been wondering how someone like Mu Wanqing could secure a deal with the Li family. It turned out Mu Wanqing had used the title of his wife. How laughable. She usually acted all high and mighty, looking down on him. But when there was something to gain, she didn't hesitate to exploit their connection. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, hearing this, also realized the truth. So Li Shaowan only knew Yi Chen because of Mu Wanqing. In their minds, Yi Chen was now a shameless scammer using the title of Mu Wanqing's husband to con people. This thought enraged them even more. The two quickly decided they couldn't let Yi Chen benefit from this. Zhao Lan immediately interrupted, Miss Li, don't be fooled by this hypocrite. He's not President Mu's husband. He's just a freeloading scammer. Hearing this, Li Shaowan's face showed a trace of surprise. She looked at them curiously and asked, And who might you be? Zhao Lan rubbed her hands together, her face full of flattery. I'm Mu Wanqing's mother, Zhao Lan. Miss Li, I'm telling you, has Yi Chen been using my daughter's name to scam people again? Let me tell you, this man is just trash, a pile of dog poop. Don't fall for his tricks. Mu Bo nodded in agreement. That's right. This guy has nothing to do with my daughter anymore. If you've given him anything because of my daughter, you've fallen into his trap. As soon as they finished speaking, Li Shaowan's expression darkened considerably. She had originally intended to repay Yi Chen by making Mu Wanqing her partner. But now it seemed she might have misunderstood everything. Li Shaowan turned to Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, isn't Mu Wanqing your wife? Hearing this, Zhao Lan flared up like a lioness, glaring at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you useless piece of trash, you better tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll expose your lies, and it'll be your reputation on the line. Zhao Lan snapped. Yi Chen's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, Mu Wanqing? She's just my ex-wife. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Does that answer your question? If there's nothing else, stop bothering me. With that, Yi Chen turned and walked away. Li Shaowan's face was filled with anger. She felt deceived. The only reason she believed Mu Wanqing was Yi Chen's wife was because Mu Wanqing had claimed so herself. But now, it turned out Mu Wanqing had lied to her. Humph. Li Shaowan snorted coldly and stormed off in a huff. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, watching this, were immensely pleased with themselves. See? Li Shaowan is furious. She almost got tricked by Yi Chen. Good thing we're smart enough to expose him. I've always said we need to guard against trash like Chen. He's always sniffing around for benefits. It's hilarious that trash like Chen thinks we'd ever kneel to him and apologize. Let's see how he handles it when Li Xiaowan gets back at him. Then he'll know what pain really is. The two congratulated themselves for uncovering Yi Chen's supposed scheme. Satisfied, they wandered around some more before reuniting with Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing was riding high, excited about her potential partnership with the Li family. If she could become their partner, she could break away from the imperial group and start her own company. Seeing her parents approach, Mu Wanqing smiled and asked, "Mom, Dad, how are you feeling about the banquet?" Zhao Lan huffed, "I'm too upset to enjoy it. That scumbag Yi Chen has me so angry I could scream." Mu Wanqing laughed. "Mom, didn't I tell you to ignore Yi Chen? Why are you arguing with him again?" Zhao Lan put her hands on her hips. "Wanqing, you don't understand. If your father and I weren't so sharp, we wouldn't have realized how shameless Yi Chen really is." Mu Bo nodded. "Exactly. Do you know what he did? He pretended to be your husband just to approach Miss Li." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's face instantly went pale. Zhao Lan continued, "Miss Li actually thought Yi Chen was your husband. She even greeted him warmly. Luckily, I exposed his lies right away. Now that Miss Li knows the truth, she's furious. She must be outraged by Yi Chen's shameless behavior." Listening to her mother, Mu Wanqing felt dizzy and lightheaded. She wanted to speak, but her emotions were too overwhelming. It felt as if her throat was blocked, and she couldn't get any words out. Moments ago, she had been dreaming of the bright future she'd have as the Li family's partner. Now, everything was ruined. Overcome with anger, Mu Wanqing's vision blurred, and she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo panicked. "Wanqing, are you okay? Don't scare me. What's wrong, my dear? Damn that Yi Chen. Look at what he's done to our daughter. She's so upset she fainted. Quick, get the car, we're taking her to the hospital." The two scrambled in a panic, rushing Mu Wanqing to the hospital. They didn't understand what had happened and continued blaming Yi Chen. Because of him, they couldn't even finish the banquet. It wasn't until late in the evening that Mu Wanqing finally woke up. Seeing her parents, she took a deep breath and spoke weakly, "Mom, could you please go and beg Yi Chen?" Zhao Lan was stunned by Mu Wanqing's words. Ask her to beg Yi Chen? Was she crazy? What was Yi Chen, that she should beg him? Zhao Lan thought Mu Wanqing must have a fever and was talking nonsense. She quickly touched Mu Wanqing's forehead and said, "Wanqing, are you burning up? Are you delirious? You want me to beg Yi Chen? That's ridiculous. Beg him for what? What about that useless man deserves my begging?" Mu Bo also found it unbelievable. "Wanqing, Yi Chen isn't worth it. You've been divorced for so long, and he still dares to use your name to swindle people. It's despicable. Exactly, shameless. We've never seen anyone as bottomless as that piece of trash." Zhao Lan and Mu Bo started cursing furiously. Mu Wanqing's face turned bright red with embarrassment. With every insult they hurled, it felt like they were insulting her. Despicable. Shameless. No dignity. No bottom line. Mu Wanqing, growing angry, shouted, "Enough, Mom, Dad. Can you stop already? That's not what happened at all. Yi Chen didn't use me, I used his title as his wife. Do you get it?" She screamed hysterically. The room fell into an awkward silence. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo exchanged wide-eyed glances. For a moment, they were both utterly shocked. Had they been insulting Mu Wanqing all along? Zhao Lan, unable to believe it, said, "Wanqing, how can this be? You must be joking. Why would someone like Yi Chen deserve that?" Mu Wanqing sighed and explained everything from start to finish. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo finally understood. "Wanqing, you mean Yi Chen has done the Li family a favor? And you pretended to be his wife, which is why Miss Li made you her partner?" Zhao Lan asked incredulously. "Yes, so when you exposed everything, Miss Li must have thought I was deceiving her. If she pursues this, even if she doesn't hold me personally accountable, my position as her partner will definitely be revoked. At that point, we'll lose a trillion-yuan project. Think about it, if we successfully complete a trillion-yuan project, do you know how much money we could make?" Mu Wanqing said in frustration. At that moment, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Earlier, they had been so pleased with themselves for publicly exposing Yi Chen, thinking it would humiliate him. But now they realized all their actions had backfired on them. Mu Wanqing wasn't wrong. A trillion yuan project meant even a 1% profit margin would amount to 10 billion yuan. Their meddling had directly cost them nearly 10 billion yuan. Realizing this, Zhao Lan almost fainted on the spot. Her body trembling, Zhao Lan asked, "So, what do we do now?" Mu Wanqing sighed, "What else can we do? While there's still a chance, we need to beg Yi Chen. As long as he agrees, we might still have a chance." The thought of begging Yi Chen made Zhao Lan extremely reluctant. Damn it, how did Yi Chen even manage to get involved with the Li family? Zhao Lan grumbled. "I heard Yi Chen accidentally saved the Li family's old master. Miss Li wants to repay him because the Li family never leaves debts of gratitude unpaid. I don't know how Yi Chen got so lucky. If I had been the one to save the old master, things would be so much better." Mu Wanqing sighed, her tone filled with envy and jealousy. In truth, Mu Wanqing had always been someone who overestimated herself. She believed Yi Chen's success was purely due to luck. However, for Yi Chen, saving someone, whether a billionaire like the Li family's old master or a dying beggar on the street, made no difference. Even if such an opportunity presented itself to Mu Wanqing, she wouldn't have the ability to seize it. The three of them deliberated for a while. Faced with the massive potential profits of the Li family's project, they decided they had no choice but to beg Yi Chen. Zhao Lan gritted her teeth. "Fine, we'll beg him. Yi Chen must have used up 8 lifetimes worth of good luck to have us come crawling to him. I can already imagine the smug look on his face when we beg him." After resting for a night, Mu Wanqing felt a bit better. She first tried calling Li Xiaowan, hoping to explain everything. However, when she dialed, she realized she had already been blocked. With no other options, Mu Wanqing brought her parents to look for Yi Chen. Soon, the three of them arrived at the hotel where Yi Chen was staying. Zhao Lan was visibly upset. As they approached the door, she hesitated. No, I can't do this. I won't go. Asking me to beg Yi Chen is just too humiliating. I can't take this. Besides, I made a bet with Yi Chen that I'd never beg him. If we beg him now, who knows how he'll mock and humiliate us? How can I save face? That trash Yi Chen has been waiting for this day, hoping I'd bow to him. If I really beg him, he'll act like he's king of the world." Zhao Lan turned and tried to leave, but after taking a few steps, Mu Wanqing forcefully pulled her back. "Mom, is this the time to care about face? What's more important, face or hundreds of billions? Do you understand that if we become the Li family's partner, we'll rise to the top of Jiangzhou's elite? Then, all the influential families in Jiangzhou will have to flatter us. Do you care more about face or living in poverty?" Mu Wanqing said in exasperation. In her mind, her mother's dignity was insignificant compared to the potential profits. Currently, Mu Wanqing had lost the trust of Yi Shaoqing. If she couldn't find another way out, her life would be over. At that point, they wouldn't just lose their lavish lifestyle, they'd be reduced to poverty. As the saying goes, going from frugality to luxury is easy, but going from luxury to frugality is hard. Since becoming the president of the Imperial Group, not only had Mu Wanqing enjoyed a life of extravagance, but Zhao Lan and Mu Bo had also grown accustomed to spending lavishly, often buying the most expensive items without considering their actual needs. Hearing this, Zhao Lan's face fell. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll throw away my pride and beg him. But I can already see that smug look on Yi Chen's face when we do. He's probably dreaming about this moment." Grumbling, Zhao Lan followed reluctantly. The three of them entered the hotel and soon arrived at Yi Chen's room. Mu Wanqing knocked on the door. Yi Chen opened it, and upon seeing Mu Wanqing and her family, his brows furrowed. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, forced a smile, and started, "Yi Chen, we..." Before she could finish, Yi Chen's expression turned cold. "Leave," he snapped, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. The three stood staring at each other, caught in an awkward silence. Just moments ago, they had imagined Yi Chen sitting arrogantly, waiting for them to grovel. But now, it was clear Yi Chen didn't care about them at all. This realization left them even more frustrated. To think they were being dismissed by someone like Yi Chen. Zhao Lan, snapping back to reality, began angrily pounding on the door. Bang! 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 No matter how loudly they shouted, Yi Chen remained silent and refused to open the door. This left the three feeling utterly dejected. Mu Wanqing became visibly upset. She knew that securing the partnership with the Li family was crucial to breaking free from Yi Shaoqing and starting her own venture. She couldn't afford to lose this opportunity because of her parents. "Mom, Dad, what now? Yi Chen won't even open the door. We can't even beg him. Mu Wanqing was on the verge of tears. Humph, that Yi Chen, who has lived humbly all his life, must be relishing this rare moment of power. I doubt he'll let us off so easily, Mu Bo speculated. Humph, then we'll just wait here. I refuse to believe he'll stay holed up forever. Zhao Lan huffed and sat on the ground, clearly prepared to camp outside the door. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa. Standing before him was Zhang Yi, the Reaper, bowing respectfully. Yi Chen had no time to deal with Mu Wanqing and her family. He was busy listening to Zhang Yi's report. Master, the situation in Xingjing is becoming increasingly turbulent. You previously instructed me to investigate your father's whereabouts. The trail leads primarily to the Yi family in Xingjing, but the matter is complicated by numerous other involved factions. Additionally, the lack of concrete information about your father makes the search exceptionally difficult, Zhang Yi reported calmly. I understand, Yi Chen replied. In truth, when he left back then, I already knew I'd been abandoned. Perhaps he had his reasons, but abandonment is still abandonment. After all these years, I've never thought of searching for him, but... Yi Chen sighed, his mind wandering back to childhood memories. His youth had been filled with pain, much of it rooted in Xingjing. In Xingjing, there were friends he hadn't seen in years and many families and people he disliked. Since meeting Yi Shaoqing, memories of the Yi family in Xingjing had resurfaced, ones Yi Chen had tried hard to suppress. Often, he wondered why the Yi family in Xingjing, despite his father's ties to them, had been so cruel. Was it really just because of his mother's humble background? Do you think I should go to Xingjing? Yi Chen asked, as much to Zhang Yi as to himself. Zhang Yi replied, Master, it's not my place to offer advice, but as you've said before, some things can only be understood once thoroughly investigated. Hearing this, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. That's right. He didn't know what his parents had experienced or why his father had abandoned him at the Chang family's home and then disappeared. To find those answers, he had to return to Xingjing and uncover the truth. Fine. Head to Xingjing first. Once I've wrapped up matters in Jiangzhou, I'll join you there, Yi Chen instructed. Yes, Master. Shall I arrange for a residence in Xingjing? Zhang Yi asked. No need. Just inform the Chang family that I, Yi Chen, have returned to Xingjing, Yi Chen said, his eyes narrowing. This time, he planned to stay with the Chang family. When he was young, Yi Chen's father had entrusted him to the Chang family, where he lived for many years. It was time to settle old scores. Most importantly, he needed to resolve the marriage arrangement between him and Chang Xiu. After acknowledging the order, Zhang Yi disappeared in a flash. Yi Chen took a deep breath, a mix of hesitation and anticipation flashing across his face. Xingjing. In the end, he would have to return to that place. Yi Chen sat lost in thought for a long time. As dusk approached, he slowly got up, intending to go out for dinner. When he opened the door, he was startled to see Mu Wanqing and her family still waiting outside. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Lan pounced like a wild dog, clutching Yi Chen's leg as if her life depended on it. She was determined not to let him shut the door again. What do you want? Yi Chen frowned, visibly annoyed. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I beg you, forgive me. I'll kneel, I'll apologize, please, I'm begging you. Zhao Lan wailed, clinging tightly to his leg. Let go. Yi Chen said coldly, shaking her off forcefully. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing became angry. Yi Chen, my mom is already begging you like this. No matter how mad you are, isn't it time to let it go? I don't need apologies, nor do I need you to beg me, Yi Chen replied coldly. I just hope that from now on, we go our separate ways. Mu Wanqing looked at Yi Chen, her expression softening into one of vulnerability and sorrow. Yi Chen, you know why we're here. We were married for 3 years. The Mu family has never mistreated you. Actually, I've always. Mu Wanqing tried to use their past relationship to persuade him. But Yi Chen knew her too well. This woman could be utterly shameless. During their 3-year marriage, had the Mu family ever treated him with respect? They were nothing but opportunists. Enough, Mu Wanqing. Stop pretending. That won't work on me, Yi Chen said coldly. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing exploded with anger. Yi Chen, I'll ask you directly, can you go to Li Shaowan and acknowledge me as your wife so she will choose me as the Li family's partner? Can you do that? Zhao Lan chimed in, exactly, Yi Chen. I'm your former mother-in-law, after all. The future of the Mu family depends on you. I promise that once we succeed, we won't forget you. Mubo added, here's the deal, Chen. If you agree, once it's done, we'll give you 100,000, no, 500,000 yuan. How about that? Listening to them, Chen couldn't help but laugh, especially at Mubo's offer of 500,000 yuan. This family wasn't just delusional, they were also ridiculously cheap. If Chen's information was correct, Li Shaowan was prepared to invest 1 trillion yuan in partnership with Mu Wancheng. And yet Mubo thought a mere 500,000 yuan would suffice? Did they think Chen was a beggar who would be grateful for scraps? Looking at their shameless faces, Chen's expression turned icy. Get lost. There's nothing to discuss. Also, today will be the last time we see each other. Starting tomorrow, we're strangers. With that, Chen walked away without looking back. No matter how much they cursed or pleaded behind him, Chen remained indifferent. After all, he was about to head to Xinjiang. It was unlikely he would ever see them again. Mu Wanqing couldn't believe how heartless Chen was. Her entire family had come to beg him, yet he completely disregarded them, offering no consideration at all. She felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the thought that if Chen refused to help, the cooperation with the Li family would fall apart. Thinking about this, Mu Wanqing felt her chest tighten, and she slid down the wall, collapsing to the ground. Wanqing! Wanqing! Are you alright? Zhao Lan and Mubo asked in concern. Mom, Dad, what should we do now? I've lost everything, truly everything. Mu Wanqing couldn't hold back her grief anymore and burst into tears. It's all my fault, everything is my fault. Don't worry, Wanqing, even if I have to kneel until I die in front of Chen, I'll make him help you. Zhao Lan cried as well, her voice filled with pain. The three of them held on to each other, sobbing. Of course, their tears weren't because of Chen's attitude toward them. They were crying because they had lost the opportunity to make a fortune. After a long while, Mu Wanqing finally stood up. Taking a deep breath, her eyes filled with resentment. Wanqing, I'll go find Chen right now, Zhao Lan said quickly, fearing her daughter might fall into despair. No need, Mom. Chen won't help us. He's nothing but a complete scumbag. He looks down on me, doesn't he? I, Mu Wanqing, swear I will not be defeated so easily. One day, I'll step on Chen and make him realize that I, Mu Wanqing, can become the brightest star even without his help. Mu Wanqing said through clenched teeth. That's our daughter. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo exclaimed, their spirits lifting. To them, Chen's connection with the Li family was nothing more than dumb luck. Their daughter, on the other hand, had reached her position through her own abilities and fortune. Wanqing, when you succeed, don't forget how low we had to stoop in front of Chen today. Make sure he's 100 times more humiliated in the future. Mu Bo fumed. Today's humiliation, kneeling and begging Chen, was an insult they couldn't stomach. They were determined to make him pay for it 100-fold in the future. Chen didn't care about what Mu Wanqing and her family thought. After wrapping up his affairs in Jiangzhou and informing Mu Qingsno, he prepared to leave for Shangjing alone. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to depart, Chang Xiu appeared. Seeing her, Chen frowned. Why aren't you at school? Why are you running around everywhere? Since her repeated attempts to test Chen, Chang Xiu had developed a different impression of him. Although her plans had failed, she secretly realized that Chen was not the useless person everyone thought he was but someone with unfathomable abilities. Her view of him had completely changed. Previously, she believed Chen was unworthy of her excellent elder sister. At one point, she had even tried to have the engagement between Chen and Chang Xiu annulled. But now, things were different. She realized that Chen might be far more outstanding than she had imagined. The engagement couldn't be annulled, in fact, she needed to protect her hidden gem of a brother-in-law for her sister. Brother-in-law, I heard you're going to Shangjing? Take me with you. Chang Xiu said with a mischievous smile. Don't call me that. I'm not your brother-in-law. The engagement with your sister is bound to be annulled. If your sister hears you calling me that, she'll probably spank you. Chen said with a faint smile. I'm not calling you that randomly. You and my sister have a proper engagement. If you could marry that Mu woman, then my sister, who's 100 times better than her, is your perfect match. Chang Xiu pouted. Chen didn't respond. One of the reasons he was going to Shangjing was to annul his engagement with Chang Xiu. He didn't want to discuss it further. Chen initially didn't want to bring Chang Xiu along. However, she was persistent. She jumped into the car and refused to leave, leaving Chen with no choice but to take her along. Yi Chen was driving a BMW worth around 500,000 yuan, a car he borrowed from Mu Qingsno, one she rarely used. Brother-in-law, why are you driving such a junk car? If you don't have a better one, I'll lend you one when we get to Xinjiang. Driving this will make people laugh at you. Chang Xiu said, clearly displeased. In truth, a 500,000 yuan BMW was considered a luxury car to most people. After all, many ordinary people couldn't afford a car from brands like BMW, Benz, or Audi. But to Chang Xiu, a wealthy heiress, this car was nothing but junk. She usually drove cars worth millions. A car is just for getting around. What's wrong? Are you, as the eldest miss of the Chang family, still obsessed with using cars to boost your status? Yi Chen replied, shrugging and mocking her. No way. I'm just worried about you losing face. Chang Xiu said with an awkward smile. In Xinjiang's elite circles, where she usually mingled, everyone drove luxury cars worth millions. Someone driving a mid-tier car like this would indeed become the subject of ridicule. But Yi Chen didn't care about such trivialities. He had no time to compete over superficial status symbols with kids. Soon, Yi Chen arrived in Shenzhen. His first stop was the Chang family estate. Standing in front of the familiar yet distant gate, Yi Chen felt a wave of emotion. When it came to the Chang family, he didn't exactly hate them, but he didn't particularly like them either. After all, he had lived there for several years. Now, returning after all these years, everything felt different. Chang Xiu was thrilled. She eagerly grabbed Yi Chen's hand and dragged him inside. The Chang family had already gathered in the main hall. Chang Xiuqi, the family head, had taken over after the old patriarch fell ill and became bedridden. Seeing Yi Chen and Chang Xiu, Chang Xiuqi cast a cold glance at Yi Chen before beckoning to his daughter. Xiu, you're back. Chang Xiuqi greeted her with a smile. Dad, not just me. Look, my brother-in-law Yi Chen is here too. Chang Xiu said, pulling Yi Chen along and introducing him enthusiastically. Her words made everyone in the room exchange awkward smiles. The matriarch, Lu Mei, forced a smile and said, Oh, Shaoqing. Welcome back. Treat this as your home. We didn't know you were coming, so we didn't prepare much. We'll have someone get your room ready soon. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's been a while, Aunt Lu. Lu Mei's smile froze for a moment. Back then, aside from the old patriarch, the entire Chang family had been hostile toward Yi Chen. If it weren't for the patriarch's intervention, Yi Chen would never have been allowed to stay with them for years. So now, his return was undoubtedly awkward for the family. If it weren't for Chang Xiu's presence, Lu Mei wouldn't have greeted Yi Chen at all, let alone let him inside. In truth, the family only allowed Yi Chen to stay because of his connection to Chang Xiuqing and their desire to have the engagement annulled. After the initial greeting, no one paid Yi Chen any attention. They didn't even offer him a cup of tea. It was clear that to the Chang family, Yi Chen was someone they were used to ignoring. Yi Chen didn't care, he just quietly sat in the main hall. Since he had come, he knew what to expect. Currently, the old master of the Chang family was no longer in charge, and all family affairs were managed by Chang Xiuqi and his wife, Lu Mei. Chang Xiuqing, their eldest daughter, was at the center of their concerns. They wanted Yi Chen to annul the engagement, but they weren't going to confront him outright. After letting Yi Chen sit for a while, Chang Xiuqi and Lu Mei exchanged glances. Lu Mei turned to Yi Chen, smiling faintly. Shaoqing, you didn't come all the way to Shenzhen just to visit your uncle and aunt, did you? I'm just here to take care of some things, Yi Chen replied. Lu Mei smiled again. I heard that Shaoqing recently went to Jiangzhou. Did you meet her? Yi Chen understood that Lu Mei was finally bringing up the real matter at hand. He nodded slightly. I did. Lu Mei squinted and said, Shaoqing, a little while ago, your aunt bought a villa in the suburbs of Shenzhen. It cost over 10 million yuan. Since you're staying with the Chang family, I'm worried you might not feel comfortable or free. I was thinking of giving the villa to you. What do you think? Yi Chen smiled. Aunt Lu, there's a saying, no merit, no reward. I don't need a villa. If you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Lu Mei smiled and said, since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. You know, Shaoqing has made great progress in martial arts after joining the war division. She's now the top talent on the Qianlong list. Honestly, there aren't many men in all of Xinjiang who are worthy of her. Have you thought about whether this engagement between you two is really suitable? Yi Chen smiled faintly. This engagement was arranged by old Master Chang and my father. Whether it's suitable or not isn't for me to decide. How can it not be your decision? Lu Mei said. Nowadays, young people decide these things for themselves. I think it's best to cancel this engagement. If you have any requests, feel free to ask, and I promise they'll be met. Chen squinted slightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He had never cared about the engagement with Chang Xiu. One of the reasons he came to Xingjing was to dissolve this engagement. After all, Chen wasn't someone who would marry a woman he didn't like, no matter how beautiful she was. To him, beauty was merely superficial. Dissolving the engagement was a minor issue for Chen. His main goal was to investigate the disappearance of his parents years ago. The Chang family, as a prominent family in Xingjing, had close ties with Chen's father, and Old Master Chang was a close friend of his. The Chang family undoubtedly knew some details about what had happened back then. Just as Chen was about to speak, Chang Xiu suddenly interrupted. Having spent time observing Chen and interacting with him, her impression of him had completely changed. She no longer held any prejudice against him. In fact, she believed Chen's hidden identity made him a perfect match for her sister. So when Lu Mei suggested annulling the engagement, Chang Xiu immediately opposed it. No way. I disagree. Chang Xiu shouted. Both Chang Xiuqi and Lu Mei frowned. Xiu, stop messing around. Chang Xiuqi scolded her in a low voice. I'm not messing around. I think brother-in-law is great. He and my sister are a perfect match. Chang Xiu said, pouting. Even Chen was slightly surprised. He could sense that Chang Xiu's words were genuine. To be fair, back when Chen lived with the Chang family and faced hostility from almost everyone, only Old Master Chang and Chang Xiu treated him decently. Although Chen didn't care much about the engagement, hearing Chang Xiu defend him at this moment was unexpected. Xiu, this isn't something you should involve yourself in, Chang Xiuqi said sternly. Do you not understand your sister's current situation? She has limitless potential and is on track to become the spiritual leader of the Chang family. With her future prospects, how can we let her be constrained by marriage? Indeed, Chang Xiuqing's abilities had grown immensely, especially after joining the war division. Combined with the Chang family's influence, she had the potential to become the Dragon Nation's first female god of war. Such an achievement would elevate the Chang family's status significantly. This was precisely why they were so eager to annul the engagement with Chen. If not for the old master's opposition, they wouldn't have even allowed Chen to bring it up. My sister is incredible, but so is brother-in-law. If it doesn't work out with my sister, I'll marry him instead. Chang Xiu said, pouting again. Her words almost made Chang Xiuqi and Lu Mei faint from anger. To them, Chen was nothing more than an abandoned child of the Yi family. His father had been expelled from the Yi family years ago, and Chen had no chance of returning. In their eyes, Chen was the most ordinary of ordinary people. If not for the old friendship between Chen's father and Old Master Chang, Chen wouldn't have been allowed past the Chang family's gates. Enough, Xiu. Now is not the time for your nonsense. Besides, there's something I need to tell you. You're graduating this year, so start preparing, you're getting married, Chang Xiuqi said with a snort. What? Dad, what are you talking about? Getting married? Chang Xiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. We've arranged a marriage for you. The other party is excellent and has already met you. He's very satisfied, so while you're back, you'll meet him, and we'll finalize the engagement. Once you graduate, we'll hold the wedding, Chang Xiuqi said. I'm not getting married. Chang Xiu said, frowning, and clearly upset. You don't have a choice. Don't worry. The person we chose is far better than Chen in every way. If you're ready to marry Chen, then this person, who's 100 times better than him, will be perfect for you, Chang Xiuqi said. Lu Mei smiled and added, yes, the person you'll be meeting is Luo Qingchu, the heir of the Luo family, a hidden noble family. Whether in ability, appearance, or family background, he's exceptional. Marrying into their family is a step up for us. A hidden noble family? It was true. Although the Chang family was influential in Xingjing, the truly powerful forces in the Dragon Nation were the hidden noble families. In wealth, connections, and influence, they stood at the top. More importantly, these families had martial arts experts to guard them. For instance, the Li family was only the worldly branch of a hidden noble family, yet it held significant influence. It was no wonder the Chang family, despite its status, was willing to use their daughter for a marriage alliance with the Luo family. After all, such alliances were common among noble families. For those born into wealth and power, marriage was rarely about personal freedom. When family interests were at stake, personal desires became secondary. Chang Xiu originally intended to speak up for Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, she ended up getting herself into trouble instead. From a young age, Chang Xiu knew that being born into a wealthy family meant enjoying luxury but being far from the freedom of love. Most of her female friends ultimately ended up in arranged marriages. It sounded dignified as matching families of equal status. But bluntly, it was merely sacrificing for family interests. And was there ever love in wealthy families? Most arranged couples lived separate lives after marriage. For a prestigious family like the Changs, their power and influence already made them one of the top clans in Shengjing. Climbing higher was no longer achievable through business alone. Take the Chang family as an example. To reach the level of hidden aristocratic families, the best method was through marriage alliances to strengthen their family's power. The Luo family, as a hidden aristocratic family, had overall strength surpassing the Changs. Being able to marry into the Luo family was, in truth, the Chang family aiming high. But don't think the Luo family was foolish. The Luo family chose to arrange a marriage with the Changs not because Chang Xiu was beautiful, nor because she was outstanding. It was because the Chang family had someone ranked first on the Qianlong list, Chang Xiu. The Luo-Chang marriage alliance valued Chang Xiu's potential. For the Luo family, if Chang Xiu showed dazzling ability and status in the future military ranks, the Chang family's strength would inevitably soar, becoming a great support for the Luo family. The Luo-Chang marriage was essentially an investment. For the Changs, as long as they could marry into the Luo family, their strength would increase significantly, even if Chang Xiu didn't shine as expected. It was a win-win situation. Chang Xiu pouted, fully aware of the stakes. However, she had always yearned for her own love since she was young. And she was still so young. There was no way she would agree to an arranged marriage. She said angrily, "Mom, Dad, how can you do this? I'm still in school. I won't marry. Whoever wants to, can marry instead." Lu Mei wasn't angry, as Chang Xiu's reaction was too common in wealthy families. Lu Mei smiled and said, "Xiu, you need to understand, marrying into the Luo family is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing for you. Others dream of such an opportunity." Chang Xiuqi nodded in agreement, "Exactly. The Luo family is a hidden aristocratic family. Once you marry into it, you'll be the future lady of such a prestigious family. Do you understand? I don't want to be some lady. Even if I marry, it'll only be for love." Chang Xiu stubbornly replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Chang Xiuqi immediately became furious. He slammed the table, about to explode. But Lu Mei stopped him, laughing, "Don't get mad. Xiu is still young. Every young person has to go through this phase. Didn't we go through it too?" Chang Xiuqi chuckled, "You're right. Personal feelings can never outweigh family interests." Chang Xiu didn't believe them. She huffed and said, "Mom, Dad, I refuse. You can't pressure me. I have someone backing me." Hearing her words, Chang Xiuqi frowned. Backing her? Could it be that Chang Xiu was secretly seeing someone? Someone influential? After all, their target was the Luo family, a hidden aristocratic family. If Xiu believed someone could support her against them, it had to be no ordinary person. Chang Xiuqi's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been too hasty? He cautiously asked, "Xiu, who's backing you? Someone we know? Which family's young master?" Chang Xiu huffed and suddenly turned to Yi Chen. "Brother-in-law, help me. I don't want to get married," she pleaded coquettishly. Everyone in the Chang family froze. What? They thought she might have connections with some prominent young master. Unexpectedly, the person she referred to was Yi Chen. Ridiculous. To the Chang family, Yi Chen was nothing but a useless man. Asking Yi Chen for help? Had Chang Xiu lost her mind? Chang Weiwei smirked sarcastically and said, "Xiu, are you serious? If you need help, anyone's better than this waste, Yi Chen. What can he do? Light fireworks at your wedding?" Chang Xiuqi shook his head with a wry smile. "Xiu, I know this is hard to accept, but it's okay. We'll arrange a meeting with young Master Luo first. I promise, he's outstanding. You'll like him." No one took Yi Chen seriously. They thought Chang Xiu was just joking. However, Chang Xiu's gaze remained resolute. "Brother-in-law, remember when people bullied you as a kid? I stood up for you every time. I've never asked you for anything. Can you help me this once? I promise to listen to you from now on. She pleaded earnestly. Hearing this, the Chang family sneered. Yi Chen was about to have his engagement with Chang Xiu annulled. Once that happened, he wouldn't even be allowed through the Chang family gates. Did he dare speak up about this? Ridiculous. As everyone waited for Yi Chen to back down awkwardly, he calmly smiled and said, "All right. Since you've called me brother-in-law so many times recently, I'll handle this. Don't worry. If you don't want to marry, no one can force you." His voice echoed confidently. The entire Chang family was stunned. They were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. No one expected Yi Chen to not only speak up but do so with such conviction, as if he, not Chang Xiu, was the head of the family. Where did he get such confidence? All eyes of the Chang family were focused on Yi Chen. Their gazes were full of disdain. They couldn't understand. How could Yi Chen have the audacity to say such things? Did he really think he could meddle in the Chang family's affairs? Chang Weiwei was the first to step forward, angrily pointing at Yi Chen and scolding him. "Yi Chen, don't forget that you've only been living off the Chang family for a few years. Know your place and stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, believe me, I'll kick you out of the Chang family right now." Chang Baokuan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Don't think that just because you have an engagement with Shaoqing, you're part of the Chang family." Yi Chen ignored their ridicule. To him, since Chang Xiu had asked for his help, he had agreed. As for the Chang family's attitude, it didn't matter. Chang Xiu was also furious. He wanted to explode, but considering that the annulment of the engagement still required Yi Chen's agreement, he had to suppress his anger. Fine, let's leave it at that for now. Shaoqing, if you have time, go and see the old master. Especially regarding the engagement, I think it would be better if you personally spoke to him, Chang Xiu said. Don't worry. I have some matters to attend to. When I return, I'll talk to the old master about annulling the engagement, Yi Chen replied. With that, he turned and walked out. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Chang Xiu quickly tried to follow him, but Lu Mei stopped her. Mom, why are you stopping me? Chang Xiu asked, frustrated. Don't cause trouble. The young master of the Luo family will be coming to meet you soon. You're not going anywhere for the next few days. Stay home and behave. Lu Mei said angrily. Mom, I said I won't marry. And Yi Chen also said he would help me, Chang Xiu said, on the verge of tears. Silly girl, do you really think Yi Chen has that kind of ability? Let me tell you, if it weren't for needing him to annul the engagement with your sister, I wouldn't even let that little nobody set foot in the Chang family. Lu Mei snorted. Mom, you don't understand. Yi Chen isn't as bad as you all think. Chang Xiu tried to say. But Lu Mei impatiently waved her hand. A few servants immediately stepped forward. Take the young lady back to her room and keep an eye on her. If she tries to sneak out, I'll hold you accountable. Lu Mei ordered. The servants obeyed, taking Chang Xiu away. Chang Weiwei pursed her lips and looked at Lu Mei, saying, Aunt, do you think Xiu was drugged by Yi Chen? How else could she praise him like this? What kind of person is Yi Chen to act so brazenly in our Chang family? Lu Mei snorted and said, Your uncle is just considering the engagement issue. Once we trick the Yi Chen into annulling it, I'll teach him a lesson. He's just relying on the engagement to do whatever he wants. What a country bumpkin. Chang Xiu laughed and said, All right, stop getting upset over such a small figure. Our Shaoqing is the #1 talent on the Qianlong list. How could she possibly marry a waste like Yi Chen? But for now, we have to endure him. I'm worried he might make unreasonable demands later. Hearing this, the Chang family members all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on Shengjing Avenue, a Ferrari roared through at an incredible speed, nearly hitting pedestrians in the bustling city. Yet the Ferrari didn't slow down at all. It was outrageously arrogant. Awesome! So satisfying, exclaimed the driver, a man in his 20s with short, messy hair. His features were handsome, his body upright, and faint chest muscles were visible under his shirt. He appeared refined, but his driving was anything but. This man was Luo Qingchu, the young master of the Luo family. Luo Xiao, I never knew you were such a crazy driver. I'd never heard about this side of you before, said Wang Lei, a playboy from Shengjing, sitting in the passenger seat. The Wang family had decent influence in Shengjing. But compared to the Luo family, they were far inferior. Luo Qingchu rarely appeared publicly and had few true friends in Shengjing. Wang Lei was a schoolmate from when Luo Qingchu studied abroad. Wang Xiao, sorry, but I think you'll have to take care of a few tickets again. Luo Qiu said with a faint smile. Luo Xiao, you're joking. I still have some influence in Shangjing. With this license plate, few people would dare to find me. Wang Lei laughed heartily. Good. I've been cooped up at home all year, keeping a low profile. Now that I'm finally out, I need to let loose. Luo Qiu said with a wild glint in his eye. Of course. Now that you're in Shangjing, I'll arrange everything. But, Wang Lei hesitated. But what? Are you talking about the marriage alliance? Luo Qiu narrowed his eyes. Yes. Isn't the reason you came to Shangjing to meet that Chang family girl? Wang Lei asked. Ridiculous. That Chang Xiu should consider it her family's blessing that I've set my sights on her. Their association with my Luo family is a result of 8 lifetimes of good fortune. Do you think they dare interfere with me? Luo Qiu said arrogantly. In his eyes, the Chang family was nothing. In fact, with the Luo family's power, even if Luo Qiu was disabled, the Changs would still desperately try to marry Chang Xiu into their family. Such was the strength of family power. That's why Luo Qiu could act so recklessly. Ah, Luo Xiao, you're truly bold. Since you've said so, I'm relieved. I'll introduce you to a few friends here in Shangjing. They'd be thrilled to hang out with you. Wang Lei said with a smile. No problem. Just don't bring any fools to ruin the mood. Luo Qiu replied casually. Don't worry. They're all sensible, Wang Lei assured him. In truth, although Wang Lei was Luo Qiu's schoolmate, their social standing was worlds apart. The fact that Luo Qiu was willing to hang out with him was already a favor. So, in their interactions, Wang Lei often acted obsequiously. As they drove and chatted, Wang Lei suddenly remembered something. He glanced at Luo Qiu, who was still speeding. By the way, Luo Xiao, I just remembered something, Wang Lei said. What is it? Luo Qiu asked. Earlier, you told me to keep an eye on Chang Xiu. Yesterday, she returned to Shangjing. But she's been with a man, and they seem quite close, Wang Lei said. Previously, Luo Qiu had asked him to monitor Chang Xiu. So Wang Lei did some digging and found that her relationship with Chen seemed unusually intimate. This was a big deal. In such high-level family alliances, scandals were absolutely forbidden. If a woman Luo Qiu had chosen had been with another man, the entire Luo family would be enraged. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiu slammed on the brakes. The car screeched to a halt, its tires smoking from the friction. Luo Qiu's face darkened with fury. He demanded angrily, Who is it? Luo Qiu's expression startled Wang Lei, who quickly swallowed nervously and said, I checked. His name is Chen. Chen? Who is he? Luo Qiu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. He was an extremely self-centered person. Coming from a hidden aristocratic family, he had grown up being the center of attention, which fostered his arrogant personality. Especially when it came to women. Although he and Chang Xiu were not officially together yet. In his mind, Chang Xiu was already his woman. As the woman of someone like him, Luo Qiu, she naturally had to be pure. How could she have any close interactions with another man? Luo Xiao, this Chen doesn't seem to be from Shangjing. However, as far as I know, he might have some connection to the Yi family in Shangjing. He seems to be an abandoned son of the Yi family, Wang Lei said with a laugh. Hearing this, Luo Qiu froze for a moment, then burst into a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, an abandoned son of the Yi family? So he's just trash? If he were Yi Shaoqing, the eldest young master of the Yi family, I might show him some respect. But an abandoned son? He's not even worth mentioning. Luo Qiu was extremely proud. After hearing Yi Chen's background, he no longer considered him worth his attention. An abandoned son. In his eyes, that was no different from an ant. Exactly. If he saw Luo Xiao, he'd probably be so scared that he'd kneel right away. Wang Lei flattered him at the right moment. Soon, several of the brothers Wang Lei had mentioned arrived. He introduced them with great enthusiasm. Luo Xiao, this is the son of the chairman of the Rhine Group in Xinjiang. Their family's assets are worth tens of billions. Luo Xiao, this is Mo Fong. His father is the minister of the military supplies department. Luo Xiao, this is Zhao Ming, young master of the Zhao family. You might not know him, but you definitely know his elder brother Zhao Huang, who is ranked 4th on the Qianlong list and the captain of the elite blade squad of the war department. Luo Qiu glanced at the group. He merely nodded faintly at the first two, but his gaze lingered on Zhao Ming. Zhao Huang? I've heard of him. He seems quite capable. Introduce me to him sometime, Luo Qiu said casually. The fourth-ranked genius on the Qianlong list and an elite captain of the War Department at this age, that was indeed impressive. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded with a smile, of course. It's just that my brother is currently training with the War Department and rarely comes back to Xinjiang. When there's an opportunity, I'll definitely arrange for him to meet you. Luo Qiu nodded. Good. Seeing this, Wang Lei quickly laughed. Alright, everyone knows each other now. Let's go. Luo Xiao is our honored guest today, so don't hold back. Make sure he has a great time tonight. Zhao Ming grinned, of course. I've even prepared a special surprise for Luo Xiao tonight. Hearing this, the others became curious. Zhao Ming might not match up to Zhao Huang in other areas, but he had an unmatched talent for attracting women. After all, most young masters didn't need to go out of their way to win women over. Their status alone was enough to have countless beauties throwing themselves at them. But Zhao Ming was different. He wasn't interested in women who had obvious worldly charms. He preferred innocent girls who were inexperienced in the ways of the world. It seemed tonight was going to get wild. Soon, the group arrived at a high-end private club in Xinjiang. This club was top tier in Xinjiang. Many elite families often held their meetings here. It was said that the forces behind this club were extremely powerful. On the surface, it was just a club, but in reality, it held many secrets. The food here ranged from birds in the sky to animals on the ground to creatures in the sea. Anything imaginable could be prepared. Even more importantly, the entertainment facilities were exceptional. Particularly, the women in the club were of very high quality. Luo Qiu was very satisfied with Wang Lei's arrangements. He had heard of this club long ago. However, because his family kept him on a tight leash, he had never had the chance to visit. Just as their luxury cars stopped at the entrance, a taxi pulled up beside them. Chen stepped out of the taxi. He had come for an appointment. Chen didn't like driving, and since this was a social gathering where he might drink, he opted to take a taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, Wang Lei noticed him and froze in surprise. He hadn't expected to see Chen here and couldn't help exclaiming, "It's you." Chen frowned, glanced at Wang Lei, and seemed to have no recollection of him. Luo Qiu also noticed Chen. Someone getting out of a taxi stood in stark contrast to their luxury cars. A person like that, standing near him, felt like a disgrace. Annoyed, Luo Qiu asked, "Lei, do you know him?" Wang Lei regained his composure and replied, "Luo Xiao, that's Chen." Hearing this, Luo Qiu's face froze. A wave of anger surged in his chest. He had always thought that whoever was with Chang Xiu must at least be a person of status. Even as an abandoned son of the Yi family, they shouldn't be on the same level as ordinary people, right? But judging from Chen's appearance, his entire outfit probably didn't cost more than 10,000 yuan, and he took a taxi to get around. In Luo Qiu's eyes, he was nothing but a lowly commoner. In the world of the wealthy, even having someone like Chen glance at their possessions felt like defilement. Moreover, for this worthless man to appear by the side of the woman Luo Qiu fancied? How could he not be furious? Luo Qiu, fuming with anger, blocked Chen's path and coldly asked, "Are you Chen?" Chen calmly replied, "Yes, I am. Who are you?" Luo Qiu looked down at Chen, a cold smile forming on his lips. "You're not qualified to know my name. I'm a god you'll never reach in your lifetime. Remember this, I'll only say it once. I don't care who you are. From this day forward, if you dare to appear within 100 meters of Chang Xiu, I'll make sure you die without a grave." Hearing this, Chen was speechless. Was this guy out of his mind? What a joke. Chen didn't take it seriously and turned to walk toward the club. This action directly provoked the group of young masters. Wang Lei shouted angrily, "Kid, are you looking for death? Luo Xiao is talking to you, and you dare ignore him? Do you know what you're doing?" Zhao Ming snorted coldly, "You must be tired of living. This is Xinjiang. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant." Chen stopped at the entrance of the club. He suddenly turned around. With a look of disdain, he coldly said to Luo Qiu and the others, "A bunch of trash. Don't mess with me. You're not qualified to shout in front of me." With that, Chen turned and walked into the club. His words completely enraged this group of lawless, arrogant young masters. Furious. Endless fury. They couldn't believe that Chen dared to speak to them like this. They were so angry that they wanted to skin him alive right then and there. The group was furious. Damn it! Who does this kid think he is, acting so arrogantly? In Shangjing, I've never met anyone this audacious. Damn it! When have we ever been humiliated like this? No way, we have to deal with him. Exactly, let's go inside and teach him a lesson. Let him know who's in charge. The group was enraged. In Shangjing, they were always the arrogant and untouchable young masters. If someone didn't comply, they'd act. Even when facing other top-tier young masters from Shangjing, they weren't afraid to push back. And Yi Chen, a nobody? Daring to treat them with such disdain? It was akin to stomping on their pride. Luo Qiu's expression was calm, but everyone knew his anger was boiling inside. What a joke! Luo Qiu was the young master of the hidden aristocratic Luo family. In all of Xinjiang, his name carried immense weight. Initially, Luo Qiu assumed that just a few words from him would make someone like Yi Chen kneel and beg for mercy. But Yi Chen had shown no fear and even dared to threaten him. This made Luo Qiu feel that his dignity had been gravely insulted. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Let's go inside and see what gives him the courage to go against me, Luo Qiu said. At his command, the group headed toward the club. Seeing Luo Qiu's intent to cause trouble, Wang Lei and the others couldn't help but feel excited. They were the type to thrive on chaos and trouble. With Luo Qiu leading the charge. If they could help him today, wouldn't it be a great way to further connect with the Luo family? Just as they were about to enter the club, a few security guards stepped forward to block their path. Luo Qiu frowned, his expression darkening instantly. Why are you stopping us? Wang Lei shouted angrily. Apologies, gentlemen. The club is not accepting guests today. Please make an appointment for another time, the guard said calmly. This response completely ignited the group's pent-up anger. They considered themselves to be high and mighty in Xinjiang. And yet? In just a short time, not only had they been humiliated by Yi Chen, now even a mere security guard dared to block their way. Wang Lei's face turned grim, his eyes practically spitting fire as he angrily questioned, "You're not accepting guests? Then why was that guy just allowed to go in?" Without hesitation, the guard replied, "He is our esteemed guest." These words instantly silenced the group. At that moment, the anger within Luo Qiu and the others reached the brink of explosion. Meanwhile, inside the club, a venue usually bustling with activity was unusually quiet today. As Yi Chen entered, Zhang Yi, also known as Death God, approached him and said, "Master, they are all waiting inside. Please follow me." Yi Chen nodded and replied, "All right." Inside the private room, 4 war gods sat upright in their seats. Beside them were high-ranking officials from the military department, as well as several influential figures from Shangjing. Among them, the most uneasy was the Li family from Shangjing. They had suddenly received word that Yi Chen, the god of war of the military department, wanted to meet them. This puzzled Li Zhangling. He had heard the legends of the god of war but had never seen him in person. Moreover, the Li family had no connection to the god of war. Being summoned, he couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, while the Li family was powerful and supported by a hidden aristocratic family, compared to the military department of Long Kingdom, they still had to tread carefully. What shocked him even more was that even the 4 war gods were quietly waiting here. This added another layer of complexity to his thoughts about the god of war. The god of war's identity was incredibly mysterious, and he had no idea if this meeting was good or bad. However, at this moment, Li Zhangling dared not say anything further. He could only wait nervously. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Yi, the death god, led Yi Chen inside. Instantly, including the 4 war gods, everyone stood up, approached him, and knelt on one knee, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, Yi God." Li Zhangling followed their gaze. And in that instant, he felt his heart tremble, his hair stand on end. He couldn't believe it. The legendary, supreme god of war of the military department turned out to be Yi Chen, the man who had once saved his life in Jiangzhou. This realization filled him with overwhelming fear. After being saved back then, his health was still poor, so he had never personally thanked Yi Chen. Instead, he had instructed Li Shaowan to offer financial compensation to Yi Chen. But Yi Chen had rejected it all. At the time, Li Zhangling had assumed Yi Chen found their compensation too small and had thought Yi Chen was greedy and ungrateful. Now, He realized how wrong he had been. It wasn't that Yi Chen was greedy. It was that even the entire Li family wasn't worthy of being noticed by him. Yi Chen glanced over everyone. "Alright, get up," he said calmly. Li Zhangling swallowed nervously and took a few steps forward. With a thud, he knelt before Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, "Li Lao, what is the meaning of this? At your age, kneeling to me is not appropriate." Li Zhangling sighed and said, "I was blind before. Ye God saved my life, and I never properly thanked you. Please forgive me." Yi Chen replied indifferently, "I've said it before. Saving you was just something I did in passing. Don't worry about it. Get up." Li Zhangling nodded and said, "Thank you, Ye God." Yi Chen was escorted to the main seat. Scanning the room, he spoke calmly, "I've called you all here for 2 reasons. First, I need your resources to investigate what happened to the Yi family back then. Second," as Yi Chen was speaking, suddenly, boom! A loud noise interrupted him. Zhang Yi frowned and looked at Jia Yu, the owner of the club, and demanded, "What's going on?" Jia Yu was startled and quickly responded, I don't know. The club is closed to guests today. I have no idea where that noise came from." Yi Chen thought for a moment and recalled the group he had encountered outside. "Go and check it out. If they're causing trouble, chase them away," Yi Chen instructed. Jia Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Yi Chen." He turned and rushed out of the private room, anger simmering in his heart. He had already instructed his staff that no guests were to be allowed in today due to the presence of esteemed guests. Yet something had still gone wrong. If He God got upset, would he even survive? As Jia Yu reached the entrance, he saw several security guards already lying on the ground, the surrounding glass shattered, and a young man arrogantly stepping on one of the guards. "Stopping me? Who do you think you are to block my way? Do you know who I am? Are you tired of living? Stop!" Jia Yu roared angrily. He was a highly connected figure in Shengjing. After all, running a high-end club in this city meant knowing many powerful individuals. Not to mention the mysterious forces backing Jia Yu, which ensured that almost no one dared to cause trouble in his club. Yet now, the club's glass had been smashed. This made him furious. Jia Yu glared at Luo Qingchu and said coldly, "Do you know what kind of place this is? Have you considered the consequences of causing trouble here?" Luo Qingchu sneered dismissively, "You're the owner here, I assume?" Jia Yu replied, "I am Jia Yu. Who are you?" At that, Wang Lei stepped forward with a snort and said, "Boss Jia, you're quite bold now. Daring to block Luo Xiao, do you really think no one in Xinjiang can touch you?" "Luo Xiao?" Jia Yu's eyes narrowed. "Young master of the hidden Luo family?" Jia Yu was slightly taken aback. Having operated in Xinjiang for so long, he naturally understood the city's power dynamics. The Luo family, as a hidden aristocratic family, was indeed formidable. If the person in front of him was truly the Luo family's young master, Luo Qingchu, then his arrogance was not without basis. Luo Qingchu snorted and said, "That's right, I am Luo Qingchu. Boss Jia, I didn't come here to cause trouble, but your dogs are too blind. In Shengjing, no one dares to block me, Luo Qingchu. I hit them, surely you don't mind, do you?" Jia Yu took a deep breath. He didn't want the situation to escalate, as someone inside didn't want unnecessary attention drawn. Suppressing his anger, Jia Yu said, "So it's Luo Xiao. A misunderstanding. My subordinates failed to recognize you. I sincerely apologize on their behalf." As a seasoned figure in Shengjing, Jia Yu knew how to handle such situations. In cases like this, young masters like Luo Qingchu often just wanted face. By lowering himself and giving Luo Qingchu face, he thought the matter would be settled. Sure enough, seeing Jia Yu apologize, Luo Qiu's group laughed even louder. "See that? Luo Xiao has this kind of presence in Shengjing. These clueless fools dared to block him. They've never been taught a lesson. Even the club owner has to bow down. Luo Xiao is the best. In Shengjing, who dares not give face to Luo Xiao?" The group flattered Luo Qingchu endlessly. Luo Qingchu looked at Jia Yu arrogantly and said, as expected of a boss, "You know how to behave. Fine, I won't make a fuss. Arrange for me to have some fun here today." Hearing this, Jia Yu's expression stiffened. He had thought that by apologizing, Luo Qingchu and his group would leave. Unexpectedly, Luo Qingchu wasn't willing to let it go. "Luo Xiao, my apologies, but today is truly inconvenient. How about this, you come back tomorrow? I'll personally host you and ensure everything is arranged perfectly." Jiayu maintained his patience as he spoke. But these words immediately displeased Luo Qiu. His eyes turned cold, and anger filled his face as he shouted, "What the hell? I'm giving you face here. Didn't you hear me? I'm entering the club now. Are you sure you want to block me?" Jiayu forced a bitter smile and said, "Luo Xiao, please don't make things difficult for me." Luo Qiu chuckled coldly and said, "Oh, I'm making it difficult for you? By the way, you have a staff member named Chen here, right? I just saw him enter the club. Clear the place immediately and hand Chen over to me. Not only do I want to enjoy myself, but I also want to kill that worthless fool." These words made Jiayu's previously apologetic face instantly harden. As the club owner, he had tried not to offend anyone, giving Luo Qiu some face. But Luo Qiu not only didn't appreciate it, he also dared to show disrespect toward Chen. This was outright seeking death. Humph, Luo Qiu. Face is a mutual thing. I advise you not to be shameless. Leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened, Jiayu said coldly, his tone icy. Unexpectedly, the angrier Jiayu became. The more excited Luo Qiu and his group felt. Ha ha, amazing. Today I've really seen it all. One after another, daring to flaunt their arrogance in front of me and even threaten me. Fine. Today, I'll show you how Xinjiang's top club gets smashed by me, Luo Qiu. You guys, grab this fool for me. I want him to see with his own eyes how his precious club turns into rubble. At Luo Qiu's command, the group charged at Jiayu. But Jiayu, who had seen countless situations, wasn't intimidated by a few spoiled brats. As Wang Lei rushed forward, Jiayu didn't hold back. With a single kick, he sent Wang Lei flying. Then, with swift movements, he knocked down the other young masters one after another. Damn, this guy can really fight. It hurts like hell. Luo Xiao, what now? Wang Lei and the others complained miserably. Luo Qiu felt humiliated. His face darkened as he said, "You call yourselves Xinjiang's young masters? Do you have any ability at all? I'm seriously questioning whether I made the wrong choice associating with you." Hearing this, the faces of Wang Lei and the others turned ugly. They had hoped to curry favor with the Luo family. But now, they had embarrassed Luo Qiu, and there was no excuse. Clenching his teeth, Wang Lei got up from the ground and said fiercely, "Damn it! Don't worry, Luo Xiao. If I don't settle this today, I'll write my name backward. Call reinforcements. We're tearing this place apart." At Wang Lei's orders, the young masters pulled out their phones and began making calls. "Dad, I'm with Luo Xiao." "Yes, at Black Gold Club. Luo Xiao's been insulted. Bring some men over. Hurry. Bring everyone. We're tearing down the Black Gold Club tonight. Relax, with Luo Xiao backing us, what do we have to fear?" After several calls, they finally regained some confidence. Throughout this, Luo Qiu remained silent. Such a minor matter wasn't worth his personal involvement. With just a word from him, Wang Lei and the others would do anything. With a faint smile, Luo Qiu looked at Jiayu and said, "Boss Jia, you have no idea who you've offended. Today, I'll see how capable you really are of stopping me." Jiayu's face darkened. It wasn't fear, but worry that the commotion would disturb the people in the private room. Taking a deep breath, Jiayu said, "Luo Qiu, Wang Lei, I advise you to think carefully. Don't blow this out of proportion, or the consequences may be beyond what you can handle." Luo Qiu sneered, "See that? He's scared now." Wang Lei laughed loudly. "What's the point of being scared now? Did he think we were just bluffing?" Luo Qiu's voice turned icy. "I'm going to blow this wide open today. Let's see what consequences could possibly be beyond the Luo family's ability to handle." Looking at their arrogance, Jiayu was speechless. His tone turned frosty. "I've already told you. The people inside the club today are not people you can afford to offend."
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.